Welcome to the Romance Fiction Club, where different romance authors come together to share their romance works. If you think our library is missing a romance genre you love, please let us know in the comments. We will do our best to make that content available. Please subscribe to the channel so we can keep creating free audiobooks for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful listening.
This content is adapted in order to comply with YouTube guidelines. If you wish to access hundreds of romance novels filled with steamy scenes, join the club through the link available in the description. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel, and thank you.
My Captain. A Second Chance Romance. Written by Andy Wayne, a USA Today Bestselling Author. Chapter 1. It was impossible, it must have been, this white high-rise, lying on its back in the water. At least, that's what the ship seemed like to Lori, as she dragged, rather than wheeled, her suitcase downhill towards the pier. This wasn't her world. The backdrop was there, she saw the water every day, but now there were 20 floors, 2,000 feet, of recreation and debauched luxury, standing where there should have been a horizon. She couldn't believe it. It wasn't exciting, like winning the lottery or visiting a theme park. No tears of joy. She didn't want to go on a cruise, and she stuck by that. But something had been happening with Tim these past few weeks. There would be moments where he'd go quiet, and she'd smile. Then he'd smile, and they'd stutter or laugh. He did it at dinner just 2 days ago. It meant something. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself and shook his head, illuminating his shaggy mop with every shade of gold. Lori needed to know what that something was, what it meant, and in a sense, give in to it, let it happen, and finally take a pause in life. She also needed that halo, which was what she was looking for when she made her way down to the pier, dodging passengers walking back and forth. She was stuck with one arm raised to her forehead, holding off the sweat, the other pulling her bag, which was frayed. A hole was starting to form from the canvas scraping against the concrete. She wasn't sure she was strong enough to carry it, maybe she could make it down to the pier, but not all the way up to the ship, through security and check-in. She was going to need some help. More than likely, he was already there. She woke up late after staying up the night before packing. All of her things were scattered around the house, her tickets and passport, buried under old letters on the kitchen table, her bathing suit, a forgotten lump in the back of her sock drawer, the travel hygiene kit, which she'd just bought, she found hidden behind her new jeans on the top shelf of her closet, for some reason. By the time she was somewhat satisfied that she had everything, after having checked through it all countless times, it was almost 2 in the morning. When she woke up, she had an hour to get down to the port, which meant that Tim was probably calling her. She should have called him back before she left, but she was in such a rush, putting on makeup in the back of her cab. She fished her phone out when she was about to take the last exit on the freeway, and the screen wouldn't turn on. Tim was probably already looking for her, shuffling through the river of people. As soon as Lori saw the way they swarmed in packs around the pier entrance, she knew that she was going to have to make it easy on him, stay put and wait. She found a concrete bench, still safe on land, and sat watching the stream of passengers, moving down from the parking garage to the pier. Twice, large groups passed, all wearing the same gold visors with the word reorientation printed on the rims. They were all middle-aged, and the wives all seemed to be hurting their husbands, some dragging them by the hands. The men were what caught Lori's eye. Many were good-looking, tan and toned, perfect skin, most with some version of spiked or wavy hair. There was faded denim and expensive slacks, maybe plaid shorts or khaki, something to stand out from the rest. A lot of them also had manicured nails, shaved legs, limp wrists and tailored eyebrows. Then there were the youngsters, the partiers, the guys that were too sexy, too perfect, and the women that came strutting past like they were on a catwalk. One had straight blonde hair, just past her chin, a perfect, neat line, with fake cheekbones like 2 peaches. She was wearing nothing but a white piece of cloth, secured with a gold ribbon at the waist. It draped down her body, waving at the edges, as if the wind itself was bent on perfecting her red carpet look. Behind her, a man was striding alongside a young woman towing their luggage. It was impossible to miss. A creature like that, an ape with pale spikes and orange muscles bulging out of a black tank top, he had the stench of a true man-whore. He looked like he was ready to push the girl down onto her knees, and his wife clearly noticed. She pulled 2 bills out of her bra, threw them at the girl, who ran away without them, her face red from tears. Then she marched over and slapped the man upside the head. "Did you just give her our room number? The fuck is wrong with you, huh? Why, you said we could." He stammered, his voice was stuck in a droll tone. "Not with the first fucking girl we find," she balked. "I'm gonna get some argh. Gosh." He hunched over, holding his crotch, where she bashed her knee into it, and his jeans slid low and back, showing off the strap of his lime green thong. "Go get the luggage." He recovered fast and rushed over to get the cart, while his wife resumed her catwalk. Lori couldn't help but laugh, thinking of those two on a couple's cruise, cheating on one another the whole time. It would be all-out war. When they were gone, she checked up the pier, closer to the ship. She stood at the sight of a perfect halo, resting behind a trio of women fanning themselves with their plastic visors. She hoisted her bag onto her shoulder. It must have weighed 80, maybe even 100 pounds, so she was glad to have somebody to help her carry the load. Now that the crowd was getting thicker and people were starting to board the ship, she was going to have to hurry. An incoming stampede of billowing white and yellow came bursting past before she could realize what was going on. It was a choir group, fully robed and rushing through, forcing people to give way or be trampled. She checked back and was nearly barreled over by a chest full of black fabric and the scent of something sweet that reminded her of caramel. "Are you all right?" She covered her face and looked away, ready to dash. The man staring down at her had this one infuriating problem. It was 2 inches long, thin, black, and it was hanging down his forehead, like a pheromone. There was nothing in this world, not one thing that could make her blush consistently, except those fucking curls, well, that and a good smile, the kind that lit up a face. He had it, and he knew it. "Tell me you're not here by yourself, are you?" "No," she did her best, give him a sour look and some space. "Are you sure?" His condescending tone grated her the wrong way. She turned to walk off in the direction where she saw Tim. The trio of ladies had multiplied into a crowd, wearing pink ribbons and matching baseball caps. Some also had wigs and lumpy bras. Breast cancer. Why? The ladies and their husbands were just standing around, hugging and greeting another, completely oblivious to the fact that they were blocking the flow of traffic, like cattle blocking the highway. It was infuriating, but Lori still did her best to be polite when she squeezed by. "I'm sorry, if I could just get through, sorry, excuse me." She kept going, past various groups, formal or otherwise, until she found herself dwarfed by the people around her, unsure of which direction she was facing. She condensed herself as much as she could, apologizing, until she saw golden rays of light, sticking out between bodies. "Thank God," she huffed, unwilling to carry the bag any longer. She shoved through, between a man and his wife. "Hey!" The woman shrieked, and Lori could sense them both angry behind her. But she wasn't paying attention. The halo was gone, surrounding the head of a worker, wearing a green reflective jacket, walking back up to the parking garage. He had just hung a rope, cordoning off the pier entrance with a sign that said, "Disembarking soon." Now everyone was herding themselves in one giant block towards the ship. She didn't have the energy to keep looking, so she just gave in and followed along with the rest. Impatient tempers flared. The magic of arriving had worn off, and there were angry scowls, fighting, and more than one blowout. Older couples were hissing at one another, their voices kept low, while the younger pairs screamed and went to talk to other people. Several times, Lori saw women running back to the parking lot. She left at noon, and she didn't get through security until the sun was down. By that time, she would have been happy with a quick kiss and a pillow. It was her fault. She should have checked her phone before she left to make sure it was charged. Now her arm would be sore and chafed from carrying the bag. She almost dropped it in the water while she was waiting on the boarding ramp, stuck with no railing and a dozen other people. Once she was on the ship, she decided to drag it. It was a little embarrassing. Everything was so clean and perfect. The floors were inky green, streaked with webs of white. The walls were wooden panels, stained burgundy and auburn. Landscape paintings had been hung up, between smooth white columns. Every shade of green, blue and violet, yellow dots and wisps of pale rose, clashed with the wood and combined with the marble, making her feel like she was in a palace. It was humbling, knowing that the halls on each side circled this massive thing, and that each of those halls could easily house more than 100 people. She wouldn't have believed it had it not been for the crowd, mobbing the end of. It was thick enough to keep anyone from getting through it without squeezing past. Lori picked up her bag, turned to the side and came rushing at the tight line in back. "Excuse me. Excuse. Get off me," a woman screamed. "What are you doing?" another man yelled. Everyone turned to stare, and the crowd parted so she could get through, towards the woman standing at the front. She, like everyone else in the group, was wearing a green ribbon, and she was holding a megaphone. She waited until Lori was past to lift it to her mouth. "Now I want everyone to turn to the one you love and thank them for valuing you enough to be here today." "Hey," a man bellowed out, "get the hell out of the way." Rather than face a stampede, Lori went to go see if she could hunt down her room. If the main hall set the tone, the atrium was the centerpiece. Literally, it was the center of the ship, encircled by retail stores, boutiques, designers and jewelers, separated by glass elevator shafts shooting up past the catwalks lining the decks above. They had been lined with carved wooden banisters and held up by white columns, many with vines and flowers carved into the side, so that it looked like they had been permanently frosted. Some of them had real flowers, nets of small pink and pale blue veils that hung from the catwalks. There were faux kerosene lamps, grandfather clocks and grand staircases. Signs, attached to fake light poles, led passengers to outdoor promenades, where they would always have a lounger and immediate access to alcohol. The ceiling was a fogged glass dome, lined with wrought iron. It looked like it was just waiting to crack and rain down glass, shredding everyone below it, or maybe the bars would come to life and start ripping people off the ground. Scattered through the room, there were Greek columns topped with interactive touchscreens. When Lori approached one, her eyes landed on the question mark in the upper right corner. Below it, there was a button for the map. She went to touch it, and the screen barely responded. She had to stab at it, to the point where she felt like the tip of her finger was going to snap off. An excited female voice chimed out, "Thank you for choosing Capital. We hope you enjoy your experience on the voice skipped. The Lunafria 4, couples, the screen flickered, and the sound skipped. You have the privilege of sailing on the luxury liner where new love blossoms and old flames are rekindled. You can shop at one of our many clothing stores, boutiques, and souvenir outlets, enjoy the nightlife, dine gourmet, or enjoy classic favorites. You can even spend a quiet night alone with freshly made dishes brought straight to your room." She said that last bit like somebody had just found her G-spot. Her voice vanished for a half a second, skipped, then asked, "Would you like to see a list of full amenities?" Lori punched the "no" button, and the "yes" button flashed green. A picture of a theater stage came up, and a male voice started in, scrambled and skipping. "The LL Lunafria is, and Dine with the Stars, pleased to present, Maggie Stone, America's favorite cowgirl ventriloquist, and John Parker, the Yuri Sung, the Fama." She punched the screen again and an urgent voice said, "You may skip the ad in 120 seconds. Oh, damn you. She looked around for the closest elevator and took her chances with one on the other side of the atrium. People were taking their time, talking with the doors held open, blocking each other's way. It took her 20 minutes to get to her deck, and her room was on the other side of the ship. At least she knew it would be nice. Tim had the taste of an emperor. She wasn't surprised when she walked inside and saw the straight-backed couches arranged in center of the room, behind them, an armchair sitting beneath a mantel. The fire was fake, but it did add to the ambience. The vase caught Laurie's eye. It was Chinese porcelain, blue, filled with pink roses and swimming with gilded koi fish. When she came closer to look at it, she noticed a strip of paper resting beneath. She pulled it out and opened it. It said, "I love you, I'm sorry. I'll see you soon." He must have typed it up and printed it out himself after going through the hassle of boarding. That was sweet. It was rare for him to do nice things like that. Just this tiny gesture, it made her stomach jump. She knew why he asked her to go. It terrified and excited her. Even thinking about it was painful, so she shoved it to the back of her mind. Now, she couldn't ignore it. The Luna Fria wasn't the kind of place where couples came to hook up or spend a weekend together. It was where they rejoiced their love, rebuilt their marriage, and maybe even proposed a new one. That's why Tim kept begging her to go. She left the note where it was and admired the roses for a moment, before forcing herself to carry her bag back to her room. She left it right inside the door and immediately collapsed on the bed. As soon as she closed her eyes, she was out. Chapter 2. She was never going to forget the image of the blue and white checkered tile, covered in grease and muddy footprints, or Mrs. Lipton's mottled lips, slurping up layers of artificial crab. The old woman would ask for extras on everything. Then, as soon as Laurie would turn to walk away from the table, she'd spill her drink over, and give an unenthusiastic, "Boops." There was no way of knowing when she was going to do it, so there was no preparing. She couldn't be stopped, either. She always waited until Laurie wasn't looking. It was well thought out. After all that, she didn't even have the decency to leave a tip, not that it would have made a difference. Brian took half of everything she made, and that wasn't the only thing he did. He had a secret. He was planning something. She didn't realize what it was until it was too late. He started doing rounds, moving from table to table, asking about the service, while he schooled the new busser on how to do her job. The same thing happened a year ago, when she was first hired. She distinctly remembered the last waitress announcing that her one-year anniversary was the day after Brian let her go. Sure enough, when Lipton dropped her glass, on Laurie's 364th day at Steak Shanty, Brian didn't charge her for the water like he'd done in the past. He told Laurie that she'd assaulted a customer. Then he pulled her into his office and spilled. There was a law signed a few years back that allowed him to pay servers half the minimum wage, a quarter of the standard in every other industry, so long as he clocked their time as on-the-job training. That's how she broke. She decided that she was going to let it happen. Life was coming her way, love had broken through, and Tim was right. She was going to have to learn to trust him to take care of her if she ever wanted to be happy. She'd tried to do this on her own, keep everything together, but it wasn't working. When she got out of Brian's office, after kicking him to the ground, she took her place at the bus stop and texted Tim 2 words, "I'll go." A shrill voice sliced through the wall between cabins and echoed through the room. B, as in Boise, boy, would I love to go to Boise, Idaho. 4, the number 4. B4, ladies and gentlemen, B4, anyone. B4. No. Alrighty, then, moving on, G. The announcer went on, improvising with tired clichés, while Laurie lay bunched up in the sheets. Hours ago, she awoke in complete darkness to the sound of a woman screaming and turned over to check the clock on the nightstand. It wasn't even 3 in the morning. There was another, softer cry, quickly drowned out by the television, which must have been a few feet away from her head, because she could feel it vibrating. Since then, she'd been awake, trying to figure out how she was going to get to sleep. Dawn's blue light was already creeping through the porthole on the back wall to her left, and she still hadn't given up. She was hoping that, when the sun had risen, the people in the next room would wake up and go to the buffet. They would, at some point, but there was no telling when that would be. It was just a matter of waiting through this torture. She couldn't imagine how anyone could possibly spend this much time on bingo, much less devote an entire channel to the game. It should have started with a disclaimer, warning people that it might cause suicidal ideation. Bingo. The ensuing blast, she decided, must have been designed for hearing aids. Soon, Tim would wake up, knock on her door, and she'd have to do her best to act like this was the most amazing thing in the world, a couple's cruise. Yay. He'd want to go to breakfast, hopefully not the buffet, and of course there would be people. She did not want to deal with people, just the sound of somebody's voice would have been too much right now. But there was no avoiding it. She was trapped. Bingo. That was it. She wasn't going to listen to this any longer, and she wasn't leaving her room until she was ready. She stood up, her shoulders screaming, and walked into the bathroom. As soon as she closed the door, cutting off the sound of that enraging television program, it was like entering heaven. There was a jacuzzi tub and a television controlled by a waterproof touchscreen, resting on the rim. She could also use it to set the temperature of the water, and the tiny jet streams that massaged her body when she turned the lights off and sank in. This would be her sanctuary, where she would hide from the rest of the ship until Tim dragged her out by force. She laid her head down and closed her eyes. When she opened them, the water was cold, and the clock on the tablet said that it was 3 p.m, a perfectly reasonable time to wake up after what she'd been through, at least in her opinion. She expected to be interrupted before then, and she probably was, but she must have slept through it. She stood up, arms folded to the chill, toweled herself off, and pulled a robe off the door, so she could find something to wear. Her morning routine was simple, but when she went out with Tim, she took her time. She took her makeup palette to the vanity and started working on her face, filling in craters, covering the band of freckles on her nose, the birthmark, near the outer edge of her right eye, little things that mucked up the perfect canvas she preferred. When she was done, she brushed her dull hair into something resembling an orderly mess. It surrounded her head in a thin bush, which would have taken too much work to perfect. She was nervous. She slept too long, and Tim was probably upset. Now she had to tell him that she lost her job, before the proposal, of course. If she waited too long, she could sour things and start having to worry about her survival. She wanted to stall, but when she saw the white rose sitting on the coffee table in the living area, she knew that that would be impossible. He cared about the details. He kept everything simple and easy. She walked out to go knock on his door. Tim. Hey, you there? No response. Look, I'm sorry about before I fell asleep and ugh, she groaned, pushed through and went inside. The bed was made. He must have already left to get food. She went to pull her phone off the charger, expecting at least a good morning. It was blank. He was probably angry. She hadn't said anything to him since the day before they boarded. She had to call him, and she was too restless to sit down, so she paced around the living area, phone held to her ear. It rang 3 times before a voice answered. Are you Lori? She cocked her head, jaw squared. I'm sorry. I think I have the wrong number. She meant to hang up, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. There was a brief pause, before the voice spoke again. Did you know? The question was more than infuriating. It was worth a vendetta. No, and I can't tell you how sorry I am, She stopped herself. She didn't know the woman's name, but she would have liked to. She knew what it felt like to be betrayed, and she wanted her to know that she wasn't alone, that they were both hurt. Fighting wouldn't help. She needed to get Tim out of her life. "Do you care?" she woman asked. "Dear God, yes, I am so sorry. I'm pregnant," she said, "and we're married, so if you do care, you will stay away." I will. Lori pulled the phone away from her ear. The screen was flashing. She hung up. As far as Lori was concerned, that was the conclusion to Tim's story. She wasn't going to hear anything from him ever again. She didn't want to. There was no lingering affection, no need to reach out. She'd trained herself to turn those petty complications off, because it was the only way she could survive. Anger was safe, and she had a lot to be angry about. When she stepped off this ship, she would be homeless within 2 weeks unless she found a way to pay her landlord, even sooner if he followed through and predated a notice without her knowledge. She had no money, nothing. This defined her life's struggle. Men had been trying to make her a kept woman since she was younger. They meant it, all of them, but that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to be the center of their affection, their partner, their world. But, one after the other, the men came, and they all promised her the moon. Then they drove home back to their wives or their girlfriends and told them the same thing. She had to learn early that she had to be strong and keep a part of herself, the part that really mattered, from getting involved in the relationship. It never worked out. She wasn't truly appreciated. Their relationship was a malicious lie, something disgusting and shameful. As far as they were concerned, it had no real value, she had no value, other than immediate gratification. When things went bad, if they got caught or something made them question their lives, they would leave her to do the right thing. Because, apparently, being with her wasn't the right thing. This was her curse. Never, not in her entire life, had she been with an honest, loving man, who wanted her, not the idea of her, or revenge or sex, just her. And it was getting pretty difficult for her to believe that she was worthy of that. She'd taken on so much of the guilt over the years. She was helping to destroy another person by helping the same man that they picked up after, whose children they raised, who they cried over and devoted years to. She knew that pain, she'd felt it, she spent nights by the window, wondering where he was, whether he was with somebody else, or if he even cared about what it was like to wonder. She would rather die, throw herself overboard, and let the sharks shred her to ribbons, than put anyone else through that kind of torment. But there was something about her. She didn't know what it was, a way of moving or talking maybe, something that screamed, slut. She was what she was, and she couldn't change it. She tried to keep her distance when she was dating, live independently, refuse money and gifts, anything they could use to make her feel obligated. Or force their way into her bubble. Even then, things always turned out the same. It was a part of who she was. That's what had her bunching herself up under the covers, fight off thoughts so she could sleep. She didn't care about Tim, not now that she had found out what he was. She cared about whether or not she could face herself. That kind of fear could have driven her to addiction, promiscuity, a life of self-destructive behavior. But she wasn't that kind of person. She didn't rebel. She wanted to be good, she just didn't know how. It became a crippling dread. No place was safe, because wherever she went that beastly quality would follow her. It was a part of her, who she was, and she couldn't escape it. She didn't want to breathe, move, or even think. She wanted to forget her existence and the world around her, the world that denied her love. Chapter 3. It became a matter of necessity. Had Lori been able to do so, she would have put herself in stasis, ceasing all bodily functions that would force her out of bed. But she couldn't ignore her stomach. She didn't eat anything at all the day before, except for the bagel she shoved in her mouth on her way to the pier. Now it was well into the next afternoon, and she needed something. She couldn't leave, though. Nothing could get her to step out of that suite, not until the trip had ended. She pulled the tablet out of the bathroom and scrolled through the home menu, until she found the room service button. Good, it was there, and wonder of all wonders, everything from the buffet could be delivered directly to her room. She could gain 20 pounds in peace, and there were so many options: sandwiches, burgers, salads, all the main, American fare, among other things. But that wasn't what interested her initially. It was the ice cream bar, a menu of its own, with a backdrop of a scoop of chocolate ice cream plopped into a martini glass. There were 600 flavors, 300 different toppings, and it was all covered in the cost of her ticket. They had brownies too, 7 types: chocolate, white chocolate, raspberry, macadamia nut, chocolate chip, and the ultimate beast, triple-layer fudge a la mode. Those last 3 words spelled out a world of different possibilities. She could put whatever ice cream she wanted on top. Then there was House of Lo Mein, where she could choose from 60 different toppings to add to her noodles, which was exactly what she did. She even ordered herself a pack of Newsports, something she hadn't done in years, because why not? She was on a luxury cruise. Indulgent behavior was expected, if not required, and they made it so easy. She didn't have to call anybody or see them. She pressed a button, and her cart would be left for her in the living area, along with a complimentary bottle of champagne. When she saw it, she paused. She didn't want to spend the night crying and worrying about what was going to come, and that was exactly what would happen if she finished that thing. Still, a quick glass sounded nice. She poured herself one, threw out the rest, and took her cigarette back out to the balcony. She'd never been out on the water before. She'd lived next to the ocean her entire life. She swam, she made several attempts at surfing, but she never actually got in a boat and drove out. It was a disorienting sensation, stepping out into the wind, knowing that the only thing keeping her from falling into the water was a pair of rickety bars. Everything was bolted down, the 2 lawn chairs, the table, even the ashtrays, except her, and she felt like she could fall off at any second. She decided, instead, to enjoy her cigarette in the bathroom, using the toilet to flush the fumes every time she blew the smoke out. Her first hit had her clutching the wall for support from lack of oxygen, the second, sitting on the rim of the tub, ready to fall over. Rather than wait through the sickening rush, she decided to get rid of it and enjoy her noodles and ice cream, while she decided what to watch. It wasn't anywhere near as fulfilling as she thought it would be, so she ordered another bottle, on the house, just like last time, and wound up laying underneath the covers, crying and holding the card she'd found when she went out to get it. It said, "I love you. There's never been anyone else. Come to dinner tonight." There was a dress too, which she didn't expect. It was red velvet with what she thought were rhinestones, but they weren't. They were diamonds, the bodice's silk. There was no tag on them either. They weren't made for people to pick up in a store. The custom stitching, the attention to detail, the way the fabric was arranged into the perfect pattern, he must have had her measurements sent to a designer. It might as well have been couture. All for a kept woman, somebody he couldn't even trust enough to tell that he was married, pregnant too, which meant that he'd been sleeping with her while she grabbed the stem of the empty bottle next to her, wailing, and threw it at the wall. Damn you. It shattered from the force of the metallic plating behind the wallpaper. Tiny shards spread throughout the room, embedding themselves in the carpet, underneath the bed, in front of the door. Somebody was going to have to clean that up. At least she wouldn't be the one paying for the damage. She took a second to breathe and wiped her tears away. She wasn't this woman. She didn't cry over anyone, even if it was just because she was angry. She never allowed herself to do that. And Tim, he was the worst. He was sick enough to fool her, the woman who simply could not be fooled. No, he wasn't worth this. With a surge of comfortable anger, she picked up the tablet and tapped the button marked Account. The screen that popped up was filled with lines of information. She saw his real address at the top, located in the foothills north of the city. That made a lot of sense. He was supposed to be rich, and he'd been pretending to live in a cheap one-bedroom. She thought it was to save money. He wouldn't be the first rich man she'd met that made ridiculous sacrifices to save money. He must have rented it, so he could have a love nest. His work and cell phone numbers were also there, neither of which she recognized. What she didn't recognize was the last 4 digits of his credit card number, marked as an added expense account. It was attached to her room's key card, and it could be used on every corner of the ship, including their stores. She was tempted to find out whether or not that included the ATMs. That was too risky. There would be cameras, and he'd probably call the police. That didn't mean that she couldn't use the card, though. She could still order things to the room, anything she wanted, in fact, and that would probably prove to be useful later on. But it wasn't the fulfillment that she was looking for. This was petty. She wasn't upset about Tim. What he did was disgusting, but after years of this, she was convinced that it was the nature of the male beast to betray the ones they love. She cried, but of one thing she was certain. It wasn't because of Tim. It was because she was tired of doing things. She didn't know why it kept happening, and she didn't think she could stop it. Chapter 4. The sun shining through the porthole was a hammer and chisel, pounding away at her eye socket, spreading its violent tremor through her head, down her spine and into her limbs. When Lori begrudgingly opened her eyes, she hated herself for what she'd done. There was glass scattered around the room, and an ice cream martini melting on the side of the bed, next to a full pack of cigarettes. They waiting to be drenched. That was the first thing she did. She ripped the pack off the floor, threw it into the bathroom sink and turned on the water. She had no business buying those things, drinking, for Christ's sake. She was the designated driver in life. Now she was the drunk puking in back, crying over an idiot that never gave a shit about her. There was nothing to worry about. There was a bright red, crumpled up opportunity laying on the floor, and it was worth more money than she'd ever seen. It would change her life, get her out of the ghetto, and give her time to find the right job, not this sadistic circuit of diners and burgers and joints, a real job. But that wouldn't matter if she couldn't move past this. She wasn't going to find love, she was going to have to accept that, and in order to do that, she was going to have to learn to shun it. She couldn't think of a better place to learn to hate love than a ship full of couples trapped together. There was an itinerary waiting for her in the living area. She promised herself that she wouldn't use it. When she told Tim that she would go, he sat down on the phone with her that evening, forcing her to go through a list of what they were calling relationship enrichment courses. When she heard those 3 words, she thought he was throwing her into the 7th circle of hell. Images of crying drama queens and therapists giving ultimatums were enough to make her second-guess their journey. But when she saw the list, it seemed innocuous enough. There were sewing and quilting classes, painting, things that people always wanted to try but never got the chance. Tim had his preferences, and so did she. She wanted to cook. It was the one thing they argued about. Tim went through the list, trying to convince her to take each class until he found the right one, but it wasn't cooking. It was ballroom dancing. She was furious about that, and he kept insisting on taking yoga. He had a million fake reasons. He gave her this speech about wanting to be centered, so she suggested meditation. He quickly shifted to worrying about his body. He wanted to be more flexible. She told him a few classes wasn't going to do anything other than make him sore. He went on a rant about a fake article he read, saying that men who do yoga basically look like Hercules. He even started going through muscle groups and different exercises. She agreed to go to shut him up, but she knew he wanted to take that class for one reason, so he could women in tight pants bend over. It was enough to make Lori want to skip breakfast. She hated having to eat what other people made, especially when she was going out. Having worked so long in the industry, she knew the kind of things that happened behind the curtain. There was no consideration for hygiene or quality. Appearances mattered at the nicer restaurants. There were standards that had to be followed. Even then, a piece of meat dropped on the ground was still usable, so long as the debris was cleaned off, and there was no sign that it had been tarnished. That was foremost on her mind when she finally opened the door and stepped out of the hall, wearing tight jeans and a loose shirt, with a map in hand. The buffet was 2 decks down, between a bar and promenade entrance, so servers could feed the beasts laying outside. She didn't need the map, everyone she saw seemed to be heading in the same direction. There was line that took up a quarter of the decks, filled with couples holding hands, hissing, arguing, whispering in each other's ears. There was a punk near the back, wearing a cheap tank top and a pair of black shorts that hugged his hips. He had earbud in his left ear, while his wife, oblivious to what he was doing, chattered on excitedly. When Lori took her place, he turned to let his eyes slide down her shirt. She gave him an icy look. "Hey!" His wife squealed and hit him upside the head. "God, Sherry, can't I at least look?" Standing in front of him, there was a man, orange with hair the color of thick, red wine. He looked like he was in his 60s, and he was wearing a yellow polo and khaki shorts. He turned around with his chest puffed out, and bellowed, "You should be ashamed of yourself. This woman is here because she's patient enough to deal with you. That can't be easy." "Thank you," Sherry grumbled. "Richard is amazing," the elderly woman with him answered, beaming and smiling. "You should find somebody that cares, not this idiot." "What did you say, bro?" The young man stepped forward, chest puffed out like an ape. "Corey," Sherry shouted, "shut up and deal with it." Nah, he don't get to talk to me like that." The old man shook his head and turned away, holding his wife's hand. "Yeah, that's what I thought." He didn't do anything, of course. There were guards everywhere, just waiting for some overgrown child like him, ready to defend his honor. He stood, silent and angry, before walking off. "Corey, wait." Sherry came running after him, and Lori could see that her lips were the size of a duck bill, and her tits were flapping up and down, 2 perfect globes, the size of cantaloupes, the obvious products of plastic surgery. "Excuse me, miss," somebody called from behind. It was one of the crew members. "Miss." Lori checked back. It sounded like the man, who was wearing a full tuxedo, was talking to her. He was holding a menu and a bottle of champagne, and he was looking directly at her. He had a knowing look, a bald head and a black mustache with strands of white, cutting through the middle. "Ms. Parker, am I correct?" "Yes," she replied. "My name is George, and I'll be your server. Right this way." He walked past her, and she sprinted to catch up with him. "I didn't reserve a table." "We already have one waiting," he said, striding past rows of couples, packed into tiny chairs and the smallest tables possible. They were chowing on what she knew to be industrially produced fodder. It wasn't just the junk food that was a problem. Things that people thought were safe, like fruit, oatmeal and rice, were the most dangerous things to eat. Microbes grew like weeds in the warm moisture, living their lives out, creating mounds of filth and corpses that filled every little crevice. George dodged the crowd effortlessly, avoiding men and women barreling through, making their way back and forth between their tables and the buffet lines beyond. When Lori saw that he was leading her towards the glass wall dividing the lobby from the patio, she began to panic. She couldn't eat out there, she could barely breathe when she was on her balcony. To her relief, George made a left and led her through a door between 2 booths. The focal point of the room beyond was a faux Greek statue of a woman standing in the middle of a pool, water flowing around her feet. Her hair was rippling in an invisible wind, and she had her arm crossed over her bare chest to keep from exposing it. The couples here were different. They still had the same strange style that the passengers had taken on, but their polo shirts, slacks and button-ups were designer, paired with gold earrings, expensive hairstyles and watches, shoes so white they must have been kept in a vacuum until they were meant to be worn. Lori felt like a beggar walking into a ball filled with noblemen. People noticed, as they tend to do when they had a view from the top. Her shirt was frayed at the sleeves, her hair tied back, devoid of any product or coloring. They walked across the room, and she took her place at the far corner, where she could look out at the sea without triggering her anxiety. It was surreal, the contrasting shades of blue, one so dark it might as well have been black, the other, a baby's blanket, speckled with strips of white fluff. "Here you are." George set a menu down on the table and went to pour her a glass of champagne. "Oh, no," she said, "that's okay." "Of course. Would you like me to leave it with you?" he said. "It's complimentary. Just a water will be fine." "Absolutely, and our staff is more than willing to prepare a custom dish, anything you'd like, on the house." He checked around, before dipping closer. "But I would suggest that you avoid the chicken, at least until we make port." "You're a dear," she beamed, knowing full well the chance he was taking in telling her that. He smiled and stood back up, straightening his collar as he did. "Our almondine is fantastic, your choice of fish." Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a young woman to her right, eating a plate of Real scrambled eggs. "No barrel goo, thank God. I think I'll just have a plate of eggs and a little hot sauce." "We'll have it for you shortly." "Thank you." He left her to enjoy the sight of the waves, rippling for miles ahead. It brought a new dimension to the seascape that she thought she knew, and it reminded her that there was so much more that she couldn't see below the water, jungles of fish and seaweed, demented and beautiful monsters, flying through their world, just as oblivious of her realm as she was of theirs. "Where were you, Troy?" The young woman, a straight-backed blonde with long hair, was confronting the golden god that just sat down across from her. He took a drink of his water and lifted his menu to read it. "I asked you a question. I was gone for 2 minutes. You just walked off," she said, loud enough that the room could hear. "I thought you wanted to have breakfast." "I had a business call," he said. "You couldn't just say, 'Excuse me,' like a decent human being. You just leave." There was a sigh and a rustling of paper from the old man sitting behind him, eating silently with his wife. "Ashley, you do this every single time I leave your sight." "So, what? Are you going to call me crazy again?" "You're paranoid, you're smothering me." Ashley's shoulders shook with a tremor, and her head fell. "I just want this to work," she sobbed. "I'm sorry. Maybe, I'm tired of hearing that. Maybe I want you to do things right the first time." "I'll do better," she sobbed, "I promise." "That's why we're here," he said, placing a hand on her own. "So that we both can do better." "Yeah," she gave him a half-hearted smile and went back to her food, which looked amazing. Lori was hungry when the server came to bring her plate. She was shoveling it in when Ashley finished up and pushed her plate away. "We're going to miss acting," she murmured. "I'm sorry," Troy said. "Well, now I have to wait until you finish. We probably won't be able to go to class at all." "Why don't you go on without me?" he asked. "I have to deal with this anyway." "I hate that you put me through this," she said. "We're supposed to be spending time together, and you. I'm not even sure I believe you." "Ashley, do you remember what Dr. Fergus said?" "Yeah," she whispered, her voice filled with a profound weight. "What did she say?" "Trust is the cornerstone of every healthy relationship," she replied like a child reciting a lesson they'd been forced to memorize. "Exactly, and I want you to remember that," Troy said, "because it's the only way things are going to work." "All right," she nodded, stood up and bent down to give him a kiss. "I'll try." "Hey," he grabbed her hand before she left. "I love you." "You too." Lori didn't know what to think. The poor guy was probably harassed every second about who he was talking to and what he was doing. Nothing would satisfy a person like that. It had nothing to do with what was really going on and everything to do with how secure the woman felt in herself, at least that was how it seemed. George was making his circuit through the room, stopping at each table to offer assistance. He was talking to the man when Lori was about to finish. Before she stood up to leave, he came over carrying a single glass, filled with pink, bubbly liquid. From the gentleman across the way. Yeah. He nodded, barely able to conceal his smile. He'd like to invite you to finish your meal with him. Oh, really? She smiled over the waiter's shoulder. You're really going to? George caught himself. How would you like to respond? After he left, Lori gathered her things, and watched him cross the room, still holding the champagne. He pretended to trip over a chair, and the platter spilled over, splattering his white shorts with bright pink liquid. Chapter 5. Reaching the rec room required passing through one of the open passages that lined the outer hull of the ship. Once again, Lori was standing outside with nothing but the railing keeping her from a watery grave. She ran along the wooden flooring as fast as she could, breath racing, until she finally reached the door and swung it open, only to find 4 rows of staring faces, and the teacher, a frazzled twig of a woman with a poof of blonde hair sticking out of a scrunchie on top of her head. Take your place, she pointed to a spot a few feet away from where she was standing in the center of the front row. Sorry, Lori cut herself off when the teacher pressed play on the boombox behind her and went back to her stretching position. Up, the teacher commanded, feet together, weight distributed evenly good. Namaste, she clasped her 2 hands together, like she was praying. Namaste, the class repeated back to her. Now raise your hands up into the air and reach for the stars. Eh-heh-heh-heh, a high-pitched sobbing sound cut through the music. Great, now let your arms lay limp at your side. Eh-heh-heh, she was wailing uncontrollably. Now lean forward, reach down as far you can. Eh-heh-heh. Great. Now I want you all to lay down on your bellies. Lori crouched down, reached forward and fell to her stomach with a plop. And just raise your butt up into the air, sliding back as you do, until you're on all 4s. Lori checked back, using one hand to brace herself, before lifting herself up. The man with the dyed hair, who called out the punk in the buffet line, was less than a foot away. He gave her a wink, and she fell flat. There was a laugh to her right. She was caught by the sudden urge to start punching when she saw the black curl and the shit-faced grin. What are you laughing at? She whispered. I told you, didn't I? He asked. Told me what? That you were alone. I was right. I am no. And moving on, the teacher interrupted, clearly miffed by their talking. Lift your hips up, slide your arms back, shoulders square. Downward dog, he lifted his eyebrows playfully. Screw you. That's what he's thinking, he motioned back to the old man and Lori did her best to stifle a laugh. Shouldn't you be paying attention to the person you're here with? I'm alone too, he said. Bullshit, you think I was born yesterday? Ahem, Lori turned to face the yoga instructor, who was crouched down, her face a few feet away from Lori's. Can we continue? Ha. The crying girl shot up off the ground and ran off, red curls flaring out behind her. Lori and the man met eyes and both belted out laughing, ignoring the miffed instructor, who shot up off the ground and turned off her radio. Class is over. The man raised himself up into a standing position and offered Lori a hand. Harris. She ignored it and lifted herself up on her own. We're on a couple's cruise. Is my fly down? Excuse me. Did I pull it out? He let his eyes fall down his body, and let them climb back up to her own. You might as well have. Lori bent over to grab her mat and turned back to see a leather face, topped with a maroon rug, taking in the shame of her hips. Get off, she snapped, and he kept on walking with a wink. You clearly need the buddy system, Harris said. I'm not. She stopped and shook her head, eyeing a pair of men standing in the corner, whispering. They glanced over and laughed. It's a bad idea, and you have ulterior motives. Fine with me. I'm going to enjoy the show. With a burst of anger, Lori marched out. She wanted to punch him, but that didn't make much sense. He was perceptive and sardonic, a refreshing outlook when compared to the tide of hormones bombarding her every time she walked into a room, and he made her laugh. Maybe the buddy system would be a good idea, if that buddy wasn't trying to take her, and she was convinced that was the case. Chapter 6. The morning sky had transformed itself from a crystal blue, perfect in its simplicity, to a dramatic black and white, looming over the water. Sprinkles of mist were collecting on Lori's cheeks and eyelashes, mixing with the cold, Atlantic breeze. She told herself that she was going to take the weather deck the entire way. She wound up leaning against the wall, arms crossed, swimming with adrenaline, but she wasn't ready to go inside. She liked that feeling, it kept her in check, it reminded her that there were things to be afraid of in life, and forced her into a safe, cautious state, one that she worked hard to maintain. She lost that because of Tim, and she needed to gain it back. When she did walk back inside, she did her best to hold on to it. There were men everywhere, sprinting past shops and venues, being dragged by their wives. She couldn't forget the threat they posed and the pain that they'd brought her. When she took the lift up to the next level, she was also lying on the tile in her apartment, crying over a monster, dabbing her cheeks with powder, hoping to please a man, while he ate dinner with his wife and children. It helped to remember those horrific nights, the self-delusion and the fallout, especially when the crowd grew thicker, blocking the path to the buffet. She saw every man that passed by as a monster, capable of destroying her life and leaving her with nothing, no dignity, no self-esteem, nothing. Bodies were swarming around her, mixed with a cloud of cheap perfume, bug and hairspray. She was squeezed in between two couples, both bickering in hushed voices when she heard George clearing his throat. Ms. Parker. She turned to see him motioning for her to follow him past the horde, into the private dining area, where the same table she'd been brought to before was waiting with another bottle set off to the side. Champagne? He asked when she sat down. No, thank you. What would you like to drink? Just a water, thank you. Of course, he disappeared into the kitchen to get her drinks. I told you. I can't take this crap anymore. Lori recognized Troy's voice from breakfast. He came rushing in from the buffet, wearing a tight polo shirt and short shorts, both black, an obvious product of the incident that morning. Ashley was sprinting to catch up with him. You had lipstick on your fly. It was champagne. He threw his hands up and stopped in the middle of the room. I keep telling you that, but you won't listen. Just like you told me that wasn't perfume the night we boarded. Oh, here we go. Like I don't know midnight rose when I smell it. This is getting ridiculous. He walked over to their booth, grabbed his menu and sat down. The more you lie, the harder it's going to be for us to move past this. Jesus. Don't you even care about us? Ashley sat down across from him. I was just about to ask you the same thing. How dare you? You're the cheat. Have you decided what you want to order? Lori turned to see George, patiently waiting a few feet away, his hands folded in front. Sorry, she laughed. I just want to develop trust. Here you are. He set her water down, along with a covered platter. He lifted the lid with bravado and stepped back. Cherry chocolate cheesecake, special from the house. Thank you, Lori beamed. That's my favorite. I'm glad to hear that. I'm so sorry, Ashley squealed. I just. No, I've had it. Troy stood up. Is there anything you'd like to order? George cut in. Lori glanced down at the menu, just a cranberry almond salad. But, she checked across the room, where Troy was laying into the sobbing Ashley, who had her head resting on the table. She finished her order and relaxed, arms outstretched across the back of the booth. "Excuse me." "What?" Troy snapped and turned away from his phone to see George, waiting with his hands clasped. "The lady from this morning would just like to let you know that she's declining your invitation." "What?" Ashley shot up to her feet, and ran between them, forcing George to get out of the way of her flailing fists. "You idiot! You dirty monster!" Her foot shot out. "Arg, Jesus!" Troy fell forward, red in the face, clutching his crotch. His head hit the ground and two pairs of eyes rested on her. She gave them both a wave and reached over to hold up the bottle. Ashley whipped around and stomped over to snatch it away. "Thank you. Just learn your lesson." "Oh, I have," she called on her way out, adding a kick to Troy's ribs. Lori took a few bites of her cheesecake, while she watched him wriggle around, but she wasn't into it. It was the same with her salad. She kept thinking about that girl finding somebody else here. Lori knew well enough to know that it didn't matter what she said, chances were, that was exactly what she was going to do. He felt bad for her. Maybe she had the same fate that Lori did, or maybe this was just a bad round. Lori decided that it was probably just the latter. Nobody else could have as bad of luck as she did. More than once, she'd thought about how maybe she might actually be cursed. It was that pervasive, always the same, even when she was certain that things were different, when the man was charming and kind, when he talked about loyalty and honesty and trust, just like Troy. She'd be fooled by it for a while. Then there would be signs. He'd always go to her apartment, never the opposite. He'd cut their evenings short, he kept his phone close, he always had a schedule, either Tuesdays and Fridays or Mondays and Wednesdays. It would feel normal, like he was busy with work. Still, she'd wonder. She never stepped away, not until she was sure. That was her biggest mistake. She let it go on for months and months, and then suddenly something would happen, and she'd be forced to accept that she'd been conned again. It wasn't fair. She was good. She deserved some happiness. When she couldn't pretend to eat the food any longer, she shoved it aside and walked back to her room, offering George a quick thanks. His warm smile of admiration had her wondering what he would have thought if he knew what she was, that her actions weren't the result of kind-heartedness or sympathy, but a lifetime of mistakes and a rotten core that poisoned any chance of redemption she might have had. Her room was pristine. Her bed was made, and all of the glass had been vacuumed up. When she saw it, she felt terrible. She knew what it was like to work in a place like this, where people were paid next to nothing to clean up after conceited snobs. She didn't want them to have to deal with her mess. She had to stop being dramatic, stop acting like the world was out to get her, and live. She put away her yoga mat and walked into the bathroom to take a quick shower. She wasn't ready to start picking out Nun's habits. She had barely tried. She never really opened herself up either, well, one man, just one in God knows how long. There were others. This wasn't the place to meet somebody, of course, but she couldn't cut herself off from every opportunity she faced. Chapter 7. There was something tantalizing about the way her fingers slid underneath the white fabric, when she held the dress up to her body, so she could get a look. She could see it flowing behind her in the sea breeze, lit up by so many strands of moonlight. A fire would light on the back of her neck and lips that belonged to her, would press against her chilled skin, and she'd shiver. She folded the dress and brought it back into the living area, where she was keeping the others. He must have paid for another surprise every night. When she left her room, dressed in a toned-down t-shirt and jeans, she found the garment bag sitting on the coffee table, along with the usual white rose and a card, asking her to come to dinner. The card and the rose went over the balcony railing, but the dress, she wasn't even sure if she could sell this one. It was too perfect, simple and elegant, something she'd have picked out for herself. It was wonderful. If it weren't for the gold clasps on the shoulders, and the folds in the bodice, she might have even worn it to ballroom dancing. It was just too formal, so she stuck to her t-shirt and jeans, a safer choice, and walked out into the hall. Yes, to her right, a middle-aged woman was being devoured by what looked like lamprey with a black rug covering his liver-spotted scalp. You like that?" the man asked, as he pulled the door handle behind him, unleashing a round of bingo that had Lori running as fast as she could in the other direction. Whoa, she stepped to the side, hoping to dodge the strip of orange leather ahead. He did the same, forcing her to a halt, less than a foot away from that maroon fluff. "Are you all right?" he asked, barely concealing his eyes running down her body. "I'm fine," she went to go around him, but he was ready. He slid over, spewing a wave of cologne into her face. A woman running like that, are you sure?" "Yes, thank you." "Well, if you need anything," he flashed her a bleached grin, "I'm staying in the room at the end of th. Caleb," a shrill voice cried out, giving Lori the chance she needed to make her escape, which meant taking a right onto the weather deck, instead of the safe walkway. Her entire right side was tingling, her left stuck close to the wall. It seemed like everyone else had the same idea as she did. The little passage was almost completely clear, save for a few stray crew members and couples on lounge chairs, sipping drinks and napping. The sun was a golden disk, edging closer to the horizon, and she couldn't help but think that it was beautiful. She knew that her fear was just a biological reaction and that she was safe, but fear always overpowered logic, and that was something that she was succinctly aware of, when she felt her anxiety peak. There were passages every few yards, leading inside, but she was going to have to move past her fear. She turned towards the water, willing herself to take a step closer, then another, and another, until she could actually reach out and touch the railing. It was cold, and she could feel the drops of dried paint. It left brick red dust on her palm when she jolted back, her throat constricting from panic. "So, you went on a couple's cruise alone, and you can't stand the water. Why would you do that to yourself?" Harris was leaning against the wall, puffing on a purple vaporizer pen. There was a caramel-scented cloud of mist surrounding him. "I got stood up." "Were you following me?" "No, there's not a lot of places on the ship where I can use this thing." He took another puff, and a thick cloud gathered around his head. "It's either this, my balcony, or my bathroom. Plus, I have class in a few minutes." "Class?" "Yup, ballroom dancing. See, I was stood up too. Now I get to learn how to waltz alone." "It's easier that way," Lori said, retaking her place by the wall, next to him. "You don't get held back, and nobody ruins your shoes. These," he lifted his old pair of boots for her to see, "I don't mind that. Did you wind up hooking up with that guy from yoga class? I'll bet his experience more than makes up for his bad looks." "That's disgusting." "I think wrinkles are a turn-on," he said, replacing the vaporizer back in his pocket. "It's like unwrapping a present." "I'm going to be seasick." "You know you want it," Harris said with a glimmer. "I would never, ugh, he probably smells like formaldehyde." "Well, how else do you think he keeps his face from sagging?" He gave her a comical frown and pulled down his cheek so that his eyes were popping out. Lori turned away, feeling as if she were looking into the sun, but she couldn't hide her smile, and he was looking. "We should get to class," she said. "Wait," his eyes went wide with exaggerated excitement. "You're..." "Yeah, but I have boundaries. Anything below the waist while we're dancing, and so help me God, I will cut that thing off so quick." "Good thing," Harris said, leading her back inside, "I just started hormones. I haven't gotten my innie turned into an outie yet." "You..." She stopped and took a moment to examine his face. His expression was neutral, but a smile was forming on his lips. You idiot. What? You can't play it off. He shrugged, and they pushed through a line of people waiting to enter a cocktail lounge. Dance classes were being held in the historic Margot Hammond Dance Hall, a name which was an obvious attempt to make the place seem better than it really was. There was nothing special about it. In fact, Laurie found it pretty basic when Harris opened the double doors and they stepped inside. There was a stage, marked off with a theater curtain on the far wall, and much of the right side of the room was dedicated to ballet. There was a bar, a wall-length mirror, and even with the floor polished, Laurie could see the marks, where little feet had been contorted into impossible positions. That section of the room was filled with women, chattering on, checking their faces, avoiding the men, who were on the other side, most of them, at least. There were a few stragglers, a young man with tailored eyebrows, another pinning a brunette up against the mirror. His body was inches away from hers. They looked like they were ready to take their clothes off. He dipped in to kiss her, but he stopped himself when a wretched hacking sound cut through the buzz of conversation. The curtain was pushed aside, and the front of an electric wheelchair emerged from behind it, followed closely by the rancid urine stench of cheap tobacco. Carlo, arg. Coming, the man with tailored eyebrows sprang into action. He flitted across the room, carrying what Laurie thought was a baton. When he reached out to push it behind the curtain, the beast tore it away, pulling his entire body forward. Get me out of this thing. Her voice was a grating, gender-neutral snarl that reminded Laurie of the old anti-smoking commercials she used to see on television, the one where women would smoke through the holes on their throats. Go, just go. Carlos was thrown backwards from her, jerking her chair forward. He landed on his butt, and Harris turned bright red, cheeks puffed out. He was trying to keep from exploding with laughter, and Laurie couldn't blame him. The poor assistant had to jump up and run when the chair came rushing towards him again, threatening to crush him. You pussy! Get up! The old woman was fast. She came right up behind him and jammed her cane into his spine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He hopped to his feet, before she could get him in the gut. That's our teacher. Laurie whispered from her place at the back of the room. She aghast at the sight of the hag racing to the front of the stage. Don't you know who Margot Hammond is? Harris whispered back. Her. Laurie looked skeptically at the old woman, who was leaning over the edge, jabbing at the air, like she was trying to see if her chair could fly. Carlos. Coming, her assistant rang out. Yup, that's her, a real-life celebrity. Aren't you honored to be in her presence? Carlos was standing at the bottom, holding his arms out. Just jump down. I am not jumping down from there, you stupid queer. I'll kill myself. Get up here. Please, she's nobody, Laurie whispered. I mean it, Harris said. She's famous, a true hero of mine. Famous how? She can barely breathe. She has appeared in more than 3 films, 2 musicals, and she's considered to be Arkansas's most decorated pageant queens. She won the Supreme Crown in Southern Rodeo Darling for 4 years in a row, ages 7, 8 and 9. That's not an easy age range. He said it with such a straight face, she could almost believe that he really did idolize her, if what he was saying wasn't so absurd. I'm going to have to pick you up, Carlos warned her. He was standing at the top of the steps, a safe 10 yards away. You will do no Sue. He rushed over, grabbed her up into his arms and jumped off stage before she could realize what he'd done. Laurie was certain that he'd be pummeled for his transgression, but he was fast. He jumped away and took his place by the mirror, before she could get to him. She righted herself like nothing had happened. All right. Pair off. Line up. Go. Go. Geo, Carl, her wheezing and hacking went on for some time, while Carlos flitted backstage. There was a loose line forming in front of the stage, but most were too terrified to move under the force of the Margot's sharp glare. Even while coughing, she scrutinized the bunch, testing her casual students, like serious professionals, hoping to audition for a slot at a prestigious academy. Carlos jumped down, carrying a stool under his arm and a radio in the other. Right there. Margot showed him where she wanted him to leave the stool and forced him to help her over to it. When she climbed on, she was hunched over, taking short, strained breaths, when he had it in place. He went over to grab her arm and help her, but she pushed him away and hobbled over to take her seat. She narrowed her eyes and surveyed the room from left to right, taking one final assessment before screaming, "That is not a straight line, people." There was a moment of shuffling and more than one set of eyes rolled. It didn't do much good, but after some sharp glares and more than a few screaming matches, resulting in tears and a swift exit, Margot gave them an indifferent nod. Music. Carlos was bent over, plugging the radio in. He stood up, stabbed at the power button with his forefinger, and stepped back. "What's the holdup?" Margot shrieked, stamping her cane with a thud. I'm trying." Carlos stabbed at the button again and nothing happened. "Hurry up. We've only got an hour." He pounded at it, over and over again, but it wasn't working. Well? He slammed the top down with his fist, and a classical track came blaring out. Shit! The radio fell to the ground, before he could catch it, and the black casing cracked open, bring the track to a sudden halt. Margot looked like she'd just been struck with lightning. She was frozen, reminding Laurie of the peaceful seconds before a tornado made landfall, ready to shred through concrete and wood, destroying fields, houses, towering structures. She hopped up and rushed across the room with surprising strength and speed. With a thwack, she bashed the poor man in the head with her cane. "You get the fuck out of here right now." He scrambled to get around her, shielding his face as he did, but she was wild, whipping her cane back and forth. He didn't dare grab the thing from her. He had no other choice than to walk through it, crying out as she followed him all the way to the entrance. "Which," he shouted, when he reached the door. "You son of a..." She went to go after him, but he slammed the double doors shut, and held it closed. "Screw you, lady," his voice cut through it. "I'll deal with you later," she scowled, before turning her attention back to the group. Nothing moved, even the air itself seemed to have gone still, except for Margot, who was moving from one end of the line to the next. She stopped in front of a young blood woman that looked like a whole hive of bees had stung her in all the right places. Shoulder width. Eek! With a squeal, the woman jumped back, just in time to avoid having her toes crushed by Margot's cane. When Margot was satisfied, she took her place back on the stool and forced the class to go through a strenuous set of stretches and exercises. Every movement, every bent knee, every limp hand or crooked neck, was put under the old woman's microscope. They weren't just learning how to dance, they were learning to become dancers, something that children learned from a very young age. She didn't seem to know the difference between a casual dance class and the boot camp that she was used to. Laurie wasn't sure if it was senility or simply belligerent dedication, but by the time they were done with their sets, she felt like a stretched piece of taffy. Harris was loving it. They finished up with 40 sit-ups, tantamount to torture, and he had no problem springing to his feet afterward. Margot, of course, didn't move at all. Instead, she shouted, "Together. Move." Laurie was looking around, trying to figure out what she meant when Harris rested a hand on her side, and she whipped around, ready to push him away. Instead, he took her hand, and dipped to the right, forcing her to dip with him. A jolting spark flashed through her chest, and her breath caught. His breath was pouring across her cheeks, and she was staring into a pair of chestnut irises, examining the darker strands woven into the masterpiece. Somewhere, residing deep within her psyche, there was a voice, telling her to push against him, stop him. He had no right, but she was blind to everything except the sensation of floating on an opiate cloud, letting him support her with his capable hands. Waltz. Suddenly Laurie was standing upright, and they were moving, his feet responding to her own in perfect time with the sound of Margot's cane, pounding out a beat against the floorboards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The mirror, the stage, the curtain, all a backdrop for the face inches away from her own, the seething heat of his palm, pressed against her own. "You've done this before," he remarked, his voice a soothing stream. She cleared her throat, well aware that he was watching her reaction. "They made us learn in middle school. Isn't it strange, the way the kids used to stand on either side of the room, avoiding one another?" "How so?" she asked. A hand pressed against her back, pushing her forward, and she could feel his chest against her own. "I just can't imagine why anyone would fight an instinct like that, something beautiful and sacred, with the power to command the human spirit. It's not natural." "Yeah. Foot back." "Ouch." Laurie turned to see a young woman kneeling on the ground, cradling her ankle. "The heck you doing, old lady?" "Stop." "Shut up, Chelsea." A twig of a man was standing beside her, his jaw squared. He was ready to lunge at Margot, who was staring him down. "Bring it." He didn't move and neither did she. "My money is on Margot," Harris said, forcing Laurie back out of her momentary trance. "Yeah," she whispered. "What you gonna do?" the man asked. "Oh ho," Margot sucked in a sharp burst of air and let her cane fly. "Let's go, Tommy." Chelsea jerked him so hard, he dodged the blow and nearly fell back, wriggling around, arms flailing, one foot raised in the air. Laurie thought he looked like a chicken trying to fly. Chelsea had to push him to keep him from falling. Margot's laugh transformed itself into a violent fit that drowned out his threats when Chelsea pulled him out of the room. There was a pack of water bottles in the corner, and the old woman looked as though she wanted to get one, but she could barely move. "This is ridiculous," a deep voice shouted. "Josh!" A head of pale curls streamed past. The man knelt down, opened the pack and pulled a bottle out. "She's sick." "You people," he went to go hand one to Margot, and she reached a blind hand out to grab it. "Thank you." She took it one gulp and motioned towards her chair, still sitting on the stage. "Red bag," she gasped. "Of course." He moved with the urgency of a nurse pushing a gurney through a hospital corridor. "There's cigarettes in it," Harris said, still stepping in time with Laurie's feet. They'd stopped spinning, but he didn't look like he wanted to give up the position he was in. "You're full of shit," Laurie said, even as she watched the old woman pull a white box out of the front pocket, along with a lighter. She pulled out a cigarette, ignoring the quiet din of protests around her, and lit up. The triumphant look on Harris's face was enough. He didn't have to say a thing. Josh took his place at his wife's side, waiting for Margot's cue. "You know, Trish, you can be really cruel sometimes." She attacked a passenger. Waltz, the cane started beating out the meter. "Oxygen deprivation affects the mind." "Whatever," Trish whispered, her back turned to Margot. The woman was watching her clumsy steps, shaking her head. "Feet straight," she shouted, spewing a cloud of filth into the air. "Me?" Trish asked when they turned around. "Yes, you," Margot stifled a cough. "You look like you should be on crutches." "Ugh," Trish stopped, groaning, and pulled herself away. "Do it yourself then." Josh shrugged and offered to allow Margot to take her place, which she did, cigarette still in hand. "I can barely think," Laurie said. "The smell?" "What else?" "I wasn't sure," Harris said. "I quit a month ago, and the stench was so bad I figured my sense of smell was just heightened. No, it really is that bad. You're not. Lori let her hands drop and wrenched away. What? I can't do this. I won't. You're hurt, but don't let I. No, you don't understand. I need to just be me. And close yourself off to what could very well be one of the most amazing experiences in your entire life. Please, you're not, she stopped herself, before she could insult him further. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that it's me. I'm saying you can't close yourself off to love. That's not healthy. That's a way for you to dig yourself in deeper. You like me, he said, fully confident, and he had reason to be. She was never very good at hiding her feelings, but she wasn't going to voice them. Can't we at least talk about this somewhere where we can breathe? Where? The gondola. I had reservations for tonight. I'm not laying with you. You're wasting your time. He nodded with a sigh. Look, I don't have any expectations. I just want to talk and eat. Why? It's not like you'd be getting anything out of it. I was stood up by the woman I was going to propose to, and it would be nice to have a little conversation to drown that all out. Plus, you're the only other sane person here. You're not going to slip me a roofie. No, well, unless that's your thing. He cocked his head, and gave her the shit-faced grin that got her into this mess. You're not getting anywhere with me. Maybe that's better, he said. I don't want to get tied up into anything after what happened, and I'll bet you don't either. What time? I'm in A6. When you're ready, come get me. Fine, Lori said, holding out her hand, so they could resume their dance. Chapter 8. I love you, and I always will. Lori set the card down, eyeing the white box sitting on the table. It was small, fuzzy to the touch, with a gilded trim, and she wasn't sure she could bring herself to open it. She knew that there was no ring inside, but that wasn't the point. It was the fact that Tim was showering her with material goods, because that's how he saw her, something that could be bought, something expensive, but to him, she had a price. She couldn't accept that. There was another box next to it, and that she was excited about, but only because she wasn't sure she had something to match the basic blue dress she'd bought. It was a pair of pumps, not too high. She hated walking in high heels but enough to lift her off the ground and show off her feet. It was perfect. She was ready before she could question what she was doing, which meant that the doubt didn't hit her until she was in the hall. Her first thought was that she was just panicking because of what happened with Tim. Harris wanted more. She wasn't going to try to fool herself into thinking otherwise. But he came without any obligations. When they got off the ship, they would go their separate ways. What happened on the Lunafria could actually stay on the Lunafria. What she was doubting was her ability to stay safe over the coming years. If she could justify a date with the first viable man she saw, how could she possibly hope to avoid a repeat of what had happened with Tim? She was too reckless, too stupid, and she was going to get herself hurt, if not now, then soon, and when she did, she'd be completely unprepared, because she was dumb enough to throw herself into this situation without having taken the time she needed to heal and learn. She quelled all that when she got into the elevator. There were times in her life when she was too panicked to see clearly, and maybe this was one of them. He was lonely and vulnerable, just like she was, but he was also just as pragmatic. He understood the danger of diving into something right after a bout of heartbreak. She could still hold on to that caution, he was, and he made that clear. She could be safe and have dinner. It wasn't even really a date. Even if he had expectations, she made her opinion known, and she was sticking to it, at least that was what she'd resolved to do. But she knew herself. She knew that those eyes of his, that tousled hair, his adorable face, were all too overwhelming, too compelling. She couldn't resist him. She almost lost control when he grabbed on the dance floor. She knew what would happen when they were alone, and he took her hand, or he reached across the table. That's why she started to turn back when she left the elevator. She didn't, she let the doors close on her, but she knew that she should have. She liked the way she felt, and she wanted to keep feeling that way. She thought, for a moment, that it might have been an addiction and that was why she kept getting into bad relationships. She wasn't the only one. She knew how people were, always trying to find something better. She didn't want to be like that. She just wanted this one night. She just wished she wasn't so nervous. He'd see it, and she couldn't allow that. It would give him the upper hand. She took a moment to breathe and think before rounding the corner and approaching his room. Strength was pivotal. She just wished that she didn't have to stand there in plain view of all the other couples passing by, watching her, some whispering, others laughing openly. She thought they were looking at her, until she heard somebody sniff and turned to see a short ginger woman leaning against the wall, her shoulders trembling. "You okay?" "No," she squeaked. "Don't let him hurt you," Lori said. "Love shouldn't hurt." "Then how come it always does?" "Maybe because we tend to base our happiness on how people treat us," she replied. "Yeah, you're right. I should tell him to fuck off and stop caring." "You should." "Thank you." A wild mane of red encased Lori in a fragrant veil when the girl threw her arms around her. They parted, and she saw that it was the same girl who ran out of yoga class. She had her fists bunched, teeth bared, and she was leaning forward, like she wanted to topple Lori to the ground and pummel her face in. Before Lori could figure out why, she turned on one heel and went running down the hall, where she disappeared into one of the rooms. Having had enough of the drama, she decided to ignore it and find Harris's room. She spoke each number aloud as she passed them: 2, 3, 4, 5, shit. "You know what?" The door opened, and the ginger came flying out. "You can have him." She threw her nose up and marched past, waving her hips with a triumphant air. Harris came following out right away, wearing nothing but a towel, his hair slicked back. Lori bashed him in the nose, relishing the crack beneath her knuckles, before he could continue his explanation. "You better hope I don't catch you near the railing, because so help me God, I will throw you in. You speak to either of us, and you're done." "Hey," she called out, waving to his retreating lover. "Wait up." She stopped and threw her head up with an exasperate groan. "What?" "Get back in there," Lori shouted to Harris, who did just that. When the door was shut, she made a cautious approach. "He ordered a table at the gondola and we can charge whatever we want. I'm not getting dinner with you. Why do people always blame the other woman? He was your other man." An about-face revealed a tear-stained mess of mascara and eyeliner, falling in a shower down her pale cheeks. She was beautiful, though, with her pixie nose and freckles. She reminded Lori of a porcelain doll. "I'm here alone. My ex stood me up, and Harris told me the same thing. I wasn't even going to screw him. He just kept bugging me to go eat." The girl looked her up and down. "You don't seem the type." "Type to what?" "Throw yourself into bed with any old thing." "That's what he told me. He said you did it out on the balcony last night when I was at the bar." "Is he really that childish, throwing stupid shit like that just to make you feel bad?" "Girl. He gets mad," she shrugged. "We both do. That's when you run." "I only agreed to come because there was a therapist here, Dr. Khan. I read some of his books, but this was over months ago. I'm just glad I have my own room." "What's your name?" Lori asked her. "Raina, you?" "Lori." They shook hands. "Do you know what his credit limit is?" "We can find out," Raina lit up. Chapter 9. Raina pulled Lori into her stateroom, so she could grab something to wipe the makeup off her face. Seeing the room was an unsettling experience. It was barely big enough to fit the bed. And the walls were bolted strips of steel. They curve in at the top, adding to the claustrophobic effect. Lori pushed a mess of clothing aside, so she could take a seat on the edge of the bed, while Raina dug through her things in the airplane bathroom. I don't really care, you know. I met him while I was waiting tables at his dad's restaurant, during nursing school. Now I've got my degree, and he's still smoking weed and washing dishes. I don't want that kind of life. He'd leech off you. He already does. Something snapped shut, and Raina opened her door. I paid for the trip, his phone, his internet, for 3 months. I can't. What is it then? Why'd you stay? It's just sentiment, maybe routine. You know, people get comfortable. I've never been comfortable. Raina came out and added rose-scented spritz from the bottle on the bed. She threw it aside. Why not? I've never been anything but the other woman. I don't believe you. That's just not possible. I'm not lying. Lori stood to follow her out of the room and back to the elevator. Always though? She asked Lori, when they left and entered the hall. Yes. Always. Even when you were younger, she persisted. Yup, every single time. I never knew, of course, but it always ends the same way. That's tragic, and you must have just found out about your +1. Yeah, I did. Lori stopped in front of the elevator and pressed the button. On their way up, she looked down at the crowd through the glass walls. The ship was always congested. Whenever she was walking around, at any given time, she could probably see at least a dozen people. Now she had a 360 view, and she couldn't help but ask herself, was there more than one narrative, or did people just live out the same cycle of bullshit and betrayal? There were so many of them out there, but she kept seeing the same story play itself out over and over again. It was getting hard for her to believe that anyone had ever found the idyllic, lifelong loyalty that people risked everything to get. The door chime interrupted her thoughts, and they stepped out, both admiring the overflowing vases of flowers lining the wall. It seemed as though the florist had spent years perfecting a living arrangement, using every pastel shade, purple cream, a buttery yellow, and a corn blue. But they were just dividers for the sculptures. A Greek god, displaying his prowess, 2 angels strumming golden harps, and Lori's favorite, which they both stopped to see. It was a hooded maiden, staring up at the sky, one hand reaching towards the stars. Everything on this deck, the walls, columns and railing, all of it, reflected a level of craftsmanship Lori hadn't seen anywhere else. The flowers carved into molding seemed as they were about to shed their golden petals and mingle with those carved into the banisters. Lori let the fragile blossoms tickle her fingertips as she approached the restaurant at the end. It took up 3 stories, cut into the front of the ship. On the first, there was a formal seating area, where couples could sit in the amber glow, serenaded by a professional pianist. He could be seen in back, sitting at a grand piano, his white suit, contrasting with the midnight seascape behind. When asked, the ladies chose to dine on the open deck above. The sea breeze was fresher than the first breath of wild pine after leaving the city. It flowed in with a chill that made the skin on Lori's arms tingle when she sat down. They were given the perfect booth, not too far back, where her anxiety would kick in, not too close to the front, where people would hear them talking. It was beautiful. Ahead, milky beads, fed by a waning crescent, rippled across the surface of the water, interrupted only by the dark steps, leading up to the kitchen. The lobby was aglow from tea lights, resting in paper holders. They stained Raina's bush of curls an almond brown. It really is romantic, she said. It is, Lori agreed. Raina took a drink of water, set her glass down and folded her hands, looking from side to side, then back at the table. Are there menus? No, they'll read out the specials. so there's not too many choices. No, Lori said, but only the best chefs can get away with doing that. It means that people come because of their reputation, not the menu. That sounds like an honor, Raina said, straightening her fork. It was silver. Lori was certain. Have you been to the wave pool? No. It's really fun. Then there's the dinner theater. I saw an ad for that. It doesn't look very good. Well, there's jazz night. I think that would be cool. Oh, the captain's banquet. That's when Katie Harris is singing. It's invite only, which means it's all crazy rich people, the VIP on a cruise. Can you imagine? Sounds horrific, Lori said, as she watched a waiter come down the kitchen steps. The moon lit up his face, and she could see that it was George. He had a bottle tucked beneath his arm, and he was balancing a giant platter. Jesus, Tim was going to propose, so I don't know what to expect tonight. Here. Yes. He pre-ordered everything and planned it all out. I get dresses and cards every night. Oh, my God. I would love that. Raina's eyes lit up when George artfully set the platter down between them. It was lined with oysters, and in the middle, there were rings of fried calamari. Good evening, ladies. A sparkling wine, compliments of the house. Don't mind if I do. The oysters were caught hours ago, he said, adding, there's an aioli for the squid, but I was told this would be enough. I'd like some, please, Raina said. Of course, and might I suggest the lobster? It's just as fresh, shelled, if you'd like. Lori and Raina both readily agreed. You can leave the bottle, Raina added. All right, and if there's anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Yeah, Lori interjected. If there's anything special for tonight, you can just call it off. Circumstances have changed. George met her eyes, and said, Are you sure? You don't want to upset him, do you? He's not here, she replied. He furrowed his brow for a moment. The expression faded so fast, Lori wasn't even sure she saw it. As you wish, he announced, before taking his leave. Why didn't he bring sauce? Raina sampled a piece of the calamari. She sank back into her seat with a look of satisfaction. Dear Lord. That's why. Good seafood doesn't need anything, except maybe a little salt and lemon. In some cases, you can even use a mixture of the two to cook the fish. You like cooking? Raina asked. It's something I'm very passionate about. I wanted to own my own restaurant when I was younger, something by the beach, where we could sell stuff like this. I noticed you said, we. Lori pursed her lips and laughed to herself. I was idiot enough to marry my high school sweetheart, Cade. That's why I never actually bought the restaurant. She sipped her drink. You're not going to try some? Maybe, she said. This reminds me of him. He was a fisherman. He owned this little boat, and he'd go out for days, sometimes even weeks. It got lonely. Every time he came back, he'd bring bags of crab, shrimp and lobster, more than we could eat, but I'd freeze them anyway. Then I'd slice some lemons, and we'd sit down with a big bowl of oysters. I think that's why I love them so much. Oysters meant he was home. That must have been hard, especially after marrying him so young. I was inconsolable, I won't lie, but that was a long time ago, Lori said, plucking up a strip of calamari. He was so good at fooling me. I never would have suspected him to, I'm sorry. A beautiful lie, Raina said. More than beautiful, perfect. He was too good, and maybe I should have seen that. But you know. Love is blind, Raina said, finishing her thought. That is one of two universal truths in the world. What's the other? Nothing lasts. I wish you were wrong, Lori said, adding, I just wish I didn't have to go through this trip alone. Why? The men can smell unclaimed meat. It's uncanny. They'll follow you around, think up excuses to talk to you, they'll even come right out and ask you on a date. Really? She replied. I had one guy at breakfast, he invited me over to his table, right after his girlfriend left crying. You chose the wrong place to go stag. Let me tell you. George came striding up, holding a container of aioli for Raina. Ladies, there's a gentleman that would like to join you, if he may. No, Lori held a hand up, and they both shook their heads. We would not like to be interrupted. You heard her. Raina said. We don't want to be bothered. She gave Lori a grin. I hope you understand. I do. Your entrees will be out shortly, was there anything else? No, thank you. I apologize for the intrusion, George said, before leaving them with the aioli. It's bad, isn't it? Raina was holding an oyster. Yeah, it is. I'm tempted to go without bathing the rest of the trip, so I can repel everything with a dick. Here, she took an oyster of her own. You've never eaten one before, have you? Well, I've had them, but, not raw. Lori prodded. No. Well, this is what you do. You lift it to your lips, and you take it like a shot. Is it? Raina's upper lips curled. It's fantastic. Try, but without the lemon, first. Lori added when Raina went to grab one of the wedges. Why? Oysters take on a distinct flavor, depending upon where they're caught. When you try one, you're not just sampling the meat, you're experiencing a small piece of their world. That's poetic. Raina sucked the meat off the shell. So good. It is. Lori set hers aside and focused on her drink. She threw back the diminishing well at the bottom and poured herself another. Cade used to say that. It's just chemical, Raina said. What? That rosy feeling, the pain, the regret. We're slaves to juice churning around in our heads. Don't give in to it. That's what I say. There's no point in falling in love. Lori raised her glass. To hell with love. To hell, Raina tapped hers to it. She took every drop, they both did, and when she was done, she set it down with a gasp. We're a couple, she motioned a finger between them, you and I don't mean. No, I know. We'll make the most of this cruise, get fucked up, dress up, stretch and strut in front of all the guys, and if anyone asks, we're together. Yes. And I need you to play the buddy system with me, she went on. I don't even like walking around here alone. I don't either, Lori agreed. We have all the same class, so the schedule fits. Yup, and I'm sorry, but you need to flaunt in front of Harris. Make that little shit want it so bad. If you see him talking to another girl, do something. He is not allowed to find any happiness the entire time he's on this ship. I'm so sorry about that. I can't imagine having to see him fuck around right in front of you. I'm used to it, Raina said. I cried, but when it comes down to it, I don't really care, not like I used to. He'll probably never meet another girl that's as good as you are. No, Raina said, he won't. He's in a downward spiral. I'm just glad I have somebody with me to watch. George and their hostess were carrying a food cart down the steps. Another man was walking behind them. He was tall, with a rigid, military posture, and he seemed to be wearing a naval uniform, but it was too dark for Lori to see anything else. He stood in the threshold, waiting while George brought their food, covered platters opening up to rice, a seared scallop, salad, and giant lobsters, stripped of their shells. Lori was about to try a sliver of meat when a manicured hand blocked her path with a white card, lined with flourish. This just came for you, Mississippi. She took it, chilled by Tim's persistence. The message was simple: I love you, Lori. I don't know how to tell you how much I regret what happened. Please, talk to me. The request was made just a moment ago, George announced. Would you like to send a reply? Absolutely, she told him. You don't exist. I don't care about you. I won't miss you. Nothing can change what you are. Do not contact me again. Without a word, George walked off to relay the message to the crew member, waiting outside. The man listened, nodding as they spoke. He said something, George nodded back, and he took a glance out into the lobby. Lori felt him watching her. She wanted to tell him to piss off. It was her business, and it was painful enough without half the crew gossiping about it behind her back. She probably wasn't even the first passenger they'd seen get stood up. She just hoped they didn't butt in and start treating her differently. That was a terrifying thought. She didn't want anyone knowing. Raina was different, cheerful and easy to identify with, and she clearly knew not to bring added attention to the situation. The crew wouldn't. There would be little gestures, people listening, all overly helpful and sympathetic, when all they really cared about was the show she was putting on. What was it? What was so interesting that he had to stand there, staring at her? It made Lori sick. Jesus, she tore herself away and drank the rest of her wine. Let's get these to go. You really want to? Raina groaned. Let's eat under the stars, get some fresh air. There's a seating area on the top deck. Ooh, that is a good idea. Lori looked up to see that the man had gone, and George was already headed towards their table, having sensed that they wanted something. He was quiet, somewhat disappointed, and there was something behind his tone, like he wanted to say something. He started to when he brought back their boxes, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lori cut him off and thanked him. It was obvious by the nod he gave her that he got the hint. Chapter 10. Come on. You can do it. Raina shouted over the sound of the water and the wind, an assault of icy needles. Lori had taken shelter on a lounge chair a safe 30 feet away. I will not. I'm not coming any closer. You have to, though. You can't just tell somebody about that kind of phobia and not, please. It's too cold. Lori said, sheltered behind the railing of the stairs leading below deck. It's not that bad. I'm not even wearing long sleeves. My skin is so dry it's going to flake off, she countered. You're making excuses. Raina's body was the sole piece of darkness, set against a creamy landscape, where it seemed as though every star in the sky had traveled just a little bit closer, so the pair could watch them that night. I'm comfortable, and I haven't touched my lobster. Lori had her carry-out box sitting on a little table beside her, next to a fresh bottle of wine, which apparently, they could take to designated areas on the ship. You know, she opened her box and unwrapped a plastic fork. This is the first time I've actually enjoyed myself since I got here. Me too, Raina said, taking the chair beside her. Things will be better now. Lori passed her a box and filled their plastic goblets. I think you're right. And now that Tim's made his grand gesture, a phone call to international waters, I won't have to worry about him doing anything else. Are you sure? He sounded so genuine, like he really wanted to patch things up. That's Tim. He's very convincing. Ooh, I hate that, Raina said. It's par for the course with me. They're fucking slick, and I hate it. Makes me want to just give up altogether. I talk about it, but honestly, love is sacred. If you give up, you'll regret it. If you don't, it's because you don't know what you're missing. Well, it's different for me. I'm secure, no matter what. But are you? Raina asked her. Yeah, I'm fine on my own. Don't you ever feel like you want to turn to somebody and tell them your thoughts, or go out on your own and wish you had somebody there to share the experience with. I guess. But isn't that what friends are for? Friends come and go, Raina said, and I want children. It's something that I've wanted for a long time. To go without that, to miss so much. I couldn't live that way. Yeah, Lori turned her attention to her food and her drink. They spent a quiet few hours out there, talking about their lives. Raina lived in Mayville, a few hours north of Seaport, where Lori lived. She was saving to buy a house in the city, and she had everything planned out. Her budget was carefully tailored, calculated to the cent. Her bills, her credit cards, and car loans were all set up to maximize her credit score. She knew, down to the month, when she would have enough to move to the city that Lori already lived in and hated. It would be different for her. She was enormously disciplined and intelligent, something that Lori recognized immediately. Most people wouldn't. She was playful, sometimes fussy, and her tiny features, her adorable pixie nose and freckles, all masked the beauty beneath. Those contradictory elements intrigued Lori. She liked that people couldn't see Raina coming. They underestimated her, which meant she had plenty of opportunities to surprise others and prove herself to them. She seemed to have a lot of fun doing it. Nursing school, she said, was her time to prove everyone wrong. She said that they didn't think she would make it. People treated her like she was dumb, they made exceptions, laughed at her, mocked her, but when she graduated that all faded away. She was proud of her accomplishment. Lori wished that she could say the same. Raina was younger, not by much, but young enough to make her feel stunted when compared to her own pathetic existence. She had no career, no job, she'd spent the majority of her adult life wandering from one slave ship to the next, always working harder, always strive for more, to be her best self, the restaurant owner, the elegant queen of the lobby, with a stable home, a job she didn't have to worry about losing, a home that didn't belong to someone else. But she never even came close to progressing. She lost all of her jobs, either through layoff or closure. Every time she did, she told herself that it was an opportunity. She'd make something of herself. She'd find a better restaurant to work at, where she could cook and express her creativity. She'd hold out, apply at all the best places and wait as long as she could. Then, when things got close, she'd find the nearest diner and get stuck in the same situation again. The work was too overwhelming. She didn't have the strength or the time to go applying around, not when she could barely walk from the sores on her feet, and her calves felt they were going to spontaneously combust from the friction of moving, darting here and there, following orders. Raina, Lori suspected, was more capable. She had something that Lori didn't, and she wanted to know what it was, so she could get herself out of this rut and live like a real adult, not some party girl in her early 20s. That's why, when she woke up at the next morning, she found herself sitting on the edge of the bed, calling Raina's room. Hello, Raina answered in a voice so tired, Lori almost felt guilty for calling. I didn't mean to wake you, I'm sorry. No, she sighed, it's fine. I'm glad you called. I don't want to miss yoga. She said that last bit with an audible smile. Me neither. Lori stood up and looked around the room. Do you have yoga pants? No, why? Lori asked. I'll let you borrow a pair. Put your hair down, mess it up a little bit. I'll head over there as soon as I'm done. Her knock came when Lori was darting around the room, scrounging for a brush, while she tried to decide what shirt to wear. Just a second, she called out, before settling for a loose gray cut-off. Hello? Raina's voice was so faint Lori could barely catch it. The walls were too thick. With a sigh, she pulled on her shirt and walked out to let her in. Hey! Raina was wearing a pair of black, skin-tight stretch pants and a long-sleeved shirt, made from the same fabric. She was carrying a tote bag. Her eyes fell down Lori's body as she shook her head. That won't work. No makeup. I didn't think. Ugh, Raina grabbed her arm and pulled her back into her room, where a makeup kit was sitting on the bed. She left her bag at the end of the bed and sat down, pushing the wrinkled comforter aside and started digging through Lori's makeup kit. Use that natural lip gloss you had on last night. That would look amazing. I just don't think there's any reason for me to dress up. Oh my God. She wasn't listening. Her mouth had fallen open, and she was staring at the red nightgown, slung over the bathroom door. Are those? Yes. Those aren't. Yes, they're diamonds. You're shitting me. She hopped up to inspect the dress. Oh my God, she was visibly chilled by the way the fabric slipped like air beneath her fingertips. Tim sent you this? She asked, as she reached up to pull it off the door. Yes, he's in finance, which means that his life's ambition is to be rich. Oh, he is definitely rich. Yup. You know, he had me convinced that he was living in a shitty apartment to save money. Lori pulled out her mirror and sat down on the edge of the bed. That wasn't a red flag to you? Who rents out a fake apartment? I had no idea that was what he was doing. It's too outlandish. Do your whole face, Raina told her, standing just inside the door, her back turned. It's fine. You can look if you're careful. I can't believe this. She lunged for the other dresses hanging on the towel rack. Who designed these? Was it a big name? I doubt it. Designers like that choose you, not the other way around. Lori opened her lip gloss and spread it on. I can't wear them, not if I want a good price. I have to be careful. That is such a shame, Raina said with genuine disappointment. You really should try them out. I want them in mint condition. But you would look so beautiful. She plucked the white dress off the rack, held it up to her body and twisted around, skirt flying, so Lori could see. It was impressive, even if the color didn't match. The red of her freckles stood out against the white, and Lori was much taller, but there was no mistaking the simple beauty. Keep one of them. I can't. I have to sell both, Lori said. Why? I just do. I have no choice. Oh, yoga pants. I almost forgot. She pulled a thin, white wad of fabric out of her tote bag. Put these on. They look like pantyhose. They're yoga pants. Now trust me. Oh, before I forget. You have to wear red underwear. Ha! Lori burst out with a laugh. You're a terrible person. You gonna do it? I'm not wearing red panties, but, let me see those pants. She grabbed them away from Raina on her way to the bathroom. The material was thick, so it covered everything, but it still fit to every lump, bone and curve, leaving absolutely nothing to the imagination. She had the undeniable urge to cover her hips, which persisted when she opened the door. Okay, good, Raina announced. Let's go. I can't wear these, Lori said. They look fantastic. You can see everything. I'm not walking out the door with, what are you doing? Raina pulled a black windbreaker out of her bag. Use this. Lori held out her hand with a sigh. All right. She tied the jacket in a knot around her waist, which did nothing to make her feel better. Her hands kept naturally traveling down to cover her hips. Walking to the buffet, she could practically feel the eyes on her, like prying fingers testing a piece of meat at a butcher's shop. It got worse when they closer, trying to push through to get to the entrance. For the past few days, the line to get seated at the buffet have been getting longer. Having spent the majority of their money eating at the ship's more expensive restaurants, the passengers were forced to eat the common fare, like pigs settling for slop. Raina must have been expecting exactly that, because when she saw George waiting in the corner for them, she didn't pay him any mind, not until she saw Lori, who was still covering her butt, step into the crowd in front of the restaurant and follow him back into the private seating area. Is this the kind of treatment you get all the time? Tim bought some special package or something. I don't know. Lori took her usual seat, grateful that she didn't have to show her hips off any longer. I hope you've had a chance to enjoy it, Raven said, taking a seat across from Lori. George left them with another complimentary bottle, along with a basket of melon balls, fresh pineapple, mangoes, and peeled oranges. Lori thanked him, but she didn't plan on eating any of it. Raina, however, was already something mango slices into her mouth. That's too bad. I wanted to Harris see us eating together. It's probably better to keep them wondering, Lori said as she reluctantly picked up a ring of pineapple and held it up in front of her face. It was stiff, which meant that it was fresh. She took a cautious bite and decided that it was safe to eat. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Ashley, Troy's +1, sitting alone at her table. Raina glanced over. You think she's alone? Sort of, Lori said. Her boyfriend is the one that I told you about. He's the one invited me to breakfast right after she left, which was after he made her feel guilty for being paranoid. He doesn't deserve to have a penis, Raina exclaimed. No, he doesn't, Lori told her. Do you think we should invite her to breakfast with us? Raina asked. Maybe, Lori said, eyeing the young blonde who was nervously searching around the room. She looks like a single breath will blow her over. Yeah, she's clearly looking for him. Which is bullshit, because I had George run down his invitation right in front of her. That is so depressing. Raina tried a slice of pineapple. Lori pulled her phone out of the pocket of her windbreaker, so she could check the time. It's getting kind of late. We should get going. Yeah, Raina said, you're right. They cut their break short and made their way to yoga class. Walking outside wasn't easy. The promenade deck was narrow there, even when she hugged the wall, the edge was only 4, maybe 5 feet. The whole time, Raina looked like she wanted to grab her and force her to hold on to the railing. Just thinking about it was enough to make her throat tighten. She'd never felt so relieved than when she darted past Raina, latched onto the door handle and took a lungful of air inside. The instructor, who was standing at the head of the room, looked as though she had tried to give herself a perm, but it had gone horribly wrong, giving her a gray clown wig instead. It was so stiff that when she turned her head to confront them it didn't move at all. A little earlier this time, ladies, she stepped forward. The rest of the class was at the back of the room, talking and taking their time. They started to take their positions when she called out, and stretch. She reached her hands up in the air and raised herself onto her toes, completely ignoring the fact that everyone was still trying to find their places. Lori couldn't help but think that this entire thing was pointless. All of the stretching in the world wouldn't be enough to work off the buffet slop. She was about to turn to Raina and tell her that when she realized that the girl was running to get to an opening in the front row before somebody else grabbed it. Once Lori realized why she was running, she hopped over and took the space next to her. As casually as could be, she removed the jacket tied around her waist and let it flutter to the ground, revealing the curve of her hips, covered only by a thin strip of fabric. She turned back and gave Harris a wink before raising up onto the balls of her feet and reaching her arms up into the air as high as she could. And down, the instructor said with an exhale as if she'd been running on a treadmill. She stabbed her feet up and down, running in place as she shook her hands out. Now go ahead and shift your weight forward, putting your right leg out as far as you can. And go ahead and turn your left foot just a little bit to the side, and let it support you. Stretch forward and you should feel it in your thighs and your calves. Lori was able to get a look at Harris, who was standing straight, his arms crossed, rolling his eyes so hard it looked like they were going to start spinning around like rollers on a slot machine. The instructor caught on like a hawk. She cleared her throat, a shrill, almost shrieking sound that had a woman in the center of the room, wobbling on giant feet. Is there a problem? Harris didn't say anything, and he didn't move either. Well? Whatever, he stormed past them and left. I don't know what you think you're doing, the instructor said. We know, Raina cut in, dismissing her comment. What's next? The instructor responded instead to Lori. I work hard to create a peaceful, cohesive environment for couples to enrich their lives, and you come in here dressed like that playing games. He-tr. No, you can leave now. You as well, she motioned to Raina. I won't have you disrespecting my class like that. When they left, she was grumbling about bad chi, while she gathered her things. It's just no. The door closing behind them cut her off. How does it feel? Lori asked, making her way to the next corridor as fast she could. Fantastic, Raina beamed. Really? It doesn't leave anything to be desired. We'll see when I'm through, she said with a grin. Chapter 11. Raina was adamant, no more classes for the day. Instead, Lori was to dress down and meet her at the pool. As expected, there was a grab for every piece of furniture on the ship, which must have started long before they got there. Lines of old men, women who shouldn't have been tanning, and young bucks, had taken over every inch, just not the pool. It made no sense. What was the point of going on a cruise if all they ever did was sit around? They could easily do that at home, and what was the point of sitting there like that? It wasn't like they were experiencing anything other than the backs of their eyelids. Still, it would have been nice to have a place to sit while she was drying off. It didn't matter. It was obvious why Raina brought her there. She knew as soon as she saw the little tub of coconut tanning cream. You're going to have a lot of fun. I plan on it, Raina winked back at the porthole behind her. She was hunched over, rubbing the cream on her calves. Lori started to do the same. Harris booked a room where he could see the pool. This is my second time doing this, Raina said, before moving on to her thighs. How do you know he's watching? He'll close his curtains, she said. At least that means he knows, and it's pissing him off. Smart. But wouldn't it be nice to do something constructive for yourself, instead of focusing on him? What do you mean? Well, you don't want to spend any more time on him than you have to, do you? That's what this is about. It has been years, she said. But this is just a little fun. With a shrug, Lori turned back and hopped into the water. She expected it to be warm, the air was, and the ship was designed for comfort, the best in its class, with the finest staterooms and suites. They should have at least had heated pools. She paddled over to the side and pulled herself out of the water, shivering against the cold. Raina was standing, ankle deep on the first step, daring herself to step down to the next one. Behind her, a silhouette appeared in Harris's window. That little shit. He's laughing. Get in now. Without a second's hesitation, she dove in and swam like a fish, over to where Lori was sitting with her legs dangling. She whipped around, right before she hit the side and gave him the finger. His drapes closed, and Raina pulled herself out. He's such an asshole. He's always acting like I can't do anything. He thinks I'm a child. Which is what he is. He's too immature to recognize real beauty. He'll probably never be able to, especially if he smokes every time he gets upset. He does. Then his perception can't be trusted, Lori said, and you shouldn't have to worry about it. Raina gave a solemn nod, before hopping off the edge and beginning a series of laps. There was a real, empty lounge chair that had just opened up on the side of the pool. Lori hopped up and did her best to get to it as fast as she could, without slipping and breaking her neck. There were other stragglers, leaning against the wall, congregating around the ashtray, and they all seemed to be moving in the same direction as she was. The fastest of which was a boar of a man, a shirtless blob of white, carrying a platter of nachos. When he saw Lori getting close, his foot flew forward, the chair flew to the side, nearly bashing against her bare toes. "Could you get that for me?" In a flash, his hairy chest was covered in olives and chips glued to his skin with a giant glob of cheese. "Could you get that for me?" He seemed to grow in size when he stepped up, using his full girth as an obvious attempt to intimidate her. She wasn't going to back down, because she knew that if she did, he would back off, and the 3 crewmen rushing forward would lose their chance to confront him. He was ready to push her into the pool, and he would have had 2 Caribbean men not came up beside him. A third, bald with bared teeth gleaming, twisted the screaming man's arm behind his back. "Damn you," he bellowed out, red in the face and hunched over. "Apologize." "I'm sorry." "God, let go of my arm." "I don't think he meant it, do you?" the bald one asked playfully. "No, not yet." "Boys?" He looked from one to the other. "Do it," they both said in time. He swept his leg, forcing the man's knees to buckle. He fell to the ground, twisting his arm, almost to the point of pulling it out of the socket. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now get off this deck, and no, these are international waters. We are your government for the time being." There was a thwacking sound that quickly increased in tempo, 2 hands clapping, then 4, another pair and another. Soon, cheering passengers had gathered around, their chairs forgotten. 2 men hollered, and a woman yelled out, "Thank God." Laurie's cheeks were flushed and burning. These people weren't going to forget what happened. News was going to spread like a flame devouring a strip of tissue paper. Everyone was going to know. They'd whisper, give her smug looks and sympathetic smiles. Some would offer favors, invite her to eat, maybe slip her a key to their room. She could see it all stretching out in front of her, the entire cruise, and it was enough to make her pause. She felt like she was dangling over the edge, her fingers slipping, and there was nothing she was going to do. She was going to fall. "Let's go, come on." Raina wrapped her arm around Laurie's neck, so she could lead her inside, oblivious to the smiling faces, watching them through parted curtains. Laurie needed the support. She didn't breathe until they walked inside, and she was afraid she'd topple over. When Raina did let go, and the weight was gone, she stood limp, her eyes traveling along the golden lines, etched into the surface of the white marble. She wanted to disappear. In any other situation, she could have. The walls of the ship suddenly felt confining. She wanted to get off as soon as possible. Maybe there was a way. She could make a request. She had Tim's credit cards. Maybe she could pay the Drew to fly her out on a helicopter. "Come on," Raina said, slicing through her thoughts. "Let me walk you back to your room." "Okay." Laurie shuffled down the walkway, dodging couples and strays. She could feel their eyes on her. There were whispers and sidelong glances, even when she got into the lift. There were 2 young blondes in the corner with their hands shielded over their mouths. "It's just not right," the taller of he two said. "If they try anything, I'll have my lawyer here so quick." "Oh, Darren's ready. He already got a hold of ours. If they lay one hand on me, they'll be jailed and garnished, I can promise you that." They were in international waters, which meant that the Lunafria really was its own little dictatorship. When the word spread about that, the passengers would get angry, they'd revolt and confront the crew, maybe even fight. Because the assault was committed on Laurie's behalf, she'd be seen as the bad guy, siding with the bloodthirsty tyrants. All of the possible scenarios, the fights, people swarming around her room, attacking her in the halls, all the while, the crew would do what they were ordered, and flaming the passengers even more. She saw mutiny, the M word, and she was terrified. By the time she got back to her room, she had convinced herself that people were going to raid everything, ransack the living area, tear through her suite and force her overboard. Raina was by her side the whole time, leading her through the door into the living area, where Laurie collapsed on the couch. "I can't come out of here." I should have known that's what you were worried about, Raina said, still standing next to the door. Bullshit, people are going to be talking about that for years. You're forgetting something very important. They're dealing with their own personal drama, hysterical fits, people walking around blacked out drunk, fighting over their lovers. Do you honestly think you're the only person that the crew had to protect? You're right. I know I am. There's probably 6 people getting dragged to the brig right now. The brig, Lori gave her sidelong glance. Do they really have that? They have to, Raina said. These guys have a ship to run. They can't have people running around, attacking one another, getting into fights. Even little stuff, they have to be sure before trouble spreads. It's still a little weird, Lori said, watching Raina run her hand along the back of the couch across from her. It was stiff paisley, a soft blue and gleaming white. When she sat down, her eyes rested on the pink rose, laying on its side. Below it, there was a card with a picture of black palm trees, set against a vibrant orange sky and the sun hovering over the water. She took it and opened the card before Lori could stop her. You and one other guest are hereby invited to dine with the captain in the historic Margot Dance Hall at 8 p.m. Dress will be formal. He went all out, Lori said, it's annoying as hell. I have George following me around, passing out complimentary food and bottles. He even had them make my favorite, cherry white chocolate cheesecake, and you saw the oysters. You think Tim's still at it? Raina asked her. Calling the ship for favors. No, he planned it all ahead. They're just following his original plan. At least you get to enjoy the finest, Raina said, looking from the couch to the armchair, the faux mantle on the back wall. Everything was purple, white, sky blue and violet, flowery designs and purple stripes had been sewn into the upholstery, crown molding lined the baseboards and along the edge of the ceiling, and ruffled drapes, backed with lace, covered the porthole on the back wall, next to the fireplace. They made Lori feel like she was in a real, Victorian parlor, and not aboard a ship. Do you know what this kind of room costs? Raina said, leaning forward, at least 20,000. More, I spent hours looking up ticket prices and different companies. This really is the best of the best. I don't care about that kind of stuff. Lori, you could have fun, let loose for a night and enjoy yourself. You can't just hide and panic every time somebody makes a sudden movement. That, Lori motioned to the card, is not my idea of fun. There's no obligation. See, that's what I'm getting at, she said, frustrated by her prodding. I shouldn't have to worry about anyone trying to stick their dick in me. It's demeaning. Then we'll go together. You saw what happened last time. No. Let's have a movie night and try the ice cream bar. It'll be fun. But not as fun as dining with the richest people you will ever see. Plus, Nina Feldman is playing, and she's wonderful. She's 94 and blind. You'd never know it to look at her, Raina said. The woman stuck at 30, and her voice, she stopped as if she were about to go into shock. She straightened herself out, eyes wide. You mean to tell me you're going to miss a night with that legend? She'll be in history books, for fuck's sake. She sang to the soldiers World War II. She has so many awards, she had to build a bunker just to store them all. There are 100 of others like her, Lori said. Oh, and you're never going to meet a single one, she said, stretching her arms across the back of the couch, as if she held a secret wisdom that Lori would never understand. And you know they will be serving pure nectar of the gods for dinner. It's not. Lori gave up. There's a jeweler on the 9th floor, he rents out diamonds, and I'm talking rocks. I saw a couple of women in there. I'll bet you it was for the banquet. Lori, this is considered an honor. Yeah, she raised a skeptical eyebrow. I don't think you understand. It's literally an honor. They don't invite just anyone to this. It's just a part of the package. I don't want to go, she declared, and there's nothing you can do to make me. It's your loss. Raina put the card back and stared down at the table. Take it. Lori watched her light up like a newborn star. The girl was ecstatic. And? No, the dresses have to be sold. I can't lend them out. Save one. Lori stood up and stretched. And let you wear it. Fair enough, Raina stood with her. You should still wear one. It's just not my thing. Dinner? Yeah, let me just get some rest, and I'll call over. Raina left with the invitation and the rose, a source of contention. Lori hated the roses. She wanted it gone. Raina, however, insisted on her keeping it. They compromised when Lori said she was going to throw the petals in the toilet. Raina would take the flower, but only if Lori promised to take it back when the cruise ended. Lori, of course, had no intention of doing so. She was just glad she didn't have to look at it any longer. Chapter 12. What was supposed to be a short nap turned into a 6-hour coma. It made dinner feel like an unnecessary chore, but Lori went anyway. She asked for a steak and they gave her a strip of tenderloin, a beautiful, moist cut, and by far their most expensive. With that, came a complimentary bowl of scallop ceviche, speckled with orange dots of roe. She sent it away and instructed George to stop bringing them. He protested, saying that she should be allowed to enjoy the finest the ship had to offer, even if she was alone. He also pointed out that the ceviche paired well with the steak, something she told Tim less than a month ago when he insulted her dish, which was exactly what George had delivered, down to the teaspoon. She flew into a rage. She told him that she didn't want any more gifts, and she didn't want to see him the rest of the night. He walked back into the kitchen, and she watched the door the entire meal, while Raina blabbed on about the banquet. She knew not to trust George. It was like the man lived to serve her. He couldn't stop himself if he wanted to. Her instincts were proven right when a chime rang out through her suite, interrupting her late-night action flick. She grumbled about having to get out of bed. She only answered because she thought it might be Raina, but it wasn't. It was a golden vase filled with so many flowers that the face of the crew member carrying it was almost completely obscured by the burst of color. His bellhop hat bounced when he stumbled inside and hurried over to the coffee table, before dropping the flowers down with a thud. You can take that right back. I said no more gifts and, oh, come on. The bellhop met her eyes with a knowing smile and bowed. You're not getting a tip. Hey. He was sprinting out of the room, faster than she could find something to grab and throw at him. At least he was gone, she thought. She went to close the door, and found herself staring at a garment bag, made to look like a long, white lace corset. Get that out, shit. She stepped into the hall, where a caravan of crew members were waiting. They were carrying gift boxes of all sizes and no less than 7 flower displays, all the same as the last. I don't want any of this shit. Get it out of here. They all passed her by, gave her a bow, and the same knowing look. George must have told them to do it anyway, probably out of spite for dinner. Once everything was in place, ready to sell, she started to close the door, and somebody cleared their throat. I don't want it. The bellhop shoved a white jewelry box through, and it fell to the ground with a heavy clatter. When she closed the door on him, he was mid-bow. Stay gone. All of you, she shouted and kicked the box across the room. It hit the wall and flew open, revealing a white strip of paper and a thin silver chain. She snatched both off the ground and was about to throw them in with the rest of the pile when the chain fell out, along with a heavy diamond, almost the size of her thumb, shaped like a crescent, resting in a silver coin. It was a message, one that her grandmother used to go on about. She'd say, it doesn't matter what happens, life goes on, just like the cycles of the moon. There are times of increase, when the face gets bigger, or decrease, when there's no face at all, but eventually the full, ripe moon will come. She thought, at first, that Tim was telling her that when one door opens, another door closes. It was him telling her that she had his blessing to move on and that she would find love eventually, just not with him. But that wasn't the message in the note. It bothered her. Come to the banquet. Let me see you one more time. I love you, Lori. There's never been anyone else. I'm sorry. Nobody else. He told his wife. That was the only way she could have found out, and if he was telling her the truth, that meant that he either felt guilty or he was trying to convince her that he would commit, take care of the baby, be loyal for the child. He didn't care about Lori. He cared about the woman he confessed to, and he didn't want to admit it, because he still wanted his side action. No, she wasn't going to allow this. He couldn't just show up, knock her down, then get off. That wasn't the way she worked. If he came to this room, if he confronted her in any way, she wouldn't be able to trust herself. She'd probably pummel his face in and throw him overboard without even realizing what she was doing. He deserved it. She ripped the card up and let the pieces float to the ground, steaming with rage. He wouldn't freaking dare. She could try to talk to the crew, tell them that she wanted to be left alone. They would know to expect trouble if they didn't. It might be enough, but she'd have to be pushy and quick. If they didn't take her seriously, she might make things worse, and he was probably prowling around the ship right now. She made a quick retreat to her room, locked her door and finished her movie. She was safe there. Tim couldn't break down the door, and she doubted that the crew would be willing to let him in. She'd just stay in bed and order room service. She could do that. But when she woke up the next morning, the flowers had multiplied, and the garment bag was hanging on a freestanding clothes rack, open for her to see. They were pulling an insidious trick, but it was impossible to deny the beauty of what she saw. It was a simple slit dress, sleeveless and draping. The fabric was what made it extraordinary. It looked as though golden thread had been woven into a sheer silk. She wouldn't have been surprised if that's exactly what it was. In front of it, there was an empty hanger with a simple note hanging from it. It was handwritten this time, but with a flowing script and flourish, almost too perfect to have been written by a man. I just want to see you. That's all. With a shrieking roar, she shoved the card over and ran into her room. She covered herself with the blanket and focused on her breath, simply because she could trust herself to think about anything else. She was tired, and she would have fallen asleep had it not been for the sound of her phone buzzing. She pressed the ignore button, let it rest and closed her eyes again. Within seconds, whoever it was called back. She reached out from under the covers to grab it, and it vibrated itself off the nightstand. Mumbling curses, she ducked down and thrust her hand in the thin space between the floor and the bed frame. Her arm was cramped up by the time she pulled it out, but she got it. When she put it on silent, she'd never been more relieved. She could sleep. There were knocks on the door, and a tiny voice, barely capable of piercing through the haze. It went away and came back again. This time, it was louder and accompanied by a fast-paced knock that shook the walls. Lori paid it no mind, even when she could feel it against her head. They were still in the hall outside, and they couldn't get to her. She was safe where she was, and it wasn't long before they gave up and let her go back to sleep. She opened her eyes to darkness. All light coming in through the porthole was gone, and she was sure that nobody was outside, trying to get in. She took the tablet she had sitting next to her phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, offering a view of a beach at night, the full moon, shaded by veil of mist. Welcome, a soothing female voice was mixed in with the rush of the tide, moving in and out across the sand. Lori swept the screen and it lit up, showing only a keyboard and a blank white space, where she could literally type whatever she wanted, and then they would bring it to her. No, that was not acceptable. She wanted to hunt Tim down and throw him overboard. She could find him. It wouldn't be hard. She hit the back button and the screen went blank. There were 2 gray buttons at the bottom, one for food, a menu she couldn't tap, and everything else. If she wanted food delivered to her room, she was going to have to order it from that freaking box. Shit! She was gripping the tablet so hard she thought it would break beneath her fingertips. She let it drop in her lap when a voice said, "No, ma'am, UCA. I don't care. She sounds like she's hurt. Now you open this door. Don't you do it." Lori shouted. Raina shouted back, "At least, oh, my God. Lori. I'm not coming out or explaining a single thing until the bellhop is gone. I'll let you know." "What does that mean?" Lori stood, ready to fly out of the room. "Just give it a minute. Are they bringing me more stuff?" I said no more. No more. God damn it, just leave me alone. Go, you heard her. "But, ma'am, we have to." The voice was that of a teenager's, the same boy that carried in the vase, she guessed. "You cannot enter her room if she doesn't want you to, except in case of emergency. You are to do what she says. This isn't her room. We're allowed to enter the living area at any time," he said. "I think you should be respecting her privacy and her feelings." This man stood her up. "He's married, and his wife is pregnant. That's not my problem. What am I supposed to do with all this? Don't leave it in here." Feet shuffled across the floorboards, and the door shut. "Is it safe?" "They aren't here, but..." "But what?" Lori snapped. "There's barely any walking room." "Let me see." She ripped the door open. "What?" Raina flinched at her shrill cry. She was standing next to the dress rack, which was so close to the door Lori could barely get out. Surrounding it were boxes and flowers, bursting with an endless, overwhelming spectrum, so many they filled the room, stacked as high as they could go. When Raina said there was no walking space, she meant it. The dresses were the centerpiece, diverse and enchanting, sitting against the backdrop of a million blossoms. They were handcrafted works of art, each perfectly tailored to her measurements. There was also a black case at Raina's feet, open slightly, revealing a color palette fit for Leonardo da Vinci himself. "Tim sent these." "Yes, he's here, and he's trying to get me to come to the banquet." "There are gift bags too," Raina said, unable to conceal her excitement. "Are there?" There was a stack of boxes to the right of the door, ready to spill out into the space between them. The bag was on top. It was black paper, and the handles were twisted, thin cardboard, just like the ones at the mall, but the packaging was deceptive. Gift bags weren't filled with candy and useless coupons. They were offerings to the elite, containing items that hadn't even hit the shelves, the best of the best, stuff nobody could get. The biggest diamond in the room was probably inside that thing. "Don't you dare," she lunged to grab Raina, who was already sticking her hand inside. She grabbed her wrist and pulled it away. "Hey, why did you do that?" "It's Jew. I don't want to know what it is." "A tiny CA. I don't care. He's here on the ship. He's trying to lure me in." "It's a cardboard box," Raina said, ignoring her. "There's probably a Hope Diamond replica in that thing. I don't want to see it." Lori dropped her hand and started looking through the room, trying to make sense of her bounty. Gift bags were at the top of every pile, like black stars on a Christmas tree. Raina pulled her hand out of the one she was holding before Lori realized what had happened. "Crafted from pure platinum. Decide what it means." "I love you, Lori." "I'm sorry." The back of her neck was tingling. "It's just a tiny pendant. Wear it tonight to piss Tim off, and take one gown, one for yourself, and one for tonight," Lori conceded. She thought that would be enough to distract Raina for a minute, but she was giving Lori a look. "You should go and humiliate him." In front of everyone he'll never have to see again. He won't care. He's here for a hookup, to stake his claim, then he's leaving. He's Mr. Big, isn't he? The professional overcompensator. Yes, he is. That is exactly it, in magnanimous proportion. I fall in love with the theater. Oh, dear, Raina shook her head, looking around, like she wanted to figure out what to ask for. 2 outfits, all the lingerie, but let me look over the perfume and shoes. I keep electronics and jewelry, fine, you may have 1 diamond. She jumped up and down, clapping her hands. The value was significant, and she was well aware of that, apologizing and thanking her, laughing awkwardly, but Lori didn't care. She sent her out with her 2 dresses and promised to let Raina peruse through everything in the morning after she got some rest. Chapter 13. It was more than just the television. The thing had been blaring for 4 hours, moving through everything from price-guessing games to ancient interviews with couples from Dating Bonanza. It was terrible, but that was nothing. Every time Lori stepped out of her room, she had to push a toppling stack of boxes inside, and when she did, she was surrounded by reminders. Tim had invaded her space, and there was nothing she could do about it. She tried to bring stuff out into the hall, but it was filled. She went back in, a box fell, and a set of car keys, if the thumb pad could be called a key, rolled out onto the floor. A car. A freaking car. Below it was a note, take everything and do what you want with it. I'm just fulfilling a vow I made. I will always provide for you. Next, she'd probably find the title for a beach mansion, with a trust fund for utilities and property taxes. She gave up and decided to start sorting everything. She pushed over the stack in front of her, knocking over a set of vases, and clasped her head in her hands. That wasn't freaking fair. There was a stockpot sitting on the couch, unwrapped for her to see. The first night she met Tim, he asked her what her dream was. She told him that it was exactly that, a dream. It kept coming back to her, haunting her, this image of her standing in front of an industrial stove, wearing a white apron and stirring a pot. This whole time, he'd been trying to worm his way back in, acting like he could buy her, own the way she dressed, the jewels that she wore, where they ate, what classes they took, and now, he wanted to own her dream, something she kept close, something to dwell on and work towards, the very thing she slaved over in that restaurant and all the others she'd worked at. It kept her moving, and it got her through all of the crap she had to put up with from the prick chefs and their ravenous customers. That dream was where she went for comfort, and now she couldn't do that. He couldn't leave her with anything, he had to tarnish that too, and she hated him for it. She was hunched over on the ground, surrounded by boxes filled with silverware, industrial cookery, fucking placemats, which pissed her off beyond reckoning. He used the logo she drew after she graduated. She showed it to him before they made love the first time, that same night, of course. She wanted to call the restaurant Luna Crescent, after her grandmother's obsession with the moon. She had a room filled with decorations and baubles, ceramic faces, imposed on white, maidens whose features were that of the lunar landscape, 1,000 wizards, dragons, and fairies, mixed in with a full choir of angelic hosts. But it was the clock that made it sacred. It was a Gothic cathedral tower lined with gargoyles and bell alcoves, all of which rang when the moon was at its fullest. She used to love jumping up into the air, so she could the various gears and faces, one hand for each planet, another for zodiac signs, the moon, the sun, and 2 gigantic hands for the time of day. It was the only one like it, and it was rotting in storage, all of her things were, because she didn't have a restaurant lobby to put them in. That was what Tim was trying to stain with his disgusting act of betrayal. Chapter 14. Many people would argue that it wasn't Rome's aqueducts that made it the greatest empire in the ancient world. It was their roads. The Romans had an extensive system stretching throughout Europe, and even into parts of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. This fostered an unprecedented amount of trade, but more importantly it allowed them to move their troops quickly and... The narrator's voice was interrupted by the sound of the door chiming. Lori turned off the TV, set her ice cream aside, and lifted herself out of bed. She ordered the stuff 2 minutes ago, it just arrived, and she knew as soon as she saw the frowning face written in chocolate fudge, that the night wasn't over. She had one weapon, which she fully intended on using if he found a way to get inside. He wasn't allowed in her vicinity, not for 1 second, and she told the staff that. She even scrawled out a message on her tablet. She told them that she would gladly go to the brig, and they weren't going to risk a conflict. Still, she answered the door, tennis racket in hand, and a drunken Raina burst out laughing. You thought, she could barely talk. You, ha. Get in here, Lori checked from side to side and pulled her in by the wrist, before shutting the door and latching it. It's fine, Raina swept her hand, still laughing. Your golden prince wasn't at the ball. She lifted a saucepan by the handle and made a comical expression in the copper bottom. Are you sure? Lori took it away and put it with the others just like it, stacked in the corner. Raina ruffled her green dress and pushed aside a leaning tower of plastic refrigerator containers, so she could find a place to sit on one of the couches. She looked like a grouchy princess, her hair pulled into a messy bun and her lips pouty. He wasn't there. I could see the whole room. Okay, Lori groaned, ready to go back to bed. What? She snapped, eyes narrow. I don't know, she said, confused. Look at this shit. How can you stand to be in here? You want to hide in your room all depressed and cynical, surrounded by, what are these? She looked around at all the boxes. Her speech came out of nowhere. She wasn't making sense, and Lori was starting to get irritated. It's restaurant equipment. He gave me everything I needed. What isn't here is paid for. She ripped the envelope off the largest of the 8 flower displays, which took up more space than the both of them, and held it out for her friend to see. He even hired an accountant and a marketing firm. What's wrong with that? That restaurant was what I wanted more than anything else. It was mine, to do my way, with my resources. It wasn't anyone else's, Lori said, slumping down into a pile of empty boxes, smothering the armchair next to where Raina was sitting. I know what you need to do, and you're not going to want to hear this. Probably not. Go with me to the captain's quarters. No, Lori said, wrinkling her brow. Come on. Absolutely not. Why? Because I don't want some douche that thinks he owns the world trying to stick his hand up my dress, and you shouldn't go either. You know what he wants. It's not like that, Raina said. What else did you have? Did you smoke with Harris? I know you're not this stupid sober. No, I mean it. Did you hit your head? Lori persisted. I am neither high nor brain damaged. This man's intentions are pure. He just wants to show us his haven. I've lost all respect for you. He's also gorgeous, like a statue or something, all muscle, a little bit of 5 o'clock shadow, and he's quiet. He's not the type. You're really going to make me meet him? I didn't say that, but he was asking about you. By name? Raina nodded. You should come. He was nice, but he wasn't like that. I don't think he wanted me. Then he wants me, and he's using you to lure me in. Her hand shot up to cover her mouth, stifling a hiccup. His suite is legendary. I was reading about it online and... I don't want to hear it. Why are you being like this? You're the one that decided to get drunk and hang on the arm of the first man you saw. It's ridiculous. But I guess I have to go. Lori stood to her feet. You don't have to if you don't want to. Yes, I do. I have to babysit. Don't you dare talk to me like that, Raina said. I'll talk to you however I want, especially if you come in here at 1 in the morning, drunk and infatuated. Wait here while I get ready. Boo, I do not need babysitting. Lori ignored her and pulled her white dress off the clothes rack. She wasn't one for diamonds or bright colors. She never wore red or sky blue. Her style was simple and elegant, clean white fabric, a golden strand at the waist, and maybe, she stopped herself before she ended up walking out, wearing $15,000 worth of jewels. She was going to be the stalwart prude, ready to block anything coming Raina's way. There would be no hanky-panky, no playing let's try to overdose. They were going to talk and enjoy the sweet. Nothing was going to enter Raina's body, unless Lori was certain it was safe. She was aware that it was a formal occasion. Like Raina said, meeting the captain was an honor. She was going to have to put in the extra effort. She took out her makeup kit and straightened her hair, leaving 2 bright spirals to hover above her neckline. She told herself no jewels, and she meant it. To many people, the captain might have been a celebrity. He strutted the halls of the ship, past people balking at his presence, women throwing themselves at him, men respecting him, but when he stepped foot on land, he was nothing, just some jerk with a stiff uniform. Other than the dress, there would be no sign of luxury, just her lips, 2 red petals in a field of snow. It stood out, and when she finished herself off with a bit of perfume, she was satisfied that she could play the part of the swooning post-adolescent. Raina was jumping up and down with glee, talking about how Lori should learn to empower herself, while she sifted through the rack, looking for accessories. She wouldn't stop, she insisted on finding something, and Lori was just standing next to the hall door, tapping her feet. You should go with something that really pops and accents your features. I look fine. Raina held up a blue scarf. Just have an open mind. I'll make you a deal, Lori said. I will open my mind if you agree to close your legs. Just stop being a prude. I am not a prude. Lori had had enough. We're leaving. All right, they walked out and let the door slam behind them. Both sides of the hall had boxes stacked from floor to ceiling, and Raina couldn't help but stop and peek inside one resting at eye level. When the stack threatened to tip, Lori almost let it happen. Knives. She came up, pushed the leaning boxes upright and checked over Raina's shoulder. Are there Japanese characters on the handle? Yeah, how'd you know? Raina looked back, her head inches away, giving Lori a huge whiff of what was obviously hard liquor. They're the best in the world. Samurais stopped making swords after the war and started catering to chefs. Now are we leaving? Fine, she shut the box and started walking. When she stopped in front of the elevator, she pulled something out of her bra. It was small and shiny, and it fit perfectly into the hole underneath the up and down buttons. The chamber twisted as it descended, like a rocket in reverse, and the doors opened with a female voice calling out, "Welcome, Captain. He gave you the key. He wanted to make sure we could get in. It's not like it's a vial of his man juice. That's waiting for us upstairs," Lori told her, holding onto the railing as they twisted through the air, into the upper decks, past networks of pipes and tunnels, snaking their way down through the hull of the ship, into the grungy caverns where the crew rested and spent what little time they had to themselves. It was depressing and small, what little she could see, but there was something above, made visible when the elevator broke through the top deck. They were surrounded by nothing but glass and open air on the 3 sides, the 4th was taken up by a black pillar, the highest point on the ship. Thousands of people, passengers and crew, all lived out the best-worst moment of their lives beneath it. It was a monolith, lined with dark, reflective glass, making it impossible to see inside. There could be anything in there, and it was frightening, enough to keep Lori from moving until she felt Raina's hand clasp her own, and she the metallic ridges of the golden key pressed into her palm. Lori stuffed it in her bra and did her best to remember to breathe. He was trying to reel them in. If she allowed herself to be impressed, if she took her eyes off of Raina for a second, she could taste the man's stench. He would cut their heads off and mount them right on his wall. Raina's hand never left her own, even when they stopped, and the doors slid open, between them a widening gap, all white, an orchestra, running water, and the sound of a fire crackling. The captain was standing in the corridor a few yards ahead, speaking to one of the crew members. "You hear that?" Laurie whispered quick. "He practically slid the condom on already. Look at him. He's gorgeous, and he's after you, not me." "What?" "Well, he told me to bring you. He saw you before." Laurie watched him move away and George met her eye with an unmistakable smile, and she knew, she didn't even have to see his face. She knew it was Cade. She memorized every single cell, every bump, every wrinkle, and he hadn't changed, not in 10 years. He was not going to convince her of that. No, she had one thing left to do. In a flash, she was standing behind him, her wrap coiled around his thick freaking neck. "You took something from me, and I will never get it back. I hope you suffer." She kicked him in the back of the knee. It buckled. He fell, and his voice, a cracked baritone, started to come out, and he must have said something, but she couldn't hear. She was lost in the tremendous wave of shock and indignation, like insect crawling underneath her skin, fire ants, devouring tissue and bone. She didn't even know that she was kicking him and screaming. All she knew was the trauma of finding out that her sanctuary, his love, the shelter she built her life on, was a lie, and she would always be broken because of it. A hand wrapped around her wrist, and she looked down to see him staring up at her, giving her the perfect mixture of heartbreak and indignation. "Let's go," a voice shouted. "Damn you," she shrieked and kicked him in the gut. He let her. He didn't even try to stop her, and when she ran she could hear him rising to his feet. She turned to face him and pushed the elevator key in the hole behind her. "Don't you dare coming near me. I mean it." He met her eyes, pleading silently, and the door chimed. She was inside, on her way back to her deck before he could take a step towards her. Collapsing in bed wasn't enough to calm her to sleep, and she didn't want to leave and buy sleeping pills. Instead, she rolled around, through sweaty sheets, trying to drown in the noise of the TV in the other room, anything to keep from hearing that sound, seeing his face. She laid for hours, trying to plan her escape. She thought of stealing rowboats, kidnapping the crew, holding them hostage, or just plain jumping overboard. But nothing would work. Cade himself would drag her out of the water, just to draw out the pain. She was trapped, and that was nothing new. But at least with Tim she had this sanctuary. As cramped and as boring as it was still hers. Tim couldn't get in. The staff wouldn't enter, but Cade, he was a lion on the prowl, and he was willing to do anything to force her back. Chapter 15. Two titans clashed, one glowing with the intensity of a true flame, a capable chaotician with the power to burn through anything it touched, the other, the Queen of Ice, whose shrill cry traveled the snowy wastelands, devouring the souls of anyone that threatened to enter her domain. A complacent Laurie sat, with her head in her hands, poring over the thick Titans and Legends instruction manual. She closed it and set it on the couch beside her, so she could watch Raina count the points on her yellow pad, something she had to do every single time they took a move. Do people really learn all this crap? Harris made me dress like Mother Nature at a convention last year, you know, the one near the docks. I'll bet that was terrible. It smelled like fish and snot, and I was one of less than a handful of women there. I could see Harris doing this in high school, maybe even college, but, no, this is too much. It's good for passing the time. Raina handed her a slip of paper. When it was clear that Laurie wasn't going to check it, she announced, "You're winning." Yay. Laurie's voice couldn't have been blander. "You're too focal. I think I'll try these mountains over here." She sent her 3-inch, hand-painted Ice Queen on a trek through the plastic peaks of Herath, before allowing her to take refuge at the Rubber River Delta. She imagined her character kneeling down to take a drink, and just before the water touched her lips, her eyes would flash up and hone in on the fire beast on the other side. Ice 16, Cannon, +5. Reyna pulled a pink card off the top of the pile sitting next to the game board. Miss, take 50% damage from counterattack. You're still at 50% strength, right? She shook her head. Nope, and I'm not handing over the jewel this time. You said you'd revive me, Lori reminded her. You said yo. Alright, so what does that make it? 23 hit points. 23 hit points left, Reyna smirked at that last word. She handed Lori a lead figurine painted to look like death in a black robe. Let's use the key to sneak into Harris's room and find something better to do. Lori shifted away. I mean, he won't know. No, I told you that kid that let me in here is watching out. I think he knows I have it. If you cowl. Years of painting, designing, and studying, more than $1,000 worth of action figures, kicked off the table and scattered across the floor, where Lori was sitting into between the two sofas. Reyna pushed the table aside, so she could go sit with her. They both looked at one another and kicked the couch in front of them across the room. It hit the wall with a clank and one of the wooden legs snapped off. Do you think we're going to get into trouble? She asked, breathless. No, they've got a warehouse filled with this shit. I'll bet you they switch the decor out every few years and just keep rotating for decades. Plus, the captain. You know what we should do? What? Use Tim's money to rent jewels. Reyna's laugh made Lori smile. Okay, but we need to do something about this mess. Is there like a trash hole or something? No, you have to. I think we'll leave it for now. I can handle it later. Lori patted her thighs and went to stand up, exhausted and ready to kick Reyna out. Something tugged on her shoulder, and she looked down to see Reyna gripping her wrist. Lori wrenched away. You've been trying to lure me in. You said, you have to call room service. If you think he's so dreamy, why don't you? You paranoid. Sit down. I am not paranoid, Lori said, her throat practically constricting with anger. I am stuck in this tiny space, surrounded by him, and he can do whatever he wants. Reyna, he is literally the leader of a small nation. I can't avoid him. Please, do not make it any worse for me by asking me to do things that will lead me directly to him. No, she held up a finger, you are not coy. I know what you're doing, I swear to God, I will jump out and drown you myself after I push you overboard. No. Reyna's mouth looked ready to fly open at any second. He's Satan. You look like you've been in prison. You do nothing but throw fits, and you know why. Shut up. You don't want a fairy tale. You want to be pissy and storm around. I want it, but I don't want him, and I don't want to hear your commentary. I've been through a lot. Fair enough, Reyna shrugged. Look. Lori motioned to the piles of crumpled cardboard and the random stacks of dishes. He knew that I would have to call them to get rid of this trash. He must have known that would make you mad. Oh, he did. He's not trying to make me happy. He's trying to make me crack. It's his way. He's Lucifer. It's romantic. Oh, bullshit. He sent me an entire restaurant's worth of kitchen supplies. And don't forget he said that the crew could come in here at any time. I have a skillet ready. That is not okay. Say something to him. That's what her wants, Lori snapped. He wants me to get so infuriated that I have no other choice than to confront him, like I had one anyway. And if you mention his name anymore, she cut off Reyna, who was about to speak, I will never speak to you again. This is dumb. Just go tell him to stop. No, I was his wife. I think I know what I'm doing. Now, please, I guess, call room service, get a storage space. Thank the cleaning ladies, and yes, you can look through the dresses. Just give me an hour or so to sleep it off. Can I run up Tim's card? Raina asked. Of course, and you don't even have to walk around the ship to do it. Lori ducked inside her room. She was weak, head pulsing with a numbing flash. She clutched her forehead and stood at the foot of the bed. The world seemed to buzz around her. Did you sleep? I'm going to right now. She gave Raina the tablet and locked herself in her room, while Raina did her thing. When she walked out on Cade, the second she turned away, the afterimage of his face stuck. The shape did it, the bump on his nose, where it ridged, his lips and brow, both straight lines, his head, a shaven globe, and his eyes, they were two granite pebbles, unmoving and shattered, flinging false blame and artificial guilt, calculated to elicit the perfect response. He had made his imprint, just like he wanted. That vision followed her back to her room like an apparition, and it never left. If she was blind, she could still trace lines in the sheets, matching the shape of his lips, his neck, every part of him, because she memorized it. She let him support her and reassure her. There was never any doubt in her naive, young mind that Cade, the man that never did wrong, would remain loyal, and he took advantage of that trust. Chapter 16. The knock pierced through the haze and sent Lori upright in bed. Raina. No, I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Parker. I'll just leave this here for you. Lori was on her feet, ripping a robe off the back of her door. She pulled it on and burst out, fists in boxer formation. How many times do I? George was pushing a food cart through the empty living area. Everything was back to basic standards. The boxes were gone, save for a few in the corner, where the dress rack had been pushed against the wall. She could finally move again. George pulled a fold-out table off a hook on the side of the cart and motioned for her to sit down on the sofa, next to where he placed it. She followed along, sat and crossed her legs, while he made a show of placing the platters in front of her and uncovering them. Belgian waffles, strawberries and cream, and a goat cheese, spinach omelette. Anything to drink. He ducked down to open a cooler on the bottom shelf. I'm not taking any of it. Miss Parker, he stood, holding a water bottle, which she passed to her. She looked at him a smug look, and he kept it there for her to take. There's no obligation. Bullshit. She let him hold it there. You don't even have to see him. I don't want to. And if you'd like, we can have you taken home when we make port. I would prefer that, thank you. But, he means well. He doesn't have any ill will towards you. He just, over the years, he's talked a lot about his ex-wife, and it just didn't sound like two people could be more in love. To lose that so suddenly and without warning. I won't apologize for being biased. No. George nodded his head and began pushing the cart out. Before he reached the door, he stopped, opened it and ducked his head into the hall. You can bring them in now. The heck you can. All I want is some peace and quiet. Lori went over to push him outside, but she thought better of it when she saw the look George gave her, like her hands were covered in mud. We're under orders. A bellhop passed her carrying a vase, gold and white porcelain, among a sea of others. Cade must have ordered the entire crew to grab one, push past her and leave it inside. She watched, powerless as they lined the wall closest to her. They then began to form another row and then another, until there was no space to walk except the 5 feet from her room to the hall. Her food was on the coffee table in the middle. Go get that, she ordered George, who was holding a clipboard, checking things off. He ignored her. So I'm just supposed to put up with this the whole time. I follow orders, not because I'm paid, but because I'm loyal. I think you understand. He finished with his clipboard and led the bellhops off. She almost chased after them to see how many she could take before Cade just finally lost patience and forced her to come up there to see him. "Tell him he can wait." She turned to shut the door, and a hand shot out to hold it open. She could sense the boy behind her, carrying another gift, of course. He tapped her on the shoulder and handed her a white envelope. The second she took it, he was running. "Get!" He was fast, but she stayed as close as she could behind him, screaming, "No more." She stopped when he ducked into a double door marked, "Crew members only." Whatever was inside this envelope was written specifically to infuriate her. She wasn't going to open it, not at first, but she needed to see what he wanted. Having given up on chasing the bellhop, she took it back to the living area and started kicking vases aside to get to her food, which was already starting to get cold. It was edible, though. The omelet was divine, just like she used to make for him. It felt like the home she thought she had. That's what got to her. She didn't like remembering the practical things that made up those days. It made them seem real, and it reminded her that they weren't. When he was betraying her both physically and emotionally, she was waking up, her breath gone, after dreaming about a 300-foot tower of water condensing his body to a flattened cut of meat. He would spend days, even weeks, pretending to be out fishing, knowing that she was unraveling from worry, because she convinced herself he was dead. Thinking about him even touching somebody else, and letting her go through that, then to come home and hold her and comfort her because he was gone for so long, it was inhuman. They'd feast and retreat to bed, where they huddled together for hours under their blanket fort. That was their temple, blessed with lovemaking and a liturgy of pillow talk. Sometimes they'd wait out storms under that fort, coiled around one another, naked and satisfied, leaving only to feast again. Only a monster could lie that well about something so intimate. There was no part of her life that didn't revolve around him, and there were times when she couldn't bear his absence, when her world became hell. He knew that. She'd felt rejection, humiliation, grief and heartache, but that pain, when she smelled the perfume on his collar and the booze on his breath, she felt like she was going to die. She almost did. He was her first, her last, her everything, more perfect than perfect, the kindest, sweetest, most honorable man that she had ever met, and she thought she could rely on him. Then, when she needed him more than she'd ever needed anyone, he stopped coming home, and when he did, he'd come late without an explanation. She remembered the first time she looked him in the eye and asked him what he was really doing. He couldn't even admit to it. She didn't have the courage to argue. What they had was too perfect. Even mentioning a problem was so terrible, it was almost like committing a sin, so she left without saying a word, and he thought he could keep up the lie. He said that she was the only one, and back then, she would have believed him. She was so caught up in the force of her hormones, attached and love-struck, lightning flashed every time they touched. She hated herself for feeling that way. It made her sick. She couldn't even eat. What few bites she did take started to go sour when she thought about Cade. She sat back, pushed her plate aside, and opened the envelope. There were 2 sheets of paper, both with something printed on them. She didn't know what until she flipped she first one around and dropped the whole thing. The face was blurred behind an uncontrollable wave of tears, but she knew it. She used to pull it out and study it when Cade was gone on his fishing trips. In that face, she saw her true life's purpose, the fruition of a perfect marriage, and the glue that would keep him at home. The restaurant was her dream, but that round face with his gray pebble eyes, her round cheeks, full lips, that was supposed to be their child, and she knew that, not because she had seen the sketch before, but because she loved that man so much, she spent months, wondering what their child would look like. It was a spear to the side. It had her hunched over, bawling and trembling, fists balled. Arg! Her head flew back and it was like all of the pain she'd felt, every cut, every scratch, every moment of rejection and betrayal, erupted out of her mouth with the force of a true storm, the kind that could drown a metropolis, wipe out New York, Tokyo, and Chicago, tear down the Seven Wonders, and keep moving, destroying the whole of the earth. No man mattered, but this mattered, and he knew that. He knew that she'd stand up and kick every single vase she saw, that she'd scream and shriek, almost to the point where her voice was hoarse, and that when she was done, she would grab the shredded remnants of those composite sketch and walk out to confront him. Chapter 17. They don't work, he said, snatching an oyster out of the bucket. Lori shucked hers and threw the shell in the trash with the rest. Maybe you're right, but it's one of many possibilities. Their process has absolutely nothing to do with genetics. They don't know what will mix into what. You're afraid, Lori told him. No, I'm not. I'm excited about the mystery. You know I don't like mystery. There's no telling what they'll look like until they're here. Cade stood up, walked around the table and knelt down to rest his hand on Lori's stomach. I think we should learn to embrace the unknown. We can't control how they'll turn out, but we can learn to love the experience. That way, we won't be disappointed. There were things that Lori could look aside from, things that would have destroyed anyone else: cheating, betrayal, losing her job, her place. She was used to the worst, but when she lost Cade, she lost hope. That was unbearable. Hope was the belief that even if she was working for minimum wage and living in a one-bedroom apartment, things could get better. She could climb out of whatever hell her life had turned into and become something more. She tried after he left, but jobs were scarce, the economy was bad, nobody wanted to hire a divorcee with no work experience. The only people that would take her were collections agencies and fast food, so that's how she started. It wasn't the kind of life that somebody could climb out of, though. Half the time, her check covered rent and nothing else. She had to steal from the kitchen to eat, take the bus to save on gas. Then her car died, and she couldn't pay to fix it, and she was stuck in the city, wherever the buses went. There were no resorts or fine dining restaurants on the bus route, just call centers and fast food. There was nothing she could do about it, except from one job to the next, hoping that things would be different. That is what Cade did, and that was why she was storming through the ship, a goddess of thunder and righteous fury. She felt like she could throw a wall of water, just with the force of her will. The wind, a constant force streaming in through open walkways, slammed her in the face, sending her curls streaming behind her as she took long, deliberate strides towards the lift. People stared and some whispered, when they saw her pull out the key to the captain's quarters. See, told you he's getting some, a passing man whispered, and she looked at him like a lion ready to pounce on an antelope. He quickened his pace when he saw her, fast enough that she couldn't get to him before the doors opened and it was time to get in. She crossed her arms when she started moving, hoping to rid herself of the rush that came as she twisted through the shaft. There a black semi-sphere attached to the ceiling, housing a camera inside. He was watching, and he was ready. She stared the camera dead on and let the shredded picture flutter to the ground. The lift stopped shortly after, earlier than it did before. She set her lips in a straight line and waited, fists clenched. The second the doors slid open, she came running out. She was going to crush his testicles, and if she was lucky, his head. The room she entered was a square surrounded by tinted glass. It was empty, save for a single white rose in the middle. She marched up, ripped the petals off and opened the note attached to it. I love you. I'll see you at dinner. He was refusing to see her until she calmed down. She went to kick the window, and drew her foot back, cradling her toes. They were meant to withstand a hell of a lot more than the fury of one scorned woman. She couldn't move the waves or topple him overboard. She couldn't leave, and he was just going to get worse. He won. She was going to have to see him, and in his time, but she wasn't going to let him woo her. She took the elevator to Raina's deck and found her room. When she knocked, there was a sound, like a cat being beaten, and something crashed. If that's you, I got a frying pan. You'd better just walk away. Is Harris giving you trouble? Lori called through the door. Raina ripped it open. Oh, my God. You have no idea. I told the yoga teacher what happened, and she announced it in class. Now he's pretending to be sorry, because nobody else will get with him. Good, Lori said. Good. It's been hell. He sent me 3 flowers this morning, separately, and then he started complaining because it cost him $50, and that was all the money he had. He thinks I owe him for it. Then he ordered a bunch of food, charged a bottle to my card, and tried to get me to come to his room. He saw what happened at the pool. He was smiling when I left. I want to screw with him, Raina said, ducking her head out to check around. Pretend to invite him to dinner. That makes no sense, she replied with a shake of her head. Why not? Well, I'm supposed to be mad at him for one. Didn't you say that he's poor and you have to pay for everything? Tell him that you want him to see how a lady should be treated. I'm not doing it, Raina said. You should. I'll bet we can get him to cry. You just want me to cock block, and that's exactly the opposite of what you need. Seriously, she groaned. You owe me. And this is how I'm paying you back. A mind puzzle from hell. Thanks. You have worked yourself up over nothing. She cut herself off when Lori cocked her head. My life is my life. I know what I know. It is not acceptable for you, no, don't even try to act like you didn't talk to him. That's bull. You don't know me like that. I see a suffering man whose dream came true the second you boarded. You don't know him. He's convincing. I told you that. Why would you go? How long have you been speaking with him? You knew, at the banquet, he told you about me, didn't he? No, I'm sorry, Raina. You're good, but you're misguided. Please stay out of my business. She couldn't stand there and watch Raina fall apart. She didn't deserve this, she didn't know what she was doing, but Lori had to protect herself from Cade, and he was using her as a weapon. Raina would be fine, she decided, and Lori would try to do something about Harris, distract him with fake dinners and propositions. But for now, she needed to think about herself and what she was going to do. Cade was insidious. Any man that could pretend so convincingly for so long was a cold, calculating monster. She had to do something different, something he wouldn't expect. Any other time, she'd have shown up, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, ready to brawl. That's what he was planning for. Instead, she took out her gold dress, her makeup palette, and worked for hours, contouring her cheeks into the perfect globes, softening her chin, her brow and jawline. She pressed her hair, conditioned, and curled it, working with the precision of a master. Hairs were tweezed, legs shaved. Every part of her was rejuvenated. If Cade was dreaming of her, she was going to show him exactly what he couldn't have. Then she was going to leave the ship and live her life with the satisfaction of knowing that he took something from her, and now she was taking something away from him. She finished herself off with a powerful perfume, golden cream, and checked herself in the mirror, pursing her lips. She looked 20. There wasn't a single imperfection, and now she was taller, more experienced, skilled in seduction and the ways of the world. He wouldn't know her when he saw her. There was a soft, courteous knock at exactly 6. She knew it was 6, because she had her phone sitting on the bathroom vanity. She took another moment to fix her hair and stepped out to answer. For you, Mrs. Parker. George was holding out a thin chain of interconnected diamonds, resting on a black velvet cushion. For me? She asked. Yes, he smiled, it's for you. You mean I can keep it? You can keep everything you are given, he said, meeting her eyes, and there is no obligation. You say that because you don't know how he works. I've known him longer, and I told him to rent the jewelry. You just want to sell his necklace, and I wouldn't allow that if he hadn't ordered me to. He's a good liar. She grabbed it, ignoring the way he wrinkled his nose. All right, she clasped it around her neck. I'm ready. He isn't, I'm afraid. George left with a begrudging nod and walked off. He hated her, and she could feel it, but she knew what she was dealing with. Even if he knew Cade all this time, he never saw Cade's true self. Nobody did. Chapter 18. The couch was designed for parlors, where stiff, Victorian women would entertain unwanted company with furniture that was just as rigid uncomfortable as they were. By the time Laurie checked her phone again, an urge she'd been suppressing since George left, it had been a half hour, and she was starting to get impatient. Rather than have the wooden backing dig into her spine, she decided to go back to her room and sit on the end of the bed. If she laid back, the perfect fabric on her gown would get creased, and he'd notice. The idea was to show him perfection, and make him see that she didn't need him to take care of her. That's what he was doing. He was trying to show off. He made his money, built his fleet, as he used to say, and he wanted her to think that she could take part in that life. It wasn't true, of course. He'd promise her everything, say whatever it took, but the second she stepped on land, he'd do what he always did, sail away and leave her behind. She could have killed him, but she couldn't get to him. He was stalling to make sure she wanted it, and she did want to see him, just not for the reason he was hoping for. That's what always bothered her about him, the wait, the worrying, the anxiety, but he liked water better than land, and she couldn't even look at the ocean. After an hour, she was pacing around her room, trying to convince herself that it would be a bad idea to go hunt him down. It wouldn't have worked. He was going to see her when he wanted to see her. When he did, she couldn't be in this state. He wanted her to be angry. She was pliable when she was upset. It clouded her reason, and it made her predictable. She laid down, closed her eyes, and focused on her breathing, the in and out, the invisible flow, moving through her. She saw his silhouette, a pillar in the darkness outside the restaurant, his face when they were lying together, safe in their personal blanket fort, the innocent exploration, the sanctity of pillow talk, the promises they made. Deception had no place when two souls combined. If there was such a thing as an unforgivable sin, he committed worse. She couldn't forget. Instead, she allowed herself to dwell on that painful time after, when her world ended, and she was living in a hotel with nobody to turn to, the blood, the pills, the whiskey. He drove her to that. He convinced her that the world didn't matter without him, that life was hopeless, and she was weak. That's what she walked away with, and it traveled with her. She couldn't better herself. She kept thinking of the poor woman sitting by the front window, checking out every few minutes, because she knew that the man she loved had betrayed her. She decided to take that thought and flip it around. She wasn't going to let those memories control her any longer. She was going to take that destructive force and use it as a shield against him. She held on, swimming in resentment and adrenaline, until she heard the knock. Finally, she stood, checked her hair in the mirror, and went to go answer the door. With anger swelling, she stepped aside, so George could push the food cart inside. Captain Parker sends his apologies. He has other affairs to tend to this evening. Bullshit, Laurie replied. Let's make this fast. But miss. She held up a hand. No buts. I'm tired. I don't want to play games. Now take me to him. My orders were to deliver the message. George strode out, leaving her to wonder. Was Cade going to make her wait? She didn't think he would. This was a last-ditch attempt to piss her. Unless, if he wanted to be thorough and ensure that he had the effect he wanted, he wouldn't let her see him until the end of the cruise. But what would be the point in that? He wanted to fuck, not fall in love. No, he was ready, and so was she. She found the elevator and took a moment to breathe before stepping inside. She had to harbor resentment, but not the fiery anger she was used to. He was the master of the water, fluid and strong. He could put out a fire. She had to be cold, like steel, neutral and indifferent. Under the watchful eye of the elevator's security camera, she did manage to keep her composure, but that was about it. Inside, she was planning her attack, and panicking. She promised herself that she would never do this. She knew what she was going to feel before she felt it. Twisting through the shaft, there were chills swimming down her shoulder blades and bursts of static, dancing across the hair on her arms, and when the elevator stopped, a dread, sickening feeling that had her staring, watching as the doors opened to the hall she'd seen before. She didn't get a good look, she was almost blacked out with rage. Now that she was anxious, and her breath came slow, she had a moment to look. On both sides, water was falling through slits in the wall, creating tiny streams that flowed down the corridor, circled the sitting area, and found their place outside, creating a ring that came crashing down into the wave pool below. There was no railing, nothing to keep Cade from falling, but he didn't seem to mind. He was staring out at the ocean, his back turned, with his captain's hat in hand. He was a statue of the perfect soldier. You say you want to see me. Then you cancel dinner, knowing that I would storm up here, and that, did you become a sadist, because that is the only possible explanation for the picture you sent me. How could you? Do you have any idea what you did, what you're doing to me now? He didn't even acknowledge her presence. God damn it, Cade, speak to me. I've been trying to find you this whole time, and this, how could I? How could you? Why did you do it, Lori? Why would you leave? She was shocked by his resentful tone. He wasn't a victim. I should push you off. Please, he turned to face her, and a glint of light reflected off his cheek. With his arms held out at his sides, he took a step back closer to the edge. If you won't tell me, then push me off. He knew how angry she was, and part of her was ready to run forward and shove him over the edge, but she'd never seen a single tear fall down his face, not once since freshman year in high school. He wouldn't fake that. He had far too much dignity. In fact, the courage it took for him to show her this, it had her wondering, was this the first time he cried since she left, or were there other nights, spent alone? 15 years. 15 years. Dear God, and you call me a sadist. They said it happened because of the stress. From what? He advanced, arms still raised at his sides. What did I do except love you and fight and sacrifice? Why are you doing this? You know. You just, she looked around. What is this? Are you trying to relive? I came home to find my pregnant wife gone, on the edge of death after a miscarriage, that you had tried to take your life. And I died after you left. How could I possibly leave a moment like that? I live that betrayal, and damn it, I deserve an answer. Why? There have been times when I have been so close to, I love you. What did I do? You came home every night for weeks with perfume on your shirts, and the stench of liquor all over you. You were leaving me there while you screwed somebody else. No, he shuddered. You think I didn't know? You're going to pull this fucking stunt, and you think, what? What do you want from me? Do you remember how we lived? We could barely pay for our electricity. The only things we ate, I caught myself. I couldn't bring a child into that. So you thought you give me a chance. That is the least you could do. No. I got a job bartending, and I was so ashamed, I didn't want to tell you. I can't believe you left, and for such a simple misunderstanding. We could've. Are you lying to me to use me? Why would you? Lori, I'm the man you knew, not the distorted image you came up with. I have been trying to find you this whole time, and when I say there's never been anyone else, that I care, and that I have been dreaming of you for 15 years, I mean it. The man you knew, who you still know, didn't lie. I'd like to go back to my room. You don't believe me, he said with a bitter nod. I told myself, if I ever found you I'd find a way, but, all right. Go. It's not that, it's hard. This is your palace. Use it as you see fit. Lori couldn't see through the tears. You still love me. He told her, as direct as he could be. Stop. You do. He took her hand and stepped away from the edge. You can't lie to me, just yourself. He came closer, his shadow fell across her face, and she felt a jolt. It was like an animal too scared to run away from a predator. But there was a second, when he moved closer still, and she thought about what it was like to know that her other half was there. She thought that was him, but it wasn't. He lifted a hand and swept the edge of his palm across her jawline. She couldn't look him in the eye, so when he lifted her chin, she craned her head to stare at a spot just past his shoulder. That was a mistake. His breath came down in cascading waves, each one a potent flame, licking at her cheeks and tickling her eyelashes. It made the blood rush in, compounding with the heat that had her heart drumming. Her breath stopped, and she met his eyes, watching the glint of light dance across them. Those were tears, and the arm coiling around her neck, that was support, and his lips, a blessing. He let them rest on her forehead for a moment before stepping away, allowing the cold wind to take his place. She crossed her arms and looked at him, really looked. Yes, he was suffering. I'd like to see you again, he said, adding, and I want to respect your space. Thank you. I love you, he purred, using a tone so deep it seemed to vibrate the air around them. And I'll always love you. That never changed. I didn't even know why you left. She nodded in acknowledgement and turned to walk back to her room. She was shivering, and she didn't trust herself to stay with him. No matter how convincing he was, or what history they had, she needed to hold on to her skepticism. Chapter 19. Listen, I just wanted to apologize. Lori got out of bed and wrapped a robe on, so she could dart into the next room. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in your personal life and... Raina stopped short when Lori grabbed her by the sleeve and pulled her out of the hall. You're airing dirty laundry. Sorry. She looked around, eyeing the food cart that had been left next to the coffee table. They cleaned up. Must have taken them all night. He had the whole room filled with flowers to piss me off. Lori left out that she broke most of them. How'd it go? Somebody told you that I visited Cade. I just assumed. I mean, she had to stop herself from smiling. George brought me dinner, and I asked him what happened. You're not. No, she gasped, he's old. I think he's assigned to us both now. Well, he's on Cade's side. I don't want you telling him anything. Even if you don't give him an answer, everyone will see it on your face. He asked you to come talk to me this morning. You're such a prude. She opened the largest platter in the middle of the cart. What is this? It's red corn chips and eggs, isn't it? Yeah, but who eats that for breakfast? She asked. People in Baja where we had our honeymoon. They're called chilaquiles. Does that mean you're on a honeymoon? Jesus, take half. There's a plate there. Raina was already stuffing a chip in her mouth. She was quick to grab her own plate. You wouldn't say if you did anything, would you? I'd have no reason to lie. She gave Raina a moment to stop helping herself before taking the rest and bringing it to the table. I can't trust him, and I don't know if I ever will. He's telling the truth, and you just won't admit it. It's not that simple. Trust doesn't always listen to logic. Even if he is telling the truth, and I don't fully believe that he is. I've had this image of him for most of my adult life. It's a physical reaction now. That's not something you can just get rid of. Reina picked a jalapeno out of a mound of chips. That would be a tragedy. What does he tell you? He doesn't talk much. You know that. He's straight to the point. Like this morning, he called at 7 and asked me to go find out what your thoughts were. But I think you should just tell him what they are yourself. I don't want to, and I don't want you telling him anything either. It's too personal. She picked off another and tossed it into a pile where she was stowing them on the rim of her plate. I don't want to tell him that, and you know what? I'm not sure I believe you. Even saying his name is enough to put you into shock. I don't care. It's my business. Lori stood up to pull her tablet out of the room. On the Luna Fria, there were 1,000 ways to reach Cade. The staff were required to do what he asked. Beyond a doubt, they all had standing orders to report back anything she said. Telling him to stop calling Reina was as easy as jotting down a note. What she didn't expect was adrenaline and bolts of static streaming down her arms when he replied. It was almost instant, and the chime was loud enough for Reina to hear. What did he say? You're far too perceptive. Lori darted out, tablet in hand. She didn't want Reina to see the goosebumps on her arm. She took a seat on the bed and closed her eyes to focus on her breath for a moment. Well? Reina's voice cut through her thoughts. He'd like me come see him. Then let's get you dressed. No, Lori said, cutting her off before she could get into the bathroom. You don't understand. I'm in too deep. I can't get attached to him. Then cut it off, but don't wait. He needs to hear it now. It's driving him out of his mind. I can't. How do I look him in the face and say that? If you can't, you shouldn't. Lori opened her mouth to counter that, but she couldn't think of anything to say. That's what was so dangerous about this. She wanted him to be the loyal, honest man she thought she knew, but it was just as likely that he was lying, and if he was, when this cruise ended, she'd be inconsolable. She'd never be able to trust a man again, and this was more than just trust. She truly loved Cade. She still felt something, it was undeniable, so every time the possibility of love came into her life, she'd think of him and the idealistic image that she had of their time together. She didn't want to confront that. She spent years suppressing it, and she couldn't forgive him for forcing her to live with it again. He was the one that was dragging out all these emotions. He didn't have to be dramatic or insistent. It had been a long time. He could have moved on, but he didn't. Now he was making that her problem. Lori had sunk back, laying on the bed sideways, and she was staring up at the ceiling, while Reina fished through her things in the bathroom. She was speaking, but Lori wasn't paying attention, until she came walking out, holding several pairs of jeans, a dress, shorts and a one-piece swimsuit. I'd like to help you, but I can't if you won't tell me what's going on. I could be wearing rotten fish, and he wouldn't care. Why are you being so resistant? You know him, Reina said. Don't you? What's there to think about? Oh my God. Decades of my life, what direction it's going to take, whether I want love, whether I can trust him or not. Fools rush in. He's telling the truth. Admit it. I'm not to the point where I can say that for certain. I'm overwhelmed, and frankly, I don't want to deal with any of this. It's going to be a disaster. What did he say? I want the day to myself. Maybe she sighed. I don't know. I'll get back with you. You don't want any help? No, because I'm not going. Lori stood to see her out. She felt like she was dangling above the water, and Reina was trying to push her overboard into a ring of sharks. Everyone was, and they didn't give a shit about her feelings. They just wanted to make sure Cade lived happily ever after. Meanwhile, she felt like she was hung over after a year-long binge. The beginnings of a sobbing fit swelled up somewhere behind her eyes, like an impending storm, torturing her, simply because she knew that at some point, somehow, it was coming. It was the force pulsing beneath her brow that had her frightened. It was a flaming vortex, as powerful as it was familiar. She used to feel it every time they kissed. Now it was there, a seething reminder of what Cade was capable of doing. She was just glad that she was alone. She needed that, along with a good meal. She was about to retrieve her plate and go back in her room when a knock came. She wasn't in the mood to deal with Reina, or have her space invaded by a team of crew members. She just wanted to be left alone. She ripped the door open and took a deep breath. "You can't give me a moment to think." "I wanted to see you," Cade told her, "and I won't apologize for that. But you knew that I wanted space, and instead, you asked me to come out on your yacht." "It's not a yacht." "I don't care." "Well, I do." He darted forward, and his lips were on hers, feeding that flaming vortex, which had, by this point, become a blaze, washing down her face, fueled by his tongue, pushing its way through. It slid back, along the ridges and mounds, and rested on the back of her teeth. Their lips parted, just enough to cement that heat and transform it into more than just desire. It was desperation. That's why her fists clenched. She stepped away, and bashed him in the jaw. "Never do that again." She pushed him out and slammed the door, still reeling from the firestorm he lit inside her. This was dangerous. There were too many unknowns, and he had more power over her than she thought possible. He knew that, too. He saw the way she reacted, and he was going to use it against her. Chapter 20. Caldo de queso, known in English as cheese soup, for the white, crumbling chunks of queso blanco that melted slightly when they were placed in the broth. As far as Lori knew, Cade was the only person she'd met north of the border who even knew what that was, and they certainly couldn't. She shouldn't have dipped her spoon in. He made it himself with the green chili she loved. The reason she loved it was because it added a smoky flavor to the broth that made her salivate, making it impossible for her to stop eating. It worked. She ate the whole bowl and spooned herself some more. When she was done, she hated herself. She had to fight him. She couldn't give in. She took a quick look at the time and debated for a moment about what she was going to do. Damn it. She entered the dance hall, wearing full makeup and the tightest pair of jeans she could fit into, and jumped into line as fast as she could. They were doing push-ups, and Margot was stamping her cane in time with her count. 25 and, "What are you doing?" Lori was on the ground about to lift herself up, when she saw the tip of the cane stamp down inches from her head. "You have gall." She took a moment to think about how she was going to respond. Margot hopped on that and shouted. "If you don't want to be here, go. I teach dancers, not flakes." Her cane thudded. "Up." Lori raised herself and turned to Harris, as soon as Margot moved on. "How are you?" she whispered. "What do you want?" Harris whispered back. I'm bored. I'm here alone, and to be honest." The cane went flying across the room like a spear. It crashed against the wall behind her, and Margot shouted, "Did I not just tell you where the door was?" "You want me to leave?" Lori asked. "I want you to decide. Are you going to commit, or are you going to flirt?" "She's making me feel uncomfortable," Harris said. "Good." Margot broke into a hacking fit, and suddenly stopped breathing, her eyes bulging out of her skull. Lori wasn't sure whether to offer her help. It wasn't until the old woman shrieked that she realized that was her way of stifling a cough. Down, the few poor souls trembling and struggling to hold themselves up off the ground fell with sighs of relief. "Up. What do you want?" Harris asked, his knees touching the ground. "To dance." "One more." "Down." Margot had made her way to the other end of the line, giving Harris a chance to respond. Bullshit. It's... Lori stopped herself when she saw Margot coming back around. She was using her cane to correct people's posture. Up. Well, if you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen, a deep, sing-song voice rang out. It was Josh, who seemed to have taken over for Carlos as Margot's assistant. Exactly. Margot hunched over and erupted, shaking and flushed, spewing flecks of spit on the nearest student. She bolted towards the door. Disgusting. Hey, if you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. He's been saying that a lot, hasn't he? She asked. Screw you. Harris stood himself up with a grunt. She did the same, along with several others. Many of the students were still laying on the ground, their breath racing. Pair off. Harris immediately turned and started walking towards the mirror on the side wall. When he passed Margot, her cane whipped out, snagged him in the ankle, and he tripped forward, his legs flying out behind him. The hell? Foxtrot. Excuse me, Lori raised a hand. Margot let her cane drop on the floor in front of Harris. You're with her. I thought, are you serious? Harris rolled over and braced himself to stand. You have to learn with a partner, she replied. If you can't do that, there's the door. He took a look back, before ambling over to where Lori was standing, smiling in his direction, twirling her hair. Why are you here? Foxtrot. Lori had to yell over the sound of Margot's coughing fit. I'm tired of Raina. Join the club. He rolled his eyes and rested on hand on the small of her back, so they could begin. Step, slowly. I said slowly. Lori moved in time with the invisible beat, having learned the dance years ago. Harris did the same, his eyes resting on her cleavage. See anything you like. Lori whipped around, faster than the dance called for, and he moved with her, flowing seamlessly. People have been talking, you know. Do I look like the kind of person that cares what other people think about her? You did at the pool, he replied, still staring. She laughed. I have a phobia of the water. That is ridiculous. What are you doing here? Okay, that's getting annoying, Lori said, and it's not funny. Look at me. Quick. He did. I'm not falling for your crap. You're loyal to her. You know how irritating she can be. Yeah, but you have a special place in hell reserved for men who act on their natural instincts. Why would you think that? Slower. Don't insult my intelligence, he said. Harris, is it so hard to believe that I just want a hookup? He shifted his jaw. If you bring her around. You think I want her knowing about this? No, it's just you and me and just tonight. Why? Because there's nobody else I can hook up with without compromising my morals. Your morals? He laughed, still dancing. I'm taken. You know damn well you're not. He shrugged a gesture worthy of assault. You're trying to humiliate me. We're supposed to go to the wave pool tonight, Lori lied. Instead, I was thinking we could come here. How do I know you're telling the truth? He asked. Does it really matter? You both want to go your separate ways. You don't know what she can do. She'll ruin this whole thing for me, especially if she finds out about this. It's not even worth it. But you're not having any luck. Don't try to deny it. I heard about what happened at yoga. You know, he said, we're not even together. I'm not cheating. I agree, Lori said, and sometimes people stay together longer than they should. It's not a crime to try to move on. No, and I don't think it was fair of her to humiliate you like that. It wasn't. But I still don't believe you. I think you're up to something. I mean, look at you. You look like you're about to do a catwalk. She smiled and turned away, covering her mouth. You think? Don't bullshit me. What is it? No talking. Margot screamed from the other end of the room. Lori waited until the woman went back to her conversation with the man that had been calling out before. They were saying something to the girl with him, and her head was bowed like she was about to cry. Well? It's the captain. You just lost all credibility, Harris laughed. He's my ex. I didn't even know he was here. I thought it was, he's been filling my room with things, showing up. He tried to kiss me today, and he won't stop, not unless I do something drastic. You're no good at lying. It's true, she said, and I have a room filled with precious jewels and dresses and a fucking servant following me around. Come to dinner. I get everything free. He narrowed his eyes. It's just not believable. Watch. With a quick look in Margot's direction, she pulled him by the sleeve to call an apologetic Raina. She felt guilty leading her friend on, but it worked. As soon as Harris heard her arguing about wanting to go to dinner instead, he knew that Lori was telling the truth. He agreed to meet her later that night for the couple's ball that evening, but only under one condition. You have to use me for sex. That's why I'm going. Now get changed. You stink. Chapter 21. On her ears, she wore 2 knots of gold, frosted and gleaming, paired with the scent of lilac, accent pieces to her emerald gown. It was too ornate for her taste, but it was the perfect thing to wear to the couple's ball, a nightly gathering, where wives pressured their husbands to put down the drinks and get on the dance floor. It wasn't the ideal evening. There was a lot of guilt, a lot of worrying, the prospect of getting pinned down by a drunken misogynist, or worse, a public blowout with Cade. He wasn't this dumb. He probably already knew what was going on. That was what Lori was banking on. She needed him to think that it was just a petty stunt, up until the moment she stepped inside Harris's room. There was no way of knowing how Cade would react or what he would do. He was always calm and easygoing, but when things truly hit the fan, he could be bombastic, angry and sullen. She was taking a risk, but it was for her own survival. Still, the guilt was there when she received the text from Harris, asking her to head to his room. She needed to be just as careful with him. She replied by saying that he was going to treat her like a lady and come to the door. He wasn't happy about that, but he was fast. In less than 5 minutes, he was waiting outside yelling, "I want to get there early." Why should it matter? Lori walked into the hall and stifled a gag. He was staring right down her collar, and this time, it wasn't a joke. His jaw fell open, and he scratched at his crotch, sucking air in sharply through his teeth. We could skip dinner. No, Cade has to see me, Lori told him, knowing full well that he was watching. Is he going to attack me? Harris followed her down the hall. He might, but you're a big man. You can take a punch. I could eat a whole pig, and I still won't go over 150. She didn't try to hide her laugh. You wear it well. Damn right, I do. He straightened the color of his black V-neck, the same shirt he was wearing during class. Narcissism is a universal turn-off. Women never say what they mean. Any other night, she probably would have punched him, just so he knew who was boss when the time came to walk away. That is the most disgusting thing I have ever heard anyone say. It's true, though. Both of them expected a crowd, and there was a back-forth about going to the buffet instead. It was tempting, until Lori thought about how dangerous it would be to have George serving Harris, and Harris had a mouth on him. Every time an eccentric passed, he had something to say, and he didn't even bother to lower his voice. He just belted out as soon as they passed. There was more than one dirty look. It was starting to become a problem. Lori wasn't even sure she wanted to be seen with him, and it wasn't just his remarks. His reputation was a tangible force, apparent on the faces of nearly everyone that passed them by. "That's the Prowler," a bellhop whispered to a clerk, holding open the door to a boutique. Lori laughed, and Harris turned to face her. "Don't repeat that." "What?" "Prowler. Why do you care? You're supposed to be Mr. Nonchalant." "I would like to walk into a room without being called a predator." "Prowler," Lori corrected him. "It's the same thing, and it's a mischaracterization. It's about honesty and being true to what you really want." "Why are you trying to school me?" he asked her. "I thought you just wanted sex." "Because I think you'll save yourself a lot of trouble if you just walked away. It's my business, and I'd like you to stay out of it." "Okay," Lori held two hands up, a gesture of surrender. "You're right. None of my business. I don't trust this. What does Raina want?" He stopped in the corner outside of the dance hall, a safe distance away from the couple streaming inside. "I want you to be honest with me." "She doesn't know, and she's going to be pissed," Lori said. "Then let's call her and figure that out." "No, please," he was already pulling out his phone. "I don't want to tell her." He hit the call button, teeth bared in a devilish smirk. "Jesus, stop. I'm no." "Yeah, why is Lori ready to spread her legs?" There was a pause and he held the phone away from his ear. Lori could hear Raina screaming. "It's for you. You did that, not me." "Whatever," he hit the end button and hooked his arm in hers, so they could wait in the line that was forming near the entrance. When they got closer, and Lori could see inside, she took a moment to admire the way the shadows danced in the low light, like 1,000 apparitions, melding and parting, spinning, growing, and dying. The mirrors on the side wall had been replaced with a trellis laden with roses so lifelike Lori could have sworn they were real until they took their table, and she got a chance to feel the waxy surface of the petals. They took up the entire wall, separated only at intervals by statues of maidens dancing. Harris went to scour the buffet, leaving Lori alone and feeling vulnerable. She mostly watched the band, strumming away slow songs, while couples took their turn, clumsily shuffling their feet. "You're not going to chow down." He was balancing a small mountain range of fried chicken, popcorn shrimp and crab salad. "I don't eat buffet food," she replied. "Why not?" "It's no worse than anything else. Half of it comes in barrels, and almost all of it is produced in shady farms and factories with little to no accountability." He popped a shrimp in his mouth. "You're kind of stuck up. If you had seen the things I've seen, you wouldn't eat it either." He stuffed a few more shrimp in his mouth, before pushing his plate away and patting his stomach. "I will get back to you little guys in a bit." He turned to Lori, who was watching the band play. "Hello," he waved a hand in front of her face. "What?" She turned her attention away from the music. "You want to dance?" She sighed, cognizant of the little cameras posted in every corner of the room. She was complacent, and Cade was probably starting to notice. "Definitely," she replied and stood to her feet. Harris hopped up, and his arm slid around her waist. "Don't touch my butt in public. I always shake gifts before I unwrap them." He took a handful, and there was a flash of white and blue, rushing past the crowd, moving in their direction. People parted, the music stopped, passengers seemed to be making way for something, and with it came a blast of adrenaline. The air behind her suddenly grew warm and still, but only for a tiny fraction of a second. Two men, both with buzzcuts and crew uniforms, came rushing in, one on each side of Harris, who was standing, frozen and staring at something behind her. She couldn't see him, but she could feel him, and his aura, hot enough to melt her gown. 2 days, assault and harassment. "No, CA. I've already had complaints," Cade told her, and she could feel his words rush out and encircle her neck. "Besides, you can't tell you wanted that." I said you can't tell me. While he spoke, Harris's eyes were glued on her own, his expression neutral, as if there weren't two men, pulling his hands behind his back, while the whole room watched, even the band, which had stopped playing at that point. His lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. It was a threat, meant for her eyes only. Amend that. Till we reach port, to be turned over to. Ah, damn you. Damn you. God, gee, go. No. Harris was thrashing and shrieking, struggling to get away, his body wriggling, while they took him by the arm and began dragging him backwards. His foot flew forward and curved to the side, a half-hearted attempt to kick the crew member to his right. They both let go, and he lost his balance. He hit the ground with a thud, and a look of sheer terror came over him. No, 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 no. Without picking him up off the ground, they grabbed him by the shoulders, ignoring his pleas. The room was so quiet that Laurie could hear him begging while they dragged him out. You shouldn't have done that. Laurie turned to confront the stone-faced captain. He's caused 4 fights already. Laurie, we're both adults. You tell me what you want, and I'll respect it. It might hurt, but not like it will if you make me wonder. She took a breath, searching his face for some sign of anger, but it wasn't there. He was quiet, eyes roaming the room, as the band did its best to bring the passengers away from the stare-off. There's no pretense. I know you. You won't. Is that what you want? I want to know why. You're acting like it's been a couple months. It's been a lifetime. He reached out, his arm wrapped around her back, and he took her hand. There was a moment where she felt like the air had suddenly been sucked out of her, only to be replaced by helium. When he moved, she was floating, supported by his solid frame. Her head found its place in the divide between 2 mountains, her cheek pressed against his chest, and they swayed, oblivious to the smiling faces and whispers around them. I don't have to tell you why. You're shivering. Entranced, she pulled away to look at her hands. They were shaking and cold. She could feel herself sliding, careening through a cloud of emotions and sensations, a force, like gravity, and just as impossible to fight. I want to be careful, she whispered, her head back in its place. You can't fall in love that way. Love hurts, she whispered. It hurts a lot. That's not love. I've never felt anything else. He laughed, a bitter, almost imperceptible sound. You don't remember. Maybe I don't want to. That's heartening, he whispered. Loving you hurt. It hurts so much. You were always, why didn't you tell me about the bar? You could've. I didn't think I could face having to tell our child that I paid for their crib with booze money. They wouldn't have. I mean, that's nothing. Every day, I saw people getting into fights, handing me their rent, their electric, their food. I felt like I was taking advantage of them. Laurie kept her voice low, while they rocked to the music. It's hard for me to believe that you're really this good. I'm just me, and uncompromisingly so. I don't know if I can believe you, Laurie said, examining the familiar shapes of his lips, then his nose, and into his eyes. I married you, his voice trembled in the air between them, a wave of static, quivering against her chest. Why would I lie? Why would I enter into something like that if I didn't mean it? If there's one thing I think we both know to be true, I'm stubborn, even more so than you are. We're titans, both of us. We can outlast each other, she kidded. No, you put up a good fight, but I know you. I know what you want, what you need. I've seen your true self, and you've seen mine. How could you doubt that? Really? His tone was skeptical. He didn't want to really believe that she had written him off, but she had. Still, she couldn't forget the fire they shared, their summers, their evenings, days dragging into night. They were safe in their little blanket fort. In those moments, they were just two souls, meeting with one another, two faces. They could delve into all of the eccentricities and myriad instincts that made them individuals. Lori was certain that no two people had ever been closer, and that's why it hurt so much, like being stabbed and bled. When she realized, or, she had to admit it was possible, assumed that he was cheating, she felt like she'd been doused in lava. She fell to her knees, shrieked, pounded the floor, and scratched at the carpet. She was pregnant, jobless, and frightened. She thought if he did cheat, if he really had the gall, he would go with the woman he loved, not her. She couldn't even look at him. Her image of him changed, and suddenly he was dead to her. She was a widow, waking up to bloody sheets and pain, so ghastly she screamed until her voice had faded, and animal wailing sounds came grating through. It was like having a drill bit shoved into her gut. When she opened her eyes to that, she didn't think she could live. I went through a lot, and it's fresh, it will always be fresh, to be honest with you, and it would get in the way. You're not as stubborn as you think, Cade told her. He had a palm on the small of her back supporting her, and she was glad that he did, because she was finding it hard to breathe when he stared her, giving her the same look he used to give her underneath their blanket fort. It reminded her of a jungle man, virile and wild, the way his hair used to stand up on one end, when they were sheltered beneath their quilt. He'd twist his mouth to the side when he spoke casually about the life he was going to have, treks and climbs, deep-sea fishing, nights camped out in some strange forest, or riding through dunes in the Sahara. She convinced herself that he was imbalanced and ranting, but she used to believe that he could do anything. He'd choose his future, pluck a star out of the sky, as easily as picking fruit off of a tree. That's what he used to say. Now he was the captain of a cruise ship. He commanded men. He saw the world, and a part of the world that most people never saw. Now that she thought about it, and really took a second to consider what he'd actually done with himself, it wasn't easy to step back, let her hands fall, and look him in the eye, knowing how much it hurt him. Just that loss of contact was enough to give him a look like he wanted to reach out and touch her, but he knew he couldn't. The man she thought she knew would have been heartbroken by that. Will you just give me some time? Of course, he stepped back respectfully, and I'm sorry. You're being put under too much pressure. I understand, she said, and I want to talk to you, but I feel like I'm being bombarded, and not just because of this. It's Tim. I just lost somebody, he betrayed me, and all around me there are people, living out their love and the drama. It's like I have a million voices in my head, and to add in, this is a lot. He lit up, and she shook her head before going on. This constant wonder about what I'm going to do, who I'm going to be with, I have to be free of that, just for, I don't know. I want to think, and I know you're worried that if I think too much I'll. He snatched on her pause. It's not something you think through. It's something you feel, and admit it, you do feel something. I need to relieve this pressure and relax. I hope you really do understand, and, she added before he could reply, I can't have you trying anything. When I say back away, that means no servants, no gifts, just a few days to myself. Okay, he nodded, and I do understand. I've been thinking about this for years, and I thought you'd understand that it was all a mistake, that you just need a little urging, but things are more complex. They are, and I don't know what I'm going to do, Cade. I really don't, so I have to cut this moment short. I need to draw it out, to give myself time to think about the future. I'll give you that. You can still have anything aboard the ship, no matter what it is. Everything here is at your disposal, and there will be no pressure, no games. I promise. Thank you, she said. There was the need to pull closer. He met her yes, his arms resting at his side, curved, as though he wanted to embrace her. She was leaning forward, ready to do the same, as though that old life had never ended. An awkward realization passed between them, and Lori turned to leave the hall and go back to her room. Chapter 22. Walking back to her suite, Lori caught a glimpse of the water flowing past the ship. It was, by that time, well after midnight, and most of the passengers were sleeping. The silence and salt-infused breeze were soothing against her skin. It was odd, being so afraid of the edge, though the scene was relaxing. There was only so long she could hug the wall, her back and palms pressed against it, like she was being cornered by a sea beast. She had to get used to it. There were worse things to deal with than the water, a decision needed to be made. She didn't want to have to make it. She didn't ask him to hold on, and she didn't want to feel this way, but she did. She thought she was going to die, taking her first step closer to the water. "It's okay," she whispered. "It's nothing." She told herself that she was being cautious, but she didn't take a moment to think about what was behind that caution, what she was running from: fear. She hated being afraid. She could feel her skin tightening, her muscles clenched, something rose up in her stomach, and she was gripped by a vision of herself, dangling over the edge. It felt like one wrong move, one slip, if her ankle twisted, or she jolted just a bit, she'd fall into the water. And she tried to convince herself that it was illogical. She couldn't feel the ship moving. There was no turbulence. Even if she did fall overboard, there were alarms, and people ready to jump in and pull her out. Cade would probably find a way to catch her before she even got wet. She slung herself forward with a gasp and gripped the rails. Her head fell, and she was forced to look at the water moving below. That was what scared her, the water itself. She remembered the choppy seas that Cade would sail into. Back then, he only had a small boat he called Louie. That thing was so fragile, one good wave could have ground it to dust. Cade was aware of it, and they talked about the risk. Eventually, they fought about it. She'd beg him to get another job, and he'd refuse. She never felt like he understood what it was he was doing to her. She used to sit on the couch, the front window to her back, and watch TV, while she listened for the sound of the car out front. He had a schedule, but sometimes he'd have to stay out and wait through storms before he could come back inland. Other times, he went on wild trips, hunting for the best fishing spots. Their house was next to the beach, so she'd hear the water, and sit and watch reports about the storms, 2 hurricanes, waves hundreds of feet high, while she tried to convince herself that he wasn't dead. The ocean became a monster, ready to rear up and take him away. That's why she didn't like to get close to the edge of the ship. It brought her back to that tiny, dark place in her history, a single-box television, as wide as her foot was long, her mother's old couch, a shoebox kitchenette. The living room wasn't much bigger than a walk-in closet. She'd keep the lights off, huddled in the eerie blue glare of the flickering TV. She'd sleep in there when the waters were really rough. She'd wake up and part the curtains, hoping to find his truck outside. Instead, she found a clear view of the open air past the sea cliffs. She felt like those nights had conditioned her to want him. It also made her think about how long he waited, how he said he looked, that he was still looking for her, actively, when he saw her name on the boarding list. And George, he said that Cade told him about Lori, that he had been thinking about her this whole time. That wasn't the behavior of a man that wanted a cruise-long dalliance. They spoke about her long before she showed on this ship. He wouldn't have been so emotional either. He had dignity. This was real, palpable pain and a need they both had. Something sparked. It flared in the center of her throat, like a thirst, and not just any thirst. It was the fire of true necessity, like she'd been wandering through the dunes, and she'd just come upon an oasis. Her body knew it was coming, sweet nectar, breaking through dried lips, reminding her of an addiction she forgot. It was just as powerful. She couldn't have stopped herself from pulling out her golden key any sooner than an alcoholic could put down a drink. In her head, she was screaming, begging herself to stop, but she couldn't. That force took over. It was warping her mind. She actually convinced herself, while she rode in the elevator, that this was the right thing to do. If he could make her feel like this, he deserved this moment, at least, just a moment, she told herself, but all pretense was gone when she found herself looking into a basic seating area, casually stylish, a simple black sectional, a blanket and pillow crumpled up at the end, a fireplace, and a TV. This was Cade's space, all square and angles, basic plaster, no decorations, white walls. She could feel him, and there was a smell, fresh and gentle, nothing she could put to words. It reminded her of bare bodies, twisted together, experiencing the same gentle moments they had under their blanket fort. She steeled herself, fought off her unwelcome memories, and took a moment before she approached the balcony across the room. He was standing out there, staring out into a dancing seascape. His jacket was hanging on a hook near the door, covered in medals and pins. He seemed vulnerable without the starched fabric, wearing only a white t-shirt, sticking out of his slacks in back. She could see the contour, where the shirt hugged his arms and shoulders, things she'd rather not notice, but he was beautiful, and she wasn't sure, she just wasn't. He could have been telling the truth. She had to know, simply because she couldn't ignore this feeling. That's what had her striding across the room with confidence, interrupted by the sound the door made when she opened it. She expected him to face her, but he didn't. If he did, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself. It was his way of being respectful. It did seem like a strain. He was too still, like a gun cocked and ready to fire. She had to say something. She couldn't just stand behind him. "Are you lying?" she asked, her voice quieter than she meant it to be. No, he didn't turn, but there was something broken and painful in the way he spoke. She didn't like it. She didn't want to see him suffer, and she could see it, he was suffering, and she was responsible for it. She kept him dangling and took everything, killing all of his dreams, his source of happiness, his love. A man in love, really in love, shouldn't have to go through that. There was a delicacy to what they had, something tender and soft. A mean word or a harsh tone was an unnatural affront, tantamount to murder. It would have hurt, a lot. "If there's any chance that this could go badly," Lori said. "I don't think I could survive it." He laughed to himself. "I feel the same way. I don't want my heart broken." "Lori, look at me," he told her. "I already lost you." It was horrific. "I would never break your heart. It's been a long time. You're an immovable force, exactly like the day I met you," he said. "What happened during this time, whatever your life has become, you're still you, and I love you. Time can't change that." "A lot has happened," she said, coming up beside him. He was warm, and the cold was making her nose and elbows burn. She felt ridiculous in her green gown, taking up most of the on the balcony. "You've never been with." "Nothing significant, and whatever happened, you were always in the shadows. It never lasted more than a week or two. When I say there's never been anyone else. I'm always the other woman," she blurted out, "and not even the one that they want to be with. The pattern started with you, or at least," she sighed, "at least I thought it did." "I would never," he trembled. "I don't know that. I keep getting into this situation over and over, and I know it has something to do with me, and myself. How could I possibly believe? I mean, you're my first, the most intense. You don't start out right then develop bad instincts. That's not the way this works. It's something you're supposed to learn to grow out of. You had a wonderful childhood, good grades, and you never took a single drug. You're not flawed. Then why do I keep having to go through this? 15 years, Cade. 15 years without me, without your husband, your home, the things you dreamed about, 15 years since things ended, for the three of us. What are you saying? You're not the kind of woman that hops onto the back of a motorcycle. A part of you has chosen to stay away from love. I've sought it out this whole time. But you're careful, he said, you're bruised, and I think you're probably lost. That doesn't mean I have been lost. I've been waiting tables, working lines, bagging burgers, and it's been fucking hell. I never recovered. I never progressed. You never settled. You're scared, he said, and she was when he turned to face her. You know that you're still as in love with me now as you were the day you met me. You know I am perfect for you, that we could even have a chance at reuniting, and that if we did, you would settle. After what happened when I did, she murmured, unwilling to silence herself, but still uncertain, seeing the way he was looking at her. What happened? You worked yourself up until you were traumatized, so you stayed away from love. That has nothing to do with me. Stop punishing me. What are you going to do if I walk away? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be satisfied. But I don't think you are, either. No, I'm not, she said. I haven't felt whole since I left, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't promise that I can jump in or that things will be the way they were. He gave a solemn nod and reached over. She let him interlace his fingers in her own, simply because she wasn't sure she could stoke this fire, and she needed to feel something. She thought it would be a relief, but it was like throwing a log on top. Her body was numb when he spoke, imbuing her core with a shivering heat wave. I told myself that just one last kiss and an explanation would be enough. It's all I thought about for years. I prepared myself for it. I lowered my expectations as low as they could go. Now I'm not even sure if it's enough, but I know I need to feel, just something resembling the affection we had. You are different, you know. I don't think, I wouldn't be here if you weren't. She stopped to choose the right words, sensing his anticipation, if you didn't affect me the way you do. It's beautiful to see, he said, adding a sly smile. You would melt. You still do, like it was yesterday. I used to tell people, my wife is lost, and I'm still trying to find her. That's how I see things. I just want to be with the woman I was married to. Who you are married to, she corrected. And your last name, he beamed, adding a sly grin. Still Parker, as you're well aware. Why didn't you drop it? I don't know. But you haven't felt this way since the last time we were together, have you? He let go of her hand, and she felt the loss sorely. She was shivering. If you broke my heart, Cade, I don't think I could survive. There's too much history, too much passion. Admit it, admit you want this. Admit it to yourself if nothing else. Give this, our marriage, the attention it deserves, and God damn it. You cut me off, no communication. Leaving things like that, I deserve a moment, don't I? She went quiet, her eyes wandering across the water, but he couldn't allow that. He needed to rest a finger on her chin, and tilt her head, until she was staring directly at him, examining the lines and dark circles, each one a symbol of the years he faced, heartbroken and cut off. She searched his face, trying to find the young man that she knew. He was there, as passionate and determined as ever, and he was searching too, calling up old ghosts as he did. He was looking for his lost wife, who worshipped him and lived to see him come through the door. That woman, she loved Cade in a way that even a mother couldn't love their child. His pain was her pain. Lori still felt that way. She didn't want to hurt him. He saw her fretting, his eyes were on hers, watching her go through a tumult of contradicting thoughts, a full spectrum of feelings, from terror to explosive excitement. It only took a moment, a few seconds at most, but it felt the longest moment in her life. I don't want you to hurt like this, she said. He nodded. But you. And I need to be sure. She lifted herself up onto the balls of her feet, and his head twisted to the side. His lips, plump and comforting, slipping into a familiar rhythm. The tip of his tongue poked through, tangled with her own, and drew back, sliding over her upper lip. She was lucky that he wrapped his arm behind her back to support her, because she did feel light, and not just from lack of breath. She was reeling from the pain, his pain, a deep, bitter wellspring, a rigid, furious energy, creasing his brow, creating dry river beds and tributaries, each one a river of a sadness, overflowing with grief. She reached up to run a finger along them, hoping to smooth out each one, take away the years, the broken-hearted desperation. She knew that feeling well, but she never felt it as much as that moment, when his face was a few inches away, and he was dipping lower to taste her lips and explore through her. She forgot why she raised her hand, just that she needed support. She clutched a thick biceps, and let her mouth open further with every thrust. She was drowning in the heat of their breath melding in the chill, his massive shoulders sheltering her thin frame, the hunger, deep in her gut, fueling her frantic need for more, closer, faster, stronger. His shadow, his thick arms and shoulders, the full force of his frame, all seemed to envelop her, reminding her that he was always so much more, stronger, more capable, solid. Without him, she was a fragile branch, ready to snap in two, or a single spark, ready to fall into the ocean. But he was fuel. He had more energy and power than 10 men, more than enough to share. Chapter 23. Water surrounded her head in a flowing veil, filling her nostrils and pulling at the edges of her eyes. She didn't want to have to hear or see anything, so she locked herself in the bathroom, turned off the lights, and stripped down, so she could stand underneath the shower. It had been an infinite amount of time, taking in more moisture than air, and she still saw him, wearing his work boots, his old black jacket, and his hat, just a plain navy baseball cap, but he only took it with him when he went fishing. He used to stand by the hook near the door for an hour, finishing one of their endless conversations, before he left. He saw her sadness during those moments, so he allowed her to drag the conversation on until the very last moment, sometimes longer. He recognized her need and he did everything he could to counteract it. Part of her wanted to do the same thing for him, and she wasn't sure what to think about that. There was a quiet desperation during those times. She wanted to shoot up off the couch, grab him, and force him to stay with her. She would have tackled him if she thought it would work. He sensed that too. She didn't ever want to feel like that again. She was petrified. They loved each other intensely, and that intensity carried over during the chaos, their fights, and into his absence, plunging her into a deep, incorrigible depression, so pervasive and dangerous that at times, she thought of giving up. The shower water pounding against the tiled walls and flooring, reminding her of what it felt like, trying to fall asleep on the couch, listening to the rain. She used to imagine 1,000 needles, driving themselves underneath her skin at once. It was a reminder that he was gone, and he might not come back. He was experiencing the same thing, drawn out over a period of 15 years, and she knew it. She wanted to stay there, cuddle, have the perfect morning, but she was a selfish coward. She was hurting him, because she didn't want to need him the way he needed her. Maybe it was too late. She shut the water off and crossed her arms against the cold. It took her a moment to find her robe in the dark, and once she did, she found that the fabric was thin. The cold pierced through little holes in the fabric, forcing her out into the room, where she had a long-sleeved shirt folded in the bottom of her suitcase. She was aware, while she pulled on her jeans, that there was noise outside, but she wasn't paying attention to that now. She just wanted to manage, take a few, simple breaths, and enjoy her little sanctuary. This was a vacation. She shouldn't have to be fielding off visitors or hiding in her room. And the walls seemed to have gotten thinner. Raina's voice passed through like a spear through a rice paper wall. Why did you do it? Huh? Lori had no chance of getting through this if she didn't do something. Raina would stay out there and shout and sob, everyone would see, giving the passengers yet another reason to talk about her. In one quick motion, she swung the door open, grabbed Raina by the arm and flung her inside. "You have gall, treating me like that," the girl shrieked. "After taking him out, hooking up with him, the man I thought I was going to marry," her voice cracked and Lori could see from the rosy color of her cheeks that she'd been crying. You should just keep your mouth shut. You don't have any right intruding on my relationship. Why did you do it, huh? Why? How could you?" She had two fists raised, a mouth open and her eyes slammed shut. She looked as though her breath had stopped completely, and her body was trying to force out a sob. No. With fists flailing, Rena rushed forward. Lori stepped aside, avoiding her entirely and grabbed Raina by the waist, so she could hold her and let her sob. Raina's head fell on her shoulder, and her tears came flooding in. "How?" she gasped. "How could you? How could you? How could you?" "I wanted to make Cade jealous, but I didn't plan on doing anything." "Of course not," she pulled away, her face raw and flushed. Why did you tell me?" "He was texting me, sending me pictures of you two, and I saw those, and I lost it." "You couldn't even call." "He was sending you pictures?" From across the room." "You looked like Cinderella, you witch." "I had to be convincing." "Anyways," Lori added, "it's over. Cade stuck him in the brig for pinching my butt." "Really?" Raina asked, clearly excited by the news. "How long?" "Well, apparently, he was causing trouble with some of the other passengers, so Cade decided it would be best to have him there for the duration of the voyage." "Do you think they'll let me speak to him?" "I don't know," Lori replied. "I don't think he'd go against protocol with something this important. But you can ask." "I don't know. I'm not sure how much I'll be talking to him." "Why not?" Raina asked. "I don't know where things are going. I am taking time and space, and I think that should be respected." "Yeah, I guess so. But you're not going to hurt him, are you? He seems so nice. It would be a shame." "It's not that simple," Lori said. "I'm hurting him right now, simply because I'm not in his presence. I can't take on that kind of responsibility. I have to think about my own needs." "You're getting there." Lori turned to Raina, whose eyes were narrowed in her direction. "I will not be acclimated. I know that's what you want. Him too. He's banking on it. You're a frog in a boiling pot, and you don't even know the water is getting hotter. You can't stop this." "I can, and I will," Lori said. Raina shrugged, fully confident. "Whatever you think you have to do." She took an uncomfortable look around. "You can't just sulk." "No, you're right. I can't, but I can take my own damn time, and decide when I want to leave. Maybe you should distract yourself. Come to yoga with me." "I don't want to. That teacher hates me, and dance class is weird." "Have you been?" "Just once, and you're right," she said. "But there's got to be something." "You're bored, aren't you?" Lori asked. "A little." "Wait," Lori went to go pull her tablet out of her room. "I'm sure he'll let us go to whatever class we want." "Oh, you're right," Raina came up to look. Lori pulled up the notepad and wrote out a quick note. Her screen went blank. "Did you charge it?" "It's not dead. Watch." The sound of waves on a beach rolled out, and a soothing voice said, "Welcome to Capital Cruise Lines, and thank for choosing the couples." The voice turned robotic, "VIP executive package." It resumed its normal tone, and a picture of a smiling couple, hitting a volleyball in a pool, came on screen. Discover a new passion, learn something new, or just enjoy a moment together. The picture faded away, replaced by a man tasting his wife's stew in an industrial kitchen. Our couples enrichment activities are optional courses meant to give you a stronger bond with the person you love. The next picture was of a smiling pair standing in front of blank easels. They faded out, replaced by two 20-somethings knitting together. The courses are taught by experts in their field, award winners and celebrities, people who have made an impact, sharing their knowledge with you. And of course, we offer a diverse array of options. From rock climbing to knitting, there's something for everyone, she announced. A chime rang, and the list of courses came on screen. Tell us how you'd like to spend your voyage. Lori scrolled past a picture of a couple stretching on yoga mats. Next, Raina said. Lori laughed when she swept to the next picture, a couple in their 20s, using ancient sewing machines. No. What about pool aerobics? Not without a burqa, Raina said. Lori stroked her chin playfully. No. What? You're actually considering it, aren't you? Raina gave her a shocked look. I just think. No, she interjected. I just think that it's a sensible option. I said no. Come on, Lori stepped back, so she could envision it. You wouldn't be able to see a thing. Exactly, you'd be walking around, bumping into things. No, they have slits for the eyes. Like with ghosts? Raina asked. No, it's like see-through fabric. I don't know. But it would be divine. I just wish I could pull it off. I'm tired of people looking at me, pressing me. Lori swept her finger across the screen, bringing up a picture of a steaming soup pot. There was a chime, and a voice sounded. A refined culinary experience, featuring Jan Fraser, legendary chef and award-winning restaurateur. She must be 90, Raina said. 84, Lori corrected. Well, she is a legend. She is very accomplished, Lori agreed. I really wanted to take that class. Why don't you? I suppose I will. What do you think? Want to go with me? I'm no good at that kind of thing. I'll show you, Lori said. It's fun. All right, but you have to do all the hard stuff. They ordered 2 muffins, and munched on them while Lori went through the different knife cuts, how to chop onions, mince and peel garlic. She tried showing Raina how to hold the knife, her hand held out with fingers twisted, but Raina couldn't get her thumb right, no matter how hard she tried. The class was held above the fine dining restaurant, where Lori saw Cade's silhouette, her first glimpse since before she left. She had to walk across the spot where he was standing to get to the steps that led inside. The ship's industrial kitchen was impressive. There were ovens with flashy touchscreens, capable of cooking any meat in any manner, 3D printers, their arms flitting back and forth, frosting and baking pastries, mixing sauces, and soups. The griddle was automated, capable of flipping meat with perfect timing, same with the fryers. Tubes above the oil connected with the refrigerator, delivering specific food items to be cooked at preset temperatures. When the food was done, the baskets lifted themselves up so they could drain and tip themselves over onto one of the plates, sitting on the line. Lori didn't even know that devices like that existed. She had no idea how to operate or maintain them. It was daunting, knowing that things had changed so much since she'd been inside a state-of-the-art kitchen. The lesson, of course, wasn't planned around robotics or software. There were 2 rows of metal tables in the center of the room, each with their own sink, oven and stovetop. Below, shelves were overflowing with everything they would need for basic lessons. The knives themselves were sitting on a table in the front of the room. Lori stopped to get a look at them, well aware that her idol was a few feet away, standing on the other side of the table, where she'd plopped down a white tote bag. She was rifling around inside it, looking for something. She still looked like the exact same woman whose cooking program Lori used to memorize. She had an elegant, blonde bubble, surrounding wrinkled porcelain features, a tiny nose, and a formidable presence, even with her short stature. When she finally pulled out what looked like a black rectangle, she looked up and Lori jumped away in fright. To your stations, ladies and gentlemen. She took a stool, next to Raina, who had laid claim to a station near the center, with older couples in front, on each side, and most importantly in back, good couples, smiling and behaving the way they were supposed to. They wouldn't be watched or harassed. Jan went on when she was satisfied that the rest of the class was ready. Now I know that some of you have voiced your concerns about using heat aboard the ship. It's just not safe, a concerned woman interrupted. I mean, we're rocking around, moving through the water. Things could happen. I agree, a woman behind her said. There are a lot of things we could do without heat, things I'd like to learn at some point. We didn't pay to learn things that we already know how to do. I've been cooking at home for 30 years. I can handle the stove. The original dissenter looked ready to hop over her table and tackle Jan to the ground. I also think that as passengers aboard a dangerous vessel, we should have the right to choose whether or not we want amateurs cooking over an open flame. They could put our lives in danger, the second woman protested. Ladies, let's talk this through, Jan interjected in a calm voice and gave them a warm, matronly smile. Lori couldn't help but admire her patience. The women hassling her looked mean, both with thin balls of hair, the first, so black it was almost blue, and the other looked as though she'd been soaking her scalp in the purple shampoo women her age used, the kind that purged the sickly yellow color from her roots. It took on a violent tinge, exaggerated by the fluorescent lights. I think we're done here. They turned around to silently confront the room. To Lori, it was obvious that they were hoping for a walkout. They seemed to be getting angrier. Nobody had moved, though some seemed to be keeping their heads down. Fine. The ladies turned up their noses, grabbed their husbands, and herded them down the steps, both complaining like two dogs nipping at the men's heels. Raina watched the whole thing, her brow ruffled. She stood, waiting for a moment, until they were out of sight and whispered, "Don't they know that this place is a restaurant?" I think they were worried about amateurs, Lori whispered back. What amateurs? We all own stoves. They're paranoid. People get funny on ships. They're trapped and worried about sinking. It's cabin fever, she replied, her attention focused on the celebrity just a few yards away. She was the master of the room, calm and composed, measuring out cups of flour and milk. When she was done, she took an egg, thwacked it on the counter and poured it into a bowl before the whites could drip. Lori still had yet to learn how to do that, and she was dying to ask, but the others were starting to quiet. It was time for them to begin. Raise your hands if you've never used a stove before. People looked to one another, while she drew out the silence. Nobody raised their hand. Good, now how many of you have set your kitchen on fire? Well, I should hope not, a shrewd voice said from behind. Now how many of you think we're going to set the ship on fire? Well, we could. And sea monsters could swarm the boat, but you don't hear anyone bitching about that, Lori said. I want to learn. Leave if you're just here to cause trouble. I can't belly. This isn't fair to the rest of us, Lori interjected, and I've had about enough of it. Go. She whipped around to confront red-faced geriatric, who looked as though she were about to have a heart attack. But I think it would be best if we allow the serious students to learn. You are more than welcome to come back tomorrow. I paid $700 for this class, her husband shouted. My husband's the captain. You turn right around, the both of you, and go. You're a liar, the woman said. She's not, Jan cut in between the three of them. Now I do think it would be best for you to leave. You tell that prick he messed with the wrong lawyer, the man said, pointing a finger at Lori. He was already starting to walk to the stairs, with his wife stamping her heels behind him. Thank you, Jan beamed, and Lori thought she was going to scream like a little girl at a concert. Not only did she know who Lori was, she liked her. Lori listened intently as Jan went through the ingredients for simple crepes: flour, eggs, milk, salt, butter and water. She had them all set out and she went around the room, helping people whisk them together. Raina made it very clear the second they were asked to start that she wasn't going to do a single thing, which was fine, had she not been standing behind Lori, asking a million questions about what it was they were trying to make. Lori ignored it all and focused on what she was doing, until she saw the bag inside the little refrigerator underneath her station. Strawberries, ripe and gorgeous, sitting next to a bar of chocolate the size of a gold bullion. I guess I'll try cooking now that you've made the mix. I'm not finished. She took out a saucepan and a bag of sugar. Measure me half a cup. She handed it to Raina. What are you doing? Lori grabbed another pan, a jug of half and a salt shaker. She turned on the heat, chopped a square of chocolate, and let it melt, while Raina did her best to open the paper sugar bag without spilling it everywhere. I hate these things. Tear the top, pull at it, not the corners. Here, she shoved it over and went back to looming over Lori, who was already pulling the measuring cup out of the bag. She added it into a separate pan, along with a few cups of water, and dumped the strawberries in. You want to learn how to cook them? It looks hard. And what is all that stuff? Watch. Lori drizzled a line of unsweetened chocolate into the mix. That's not sweet. It's not supposed to be. Whisk it. You whisk it, Raina countered. A single look had her stirring the mixture, sending drops of mocha-colored batter flying all around them. While she was doing that, Lori checked the strawberries. On high heat, they would be done in just a few minutes. Let's see, she checked Raina's mess to make sure it was even. Good. Hand me that spray. She motioned to the green bottle next to the sink at the end of the counter. I'm not any good at this. That's okay. It's a lot easier than you think. How are things progressing? Oh, wow. Jan came swooping in, having finished with the station behind theirs. Lori felt like a turtle that couldn't get her head back into her shell. She stood in front of the stove, holding a non-stick pan for the crepes, focused only on her idol. She felt something jab into her stomach and realized that Raina had just elbowed her in the side. I hope it's okay that I used this. It's just. Jan laughed. Let's you and I have a sit down sometime. I'd love to. Absolutely. And maybe I'll teach you a few things. Oh, she said disappointedly, all right. Jan gave her a knowing smile. There's some powdered sugar in the cupboard up here. And when you're done, she added with a twinkle, bring it up so I can show them a real crepe. Sure, Lori said, focused on stirring the chocolate sauce. She checked the boiling strawberry syrup, then went on to show Raina how to cook the thin crepes without burning them to the pan. It didn't take much for her to learn. She mostly spent her time watching Lori finish the chocolate. It was annoying, having her move whenever Lori moved, asking about every little thing. She wanted to know what the strawberries were for, just as Lori was getting ready to fill the crepes with them. And the chocolate, she was fascinated with the stuff. To her, it seemed an impossible task, adding a few ingredients into the saucepan and heating them. She just couldn't believe how easy it was, and Lori had had about enough. She didn't want to explain everything. She hated teaching people, she always had, so she did her best to focus on plating the crepes and make sure that they were folded correctly. There wasn't much left when she was done. Raina was already sitting on a stool, eating the rest of the strawberries, when she went to pull the sieve out of the cupboard. Why do you make them so thin? They're crepes, she snapped. They're freaking crepes, and you don't have to ask me about them. All you have to do is pull your phone out of your pocket, press the button on the side, and ask it a question. But. Just stop. Lori closed her mouth abruptly and looked around. Everyone, even Jan, was staring at her. She couldn't stay in that room. She humiliated herself, and now Raina was bawling, telling her how mean she was. She was petrified. She wanted to fall to her knees and scream. For 20 years, most of her life, she watched Jan's show every day. She lived on her cookbooks. She perfected everything that Jan taught, and in so doing, she found her calling. That was ruined now. Cade tainted it. Chapter 24. Every year, colossal demons came rolling off the water, darkening the sky's usual dull haze with every variation of gray, white and black. They were a reminder to coastal dwellers that they didn't own their beloved beaches, Mother Nature did, and she didn't care about their fun. Lori was used to it, because she knew how to protect herself. Her apartment, stocked with sandbags and emergency supplies, was as far inland as she could afford to live. There was always safety on land, so long as she prepared. The ship was different. When she saw those clouds, if the writhing, churning beasts on the horizon could be called that, terror struck, and she instinctively rushed up to the railing to inspect the waves below. It didn't matter that they were calm, her heart wasn't. She still felt like she was going to fall into the ocean, and she still had no place to hide. Regardless of how big the ship was, or what it was made of, it could still capsize. The rippling current would transform itself into a shifting landscape of hills and dunes, capable of destroying anything they came up against. There was no moving inland, no running, no barricades. They were in the belly of the beast, the demon Leviathan, and she was terrified. She kept thinking about Cade's little fishing boat, rusted steel and fading whitewash. The bridge was no more than a hut, bigger than a closet, but not by much. Cade would sleep curled up in the corner with a radio in his hand. The fishermen would trade news of the weather that way. It was supposed to be a safety protocol, but it wasn't very effective. They couldn't predict the future. They were gambling, putting everything on the line, so they could feed themselves and their families. A lot of them were afraid. Most of them were only doing it because they didn't have any other option. They had to face their fear and work through it. Lori wasn't sure she could do the same. She was standing close to the railing, facing the water, and there was dread rising up in her gut. How could she make that feeling stop if she couldn't confront its source? But like the fishermen, she'd be taking a gamble. At any time, Cade's passion could rise up and overwhelm her. She moved away, unable to withstand the sickening panic brought on by her phobia. She waited in her room, unsure of what to do next. There was ballroom dancing, or maybe a meal and a movie. Drops of rain built up on her window, forcing her out of bed and into the living area. She didn't want to see them. She didn't want to be alone either. She felt like she was sitting in their house by the beach, waiting for him to come home. He'd knock 3 times. "I love you." It was their signal. She hated herself for it, but she needed to hear that sound. She couldn't be alone, not with a storm coming. The knock that came wasn't the deliberate relief she needed. It was soft and meek, which meant that Raina was upset and curious. It would be nice to have some company, but she didn't want to have to explain herself. She pasted on the shrewdest expression she could muster and called through the door. "What?" The reply that came was too muffled for her to hear, so she cracked the door. "What? What is wrong with you?" Raina asked. Why did you run out?" "I don't want to hear it." Lori stepped back and let her through. "You're losing your mind, you know." "That was crazy." "I am going though a lot. There are things that you don't know, terrible things, and I need my feelings to be respected." He didn't. "Hit me?" "No, and I don't like speculation." "Well, can you blame me? I don't know what you were thinking. You had a celebrity chef ready to offer you personal lessons, and you acted like she'd just slapped you in the face." "That was Cade," she replied. He had her do that to get back in my favor. I don't want to be manipulated. Well, she shifted her foot around. Why not take a direct approach? I told him not to talk to you. He didn't say a word. So he sent George, she raged. Look, I don't like asking people for favors, but I need you to get dressed and come to lunch. With Cade? Yes, with Cade, and I really need this. I'm having some trouble. Please. Trouble? Just, I need to take care of something. I don't want to get into it. Lori gave her a puzzled look and gave herself a moment to decide how she was going to respond. It's not like you can avoid it, Raina told her. The longer you wait, the worse it's going to be. I hate it when people say that, Lori groaned, as she walked into her room to find an outfit. She poked her head out the door. Is this a private lunch? I don't want the passengers talking. Yes, it's private, and obviously everyone knows. Chapter 25. It was called the Captain's Lounge, but Lori would always see it as the place where they reunited. She stepped past the spot where he fell to his knees after she attacked him, past the streams that spanned the length of the room and into the sitting area, where crew members had set up a buffet of hors d'oeuvres and sweets. Cade was sitting in an armchair facing the hall. He had one leg propped up, and he was reading something on his phone. He whispered to the crew member standing beside him, and the man jolted into a stiff salute. Yes, Captain. Lori could feel Raina, practically buzzing with anticipation behind, when he turned his attention to them and stood. He gave Raina a nod and waited for Lori to react. Is that caviar? She asked, dispelling the moment. Yes, he said, softening his posture. He motioned for them both to take their seats. Lori sat a safe distance away from his chair and turned to see Raina looking down at the ground. I think you should go speak with her, Lori whispered. It's already being taken care of, Cade told her. I promise. Not until I get my stuff out of there, Raina insisted. No sooner, and arrangements are already being made. Thank you, Raina blurted out before taking a quick look at Lori. As soon as she did, she ran towards the elevator, like a criminal trying to escape the police. Lori waited until she left to chastise Cade for going behind her back. You can be direct. You don't have to do that stuff. She called me. You sent George, and you just gave her something as an incentive to get me to come see you. She ran a hand through her hair and reached out with the other to take a cracker and scoop up a helping of black beluga. She took her time, moving the stuff around in her mouth, until the salty taste got to be too much, and she couldn't stand having him look at her any longer. She stood and faced the balcony. Are we going through the storm? No, he replied. I directed course as far away from it as we could get, just so you'd feel safe. Something sparked inside, a surge of rage. She didn't even know it was there, but it was. I don't know what to tell you. I wish you'd let me just. She stopped herself before she could say that she was trying to decide. She didn't want him to keep thinking that she was straddling the fence. I don't why I'm bothering to do this. You're not going to listen. It's not easy, he whispered, suddenly beside her. The heat from his arm was hot and uncomfortable. It was bringing up thoughts she didn't want to have. She stepped away and played it off by walking out onto the balcony. That only made things worse. Seeing the water racing down the unguarded edge, had her stopped in the middle, unable to go any further. Of course, he had to come up from behind, boots scraping against the deck. He stopped, and she felt him, just him. The force of his presence was enough to set off her senses. It was his immutable nature. Nothing could change him. Why can't I have some time? I just wanted to have lunch, he said, adding a casual tone to a significant act. He strode past towards the edge and pointed at something in the distance. Look. She followed his gaze out past the ship. The white contour of a smaller vessel was bobbing in the distance. It seemed to fade into the hazy sky behind it, making it difficult for Lori to tell where the ship ended and the horizon began. "That's yours." He nodded proudly, his excitement shining out. She loved those rare glimpses when he'd come to life, and he let his inner child show. The Luna Fria is the only ship in the fleet with a docking bay. They're very rare. "And you're the one that pilots it," Lori said. "I wouldn't let anyone else," he said. "I know I should give the men a chance, but it's my favorite. I've gotten used to it." "You sound like you're talking about a collection of sports cars. Do you own the whole line?" "It started with Louis," he said, referring to his old boat. He turned to walk back in. "Come on." He didn't want to give her a chance to think. It wasn't because he was pushing her. He wanted spontaneity in moments like this, a true distraction, just so they could have fun. Had she not been convinced that his intent was pure, she wouldn't have followed him out to the bay. She was glad that she did, because when she saw it, she knew she'd never forget that place. The Luna Fria was beautiful. The decor wasn't made up of the plastic and fiberboard. There was real marble, chestnut and mahogany, fresh-cut flowers and live displays. Cade took the time to perfect things. That was the man he was, and the effect was astounding. Lori never cared about appearances. She was impressed by true achievement and magnitude. The docking bay displayed both, so it was no wonder that, when Cade saw her stop to take the place in, he had a proud smile. He was also watching her expression. "Say something." His voice shocked her back to reality, and a sudden disorienting feeling came over her. The shaft was lined with a grated metal catwalk, and she could see the water below. "How far down is that?" 100 feet. "Jesus," she whispered and felt herself tilting to the side, overwhelmed by the sight of the open waves. He caught her, a single hand on her back, but it was enough to quell the anxiety. To her left, the catwalk stretched out towards the open air. To her right, the shaft ended in a series of conveyor ramps the size of 4 houses, allowing boats to be towed directly out of the ship into the bay, where they could shoot out into the sea. A shadow crossed the opening, and Lori marveled at the sight of Cade's yacht passing through. She couldn't really call it a yacht, not in the typical sense. It was really a small ship, sleek and pointed with 3 below decks and a closed cabin above. The crewmen's steps clanked against the grating as they ran to finish boarding preparations. Men in naval uniforms, kitchen whites and suits, all came pouring out of various portholes, many carrying goods, others with supplies. She was surprised to see furniture, paintings, and kitchen utensils. "What is that?" She pointed to a pair of men carrying giant gold vases. "I had the ship cleaned. They're bringing in the furnishings. I promise, nothing else." The skeptical look she gave him was more playful than serious. "It looks like we'll be leaving for a week. There's a lot there. I also want to make sure that we're safe." "What about that wall of water coming towards us?" "The storm is nowhere near us, and it's going in a different direction. In a few days, we might experience some heavy rainfall, maybe choppy waters, but nothing significant. Also," he added as they started walking, "a plane can always reach us within a few hours, at the very most. There's no danger here." "None," he said. "You couldn't even die from jumping overboard. There are automated nets." "I knew it." "Well, we have to childproof the ship," he said with a sly grin. "Children aren't allowed," she told him. "We get to deal with a different kind of child." Most of the crew members were already gone. The few that were left were already starting to retreat. They had the dock to themselves, which made things a little easier. She wasn't sure how she could approach the water. It was moving at the same speed as the ship, but the ship smoothed the surface back, so that jets rebounded and sprang out, creating a treacherous current that even Cade couldn't save her from. He took every precaution. Men hauled slabs of steel and thick beams out to the catwalk. They began to bolt them down and connect them to the ship, while beams for railing were secured to the bridge. It was meant to make her feel safe, but her phobia was an ingrained part of her. She couldn't control it or trick it. Cade whispered, when two men brought out a welder and face masks. "We should turn around until it's safe." She closed her eyes and faced in the other direction. "You're trying." "I'm making sure," he said. "Remember?" She did. It wasn't easy. "No, it wasn't, but I've never failed to protect you, love you, or provide for you, and I have always strived for your happiness." His point was scathing, because it was true. He never broke his vows, and they both knew he never would. She didn't know what to say to him. He'd struck something inside her, a silent chord that they could both hear, and he was watching her in his peripheral vision, his sidelong gaze as hot and piercing as the welder's. He wanted to see the truth sink in. She couldn't blame him, but it wasn't easy to wait through that kind of pressure. Finally, the men signaled that they were ready, and she let him take her hand. She told herself that she just needed support, and she did, but it wasn't because she was scared of the water. He was the only person that she truly believed she could rely on. Chapter 26. "I'm sorry." Lori emerged from below deck and turned to close the wooden hatch behind her. The nausea was still there, but her stomach had settled some, and Cade was patient. He gave her an antihistamine and spoke with the captain to make sure that they didn't get thrown around too much by the waves. By the time she reached the top, he was already finished and waiting with a bottle of water. "You should hydrate. It's easy to forget when you're at sea. Are you feeling okay?" She took a quick guzzle, relishing the cold sweetness. "I am." "Are you sure? We could go back if you want." "No, I like it," she said, admiring the emptiness around them. "It's refreshing, coming out here." "I'm glad you think so. I wasn't sure at first." He held the door to the cabin open for her. She hesitated. "Then why take me?" "It's quiet," he said, adding, "I think it might help with your anxiety a bit if you're exposed to the water." "It's having the opposite effect," she said, even as she realized that the lightheaded feeling was gone. "I guess. I couldn't even get close when the cruise started." "You seem a little better." "How would you know?" she asked. "George said you looked anxious your first day, and some of the men noticed your fear. We were concerned at first. I wanted you to enjoy your time." "You're having them check up on me." She stopped before reaching the door. "I asked him what you were like when you boarded." "I'm not spying on you." She shook her head, smiling. "I would have done the same thing. And I was excited." "You mean nervous?" She gave him a playful look. "It has been a long time. I wasn't sure what had happened, if you were okay, what you'd been through." "What were you going to do with Tim?" "I would have watched," he said, "and waited for the right moment." "And if I was happy?" she asked him. "I wouldn't have interfered," he said, allowing her to step past him into the cabin, a miniature living room, as ornate as an emperor's palace. The flooring was a rich indigo, modeled after the sky, just before the darkness of night fell on the world. Gold leaf trim encroached on the expanse, impossible sunlight, peeking its way above the horizon, or maybe the night, pinning the rays down to keep them from entering. There were armchairs and loungers centered around a table, where refreshments had been laid out for them. Lori wasn't hungry, she was astounded, standing just inside. Cade closed the door behind her and took a chair for himself. "I didn't do this, if you're wondering." "But who did?" "George," he said. She blinked her eyes and shook her head, her mind blank as she shuffled over to sit on the lounger across from him. "He's not just a servant, is he?" "No," Cade laughed, He's the man that deals with the board. Lovely, she laid back, her arms folded behind her head. Makes a lot of sense. They must do the food ordering. Just the budget, and really, he said, if I didn't have that buffet they'd make me walk the plank. Still. If I did things my way, nobody would want to buy tickets. He paused, and she thought of his vision, palaces on the sea. He'd accomplished it, but he'd also slipped into the quiet state, where he lived for himself, just a captain, traveling with the current. He missed her voice, his beacon, so he drifted. I gave up control, he said, confirming her suspicions. I manage daily stuff, the men, the ships, programs, all that. But I can't move the money. And the board's spreading it thin, buying more boats, cutting costs. The teachers get room and board, that's it, and half the waitstaff is working at below minimum. They're bringing them in from the Bahamas. You know how much they make. I can imagine. Now they want me to hire foreigners exclusively. Lori nodded. Have you thought of selling your shares, letting them take over? It's a long process, he said, and it's very costly. I don't even know that I can get the full value. Really, all I want is the one ship. Is it worth it, to just give up and move on to something else? I don't know, he told her. It's crossed my mind. My dream is being diluted, and I'd rather get back to my roots. But you built this company. You started with one ship, and you did exactly what you said you would do. You built your fleet. I called it capital fishing at first, he said. Even then, I wanted to trade the fleet in for one good boat. Capital fishing. Really? That was you. They said you took half the state's coastline. Then I handed those men the titles to their boats, and I told them to make something of themselves. They were a strong bunch. A lot of them did make it. I ordered your fish up until the day that place closed. Half the time it was the only decent food I ate. The rest of the slop those diners served, ugh, she shook her head, nose wrinkled. He was looking at the floor. Did you work at Sparky's? That hut downtown? Yeah, the delivery driver, Jay, I think, he'd always try to talk to me. I didn't get it. He was as gay as they come. He wanted to see if you were who he thought you were. He told me that he found you. He gave me a perfect description. We were out, and I rushed back to shore to go find you. But when I got there, they wouldn't even tell me your name. You did that everywhere, didn't you? I've had to avoid a lot of men. So much so that you used a P.O. box instead of a home address for 15 years. The hint of anger in his voice brought out something she didn't expect, shame. She stopped herself, unable to form the words she needed. You told all of your employers not to talk to me. You hid your address. You never owned a landline, just a cheap cell phone that couldn't be tracked. You did everything you could. You knew just how to really disappear. I don't know how to respond, she said. If I say I'm sorry it would be like a knife to the gut. It's just not enough. It doesn't do anything to express the way I feel. It's not going to change what happened, and it won't heal your pain. She sat up and scooted over to sit on the edge of the lounger, facing him. I just never should have. She stopped herself before she could say it. You never should have left. He stood, and she felt herself shrinking back. He was hurt. He was also devoted, and that deserved recognition. 2 steps forward, and her heart began pounding out a frantic beat. When he knelt down, she turned away, unable to look him in the eye. That would seal her fate. She was selfish, reckless and vindictive, drowning in self-hatred. He was the love of her life, and she abandoned him. She didn't even have a good reason for doing it. After what I did, why do you still care? I always cared, and after what happened, I knew you were in trouble. I couldn't forget that. I was postpartum. Maybe you still are, he said. I am. And I've been worrying for a long time. You could have made another attempt. That possibility was there. I never thought it aloud if I could help it. I tried to tell myself that you were okay. The uncertainty, I am sorry, Cade, so much so that I don't think I could ever feel comfortable with myself. You're good, and you didn't deserve that. They drifted together, slowly at first, like two meteors caught in each other's orbit. They were going to collide. He rushed up, his lips a welcoming assault, his tongue battering through. She was falling back as he rose further, allowing his chest, a blazing furnace, to press against her own. The pressure, a tender touch in a sore place, fire purging ancient wounds. The core of their passion, their connection and love coming alive. When the storm ended, the two lovers assumed their place, cuddling together under the blanket, satisfied. They didn't speak. They just stayed where they undeniably belonged. Chapter 27. It must have been at least 1 when Lori noticed the light coming through her porthole. She was bunched up in a coil of sheets and blankets, her hair stiff and raised on one side, wearing the same clothes she wore the day before. There was a sound, like air rushing past all around her, and something was hitting the hull, like carpenter's nails throwing themselves at a piece of wood or gravel slamming into a of sheet metal. She wouldn't have believed that it was rain, if it weren't for the fact that the glass was too blurry for her to see out, and she was having trouble maintaining her balance. She went to go open the door to the living area and was thrown forward slightly. Time seemed to stop. She had one foot raised behind her, her mouth agape, and she was watching the floor tilt slightly with the waves. It was as if somebody had pressed a hidden button. She was running to the bathroom, fighting off the bile and acid forcing its way through her throat. She sat on the edge of the tub for more than an hour, waiting for her body to become acclimated to the ship's movements. When that didn't work, she dug through her bag until she found the one package of antihistamines, buried underneath a pile of old socks. She popped them out of the foil wrap, swallowed them dry and let herself fall back against the bed. She felt bombarded. Every drop was another nail, another threat, propelled sideways from the force of the wind. She couldn't forget that they were swaying because waves were crashing against the ship. She'd move in one direction until she was convinced that they were going to capsize, and she thought she was going to have to jump up and run into the bathroom. A rush would set in, her throat would squeeze tight, and she'd reach the brink. Then she'd stop and start moving the other way. A sound came from the side of the bed, something buzzing. She turned herself over, careful not to apply too much pressure to her stomach, and grabbed her phone off the ground. She answered quick before the choppy signal could fade. Hello? You okay? Raina's voice came gargling out. Yeah, I just slept. She stopped herself when Raina blurted out, You what? There was a beeping sound, and Lori pulled the phone away from her ear. The call was lost, but it didn't matter. Raina was knocking. She came rushing in when Lori answered, shivering and dripping globs of water onto the carpet. She was holding the ridiculously expensive black case that Harris stored his game pieces in. Lori took it and set it on the coffee table. Here, she rushed into Tim's empty room to get her a towel. There was a packet of coffee and a machine on a side table next to the bed. She poured a few cups of water inside, opened the coffee packet and dumped it in. Raina came in, breathless, and declared, Harris is confined to his room, and he doesn't have anything because I cleaned it out before they freed him. I even got George to take his TV. You did? Lori flipped the switch on the coffee machine and handed her the towel. I thought. George says that Cade was just trying to scare him. That makes a lot more sense, she said. Harris's case was 3-tiered, one tier for the figurines, another for the game board, and another for the game book, dice and scorecards. It was the figurines that interested Lori the most. There were fairies and unicorns, along with the standard bestiary, witches, wizards and mythological creatures. She was inspecting the fairies' wings, the tiny brush strokes, the mother-of-pearl paint. He even went so far as to perfect their makeup. Look at this, she lifted a pixie in a pale pink ball gown for her friend to see. Reina wrapped the towel around her head and went to inspect it with squinted eyes. She smiled and nodded before sitting down across from Lori. He's really into that stuff, always has been. Oh, I know, Lori said. But are you sure he's not? He doesn't have any problem performing. Maybe he's ambidextrous, Lori said. Why would you say that? Reina unrolled the cloth game board and looked through the various compartments filled with miniature foliage. There are signs. Lori chose a white witch and looked through the rose miniature pine trees. Like what? His style, for one. It's too perfect. He makes what, 10,000 a year? Less, sometimes. Reina took out a rubber river and placed it in the middle of the board. He wears designer clothes, doesn't he? He does, but honestly, there is nothing gay about him. I think he's just stunted. That's what happens when you smoke as much weed as he does. Lori nodded and surveyed the board. She didn't want to have to worry about crossing a mountaintop with a character that only had 2 movement points. It would take forever. You need a real man, she said, somebody strong and sexy, not a sarcastic child. I'm done for at least a year. She laughed. That'll last all of a month. Reina hovered a finger above the rows of figurines, trying to decide which one to pick. What about you? Are you still rebuffing Prince Charming? He's not Prince Charming, Lori said. King Charming, Reina corrected herself. I don't know what he is. I didn't expect this. You can't plan your life. She chose a granite golem and handed Lori a pencil and score pad. Lori took them and sat back. That's what you've been trying to do though, isn't it? You planned out work and school, and you're really making things happen. I was lucky, Reina told her, and I knew that I had to adapt. Adaptation's a funny word for it, more like hustle. Yeah, hustle, but when you're confident, you learn everything that you have to do, and you do it, you'll have a lot less trouble. Lori shook her head. That's hard to believe sometimes. It's been very, very hard to believe. I don't understand. You're smart. You're capable. What's kept you down? I don't know. It's like I've been cursed. Maybe it has something to do with what happened after. I feel like there's something missing. Because you left him? Reina asked her. No, there's some things in life that don't ever leave you. They'll change your mind, your body. They dig themselves right into the deepest parts of your brain, literally, in fact. She took the dice and rolled it. It landed with a yellow 8 on top. Reina took note and rolled it herself. She got a 9, which meant that Lori could go first. Lori focused on the path she was taking, through a thick forest of snow-covered pine and desert palm. She could feel Reina staring at her. You're talking about trauma. Which is stronger against earth, fire or lightning? He didn't do anything to hurt you. I know he didn't. You would have said by now. Or maybe water, Lori went on. Do you think steel would work? I think this one has a knife-throwing technique. She grabbed the instruction book out, opened it, and covered her face with it. You don't blame him, do you? Knifery 9. Thought so. Oh, there's a relic on here. I'll find it before you do. Put that thing away and talk to me, Reina commanded. With a sigh, Lori set the book in her lap. I don't know if that's what put me in a rut. I just know that I haven't found success since. Sometimes you don't know what your mental state is. You could be depressed and think that everything is fine. I lost a child, she said, ignoring Raina's look of shock. Depressed doesn't do it justice, and it's not something that I like to think about. Maybe that's why this is so hard for you. You associate him with all of that hormonal crap. I know you don't blame him for the miscarriage. When I left, it was because we were fighting. That stress, they said, led to the miscarriage. You don't fault him for that. Say it. No, I don't now, Lori said. I did for a long time. But you were wrong about him, all of it, so there's no reason for you to feel that way. Raina protested. You know it. He's a good man. Lori sat back and closed her eyes. Why does it matter so much to you? Because this is a tragedy. You're making a monumental mistake. I can't believe it. Think of the life you could have. Money? Really? Lori sat up to look at her. I need more than that. And you have it. That's why this is getting to you. That doesn't mean that I can run straight back down the aisle. I want certainty. You just told me that you can't plan life. There is no certainty, only love. Lori pushed her figurine 8 spaces forward. Knifery 9. Raina handed her another dice, which she would use to determine how much damage her attack did, if any. They went on, moving through their miniature battlefield, Raina, casting wary glances, while Lori ignored it. She was supposed to have a nice afternoon, a distraction. She didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting to escape things. Chapter 28. Where is he? He drove us into a hurricane. You can't protect him. You wouldn't. The 3 women that threw a fit during cooking class rapped down her door, shrieking that they needed her help. According to George, Priscilla and Cora were warning the passengers that they were going to die if they didn't find a way off the ship, while Madge hunted down crew members to bully into turning the ship around. When they were told to stop, they went into a frenzy. Lori could not believe they found her. You need to think of our safety, Priscilla said. A crooked finger jabbed at Lori's chest, and she grabbed it, smiling at the sight of the old woman, clenching her face tight in frustration, her eyes bulging. You get yo. How in the hell did you 3 find my room, huh? Did you take your teeth out and blow one of the crewmen? You're not supposed to see the manifest. Now, I want your octogenarian asses out of here, this fucking second, or I'll throw you into the storm myself. He'll kill us. Cora shrieked and slapped Lori's hand away. Don't you care? Madge asked. You 3 are insane. First, you're afraid of a fire, like they don't cook on a ship. Now you're convinced that we're in the middle of a hurricane. It's not the 40s. We do track those things, and we are nowhere near the storm. If we were, we'd be dead. You don't know that, Priscilla said. Look outside and tell me that that is not a problem. Cora nodded in stark agreement. We're not just worried about our own safety here. He's putting all of our lives at risk. Alright, I've had it with this shit. Lori stepped aside and held her door open. Please, go have a seat. Of course she gets the best room, Madge whispered to Cora, loud enough that Lori could hear her when she tramped back into her room, where her phone was sitting on the bed. She took a second, listening to them complain about all of her undeserved amenities, while she searched online. It took her less than a minute to find what she was looking for. It was infuriating, seeing the fuss they were putting up, when all they had to do was ask a question. Please, take your seats. She found them inspecting one of the dresses on the rack in the corner. Those aren't real, Cora said. Excuse me, Lori waves her hand back and forth. Could you please have some respect? Have a seat. With a click of her tongue, Cora found her way to the couch, and the others followed. What is that? She asked. It's a magic box that can answer any question you have. Now look, she turned the screen around, darted up and shoved the phone in her face, so she could see their position and the trajectory of the storm. Nowhere near. You can't trust the internet, Priscilla told her. You can put anything on there. The others nodded. This is the website International Meteorological Society. That's the same place they get the weather from on the news. I have seen a hurricane with my own eyes. I know what it looks like. You cannot tell me this is safe. We'll reach calm waters in the morning. You're right, Cora stood, speaking to the others. She won't do a single thing for us. She's protecting him. She gave Lori a hateful look and the others stood to leave. I hope you drown first. They left, promising to save us all and get justice. Lori couldn't help but notice that their husbands were absent. They were probably drunk and complaining about the shrews they should have divorced decades ago. There was a message on her phone screen when she went to put it back on the nightstand, eager to get back to her horror film. She'd finally found something capable of providing a distraction, and it was just starting to get suspenseful. Now she had Cade, texting her and asking her to go to dinner. He must have seen the request she put in for pizza, which she didn't really want, but she didn't want to give George a reason to come by with a feast and a million questions. She still hadn't given Cade the answer he wanted, not officially, and he knew just how close he was. If she avoided him, there would be more attempts, more questions. But she didn't have anything to say. She didn't want him to think that she was avoiding him either. She messaged him back, saying that she would be ready soon. Thankfully, the path to his quarters was completely covered, and there wasn't much of anyone walking around. She didn't want to be seen going to talk to him, not with the lady screaming about tidal waves and hurricanes. Fear was addictive. They would no doubt have a small army of concerned passengers on their side. With a confrontation already on its way, Lori was eager to avoid another. While applying a layer of makeup, after deciding on a simple red gown, she went through what she wanted to say to him. This had to stop. She felt things that scared her, things that she didn't want to address. It was like an addict who'd relapsed and didn't know how to quit, face him, stare that drug down, no matter how sweet, no matter how loving and beautiful. And it had to be done. There would be time for love later. Right now, she had to think about her career, where she was going to live, how she was going to move forward. With her apartment gone, everything she owned was in her room. That mattered more than an ancient grudge and an old lover. When she went to put her lipstick on, her hand was shaking, and she couldn't do it. He laid down next to her on the yacht the whole night. There was no conversation, just his chest, an expanse of magnificent proportions, supporting her head, and her fingers, walking down his stomach, his hand stroking her hair. They would kiss and let their eyes droop, and she'd let her head fall back down, bobbing from the force of his lungs moving up and down. She'd entered a territory that she didn't think she'd escape. Now she was going to dinner with him, and that wasn't okay. No. She set the lipstick down and went to message him. She told him that she was feeling sick, but really, she didn't think she could trust herself to be around him. He told her to come, that he wouldn't pressure her, and he just wanted a night alone with her, but she wasn't going to let it happen. She simply said no and went back to watching her film. Her pizza arrived shortly after, along with another rose. Chapter 29. A white, wide-brimmed hat, a pair of giant black sunglasses, and basic white dress, all meant as a disguise. Too many people knew who she was, and things were starting to get tense and aboard. Cora and Priscilla bribed a crewman to let them break into the intercom system. They made a wild announcement at 2 a.m, just as the rain was starting to calm down, saying that they were all in serious danger and the captain had lost his mind. The result, of course, was chaos. People were swarming the halls, flagging down crewmen, begging to be let off. Lori could barely get out of her room. Cade made another announcement within hours, and things were starting to calm down. The majority of the chaos was over, but there was still reason to worry. She could feel the eyes on her, as they walked towards the buffet. People knew, they must have. The captain was a public figure, king of the Lunafria, and she was his tabloid mistress. Reina didn't seem to be aware of it. She went on about all of the drama in her hall last night, where a group of women came out screaming, saying that they had children and begging to leave the ship. 2 crew members had to come out and calm them down, and everyone was taking pictures. When they arrived at their table in the VIP section, she had her phone out, and she was about to play a video for Lori to see. George came up to greet them with a smile and a basket of strawberries. "Good morning, ladies." "Good morning, George. Is there anything you'd like me to pass along?" "He's really upset, isn't he?" "I think he might be a bit confused," George said. "But he would like to send his apologies. He feels like there's been undue pressure." "How bad is it?" "He told me this morning, when I brought him his breakfast, that he can't demand anything. He feels like he should accept whatever you choose." "I think he's a gentleman," Reina interjected. "Tell him that I'm sorry," Lori said. "Anything else?" "I would love a waffle," she replied. "Me too, and sausage and hash browns." "I'll take a hash brown as well," she added. "Of course, it won't be long." He gave them a quick nod and went back into the kitchen. There was an awkward silence, while Reina inspected the salt shaker and the wood grain on the table. Lori decided to find another subject to talk about and stick to it. "I think it would be nice to check out Jan's class again. What do you think?" Reina plucked up a packet of sweetener and turned it around, so she could pretend to read the ingredients. "Or we could try to talk to the yoga teacher. I am feeling kind of sore." Reina put it back and took a sip of her drink. "Is that stevia?" "Just go talk to him," she blurted out. "Tell him where you stand." "I don't know where we stand." "I think you do," she said. "Let's cook." "We can't," Reina told her. "Why not?" She pushed her phone across the table, and Lori tapped the blank video image. "What are you doing?" The shaky image of Reina's hall came on screen, and the camera tilted towards the ground. "Don't let her go," Priscilla's scream flew out. The camera panned up to show a crewman dragging Jan out of her room with Madge and Cora behind him. "You two better have that cash," he said before stopping in the middle of the hall. "You'll get your money." Priscilla stepped up to where he had Jan with her arms behind her back, struggling. "Now you're going to stop that cooking class, or he'll come back." "You're crazy. You're out of your minds." "Hey, get him." 2 more crew members came running up, and the feed went dark. Lori couldn't believe what she just saw. She looked up and narrowed her eyes at Reina. "How did you get that?" "Harris sent it to me. He said it's been going around. I think he's scared." "What did they do to her?" Lori asked. "She's fine, but she won't teach." "Jesus, tell me these ladies are confined to their rooms or something. I can't believe this crap." "They're going to be thrown off when we reach port," Reina told her. "God," Lori hung her head back with a groan. "I just hope things don't get really bad around here. We're stuck until then." "It won't be that long," Reina said, taking a sip from her water glass. She looked around to see if George was coming and took another drink. "We could go to yoga." "I was just saying that to change the subject. I'd rather go back to my room." "You want to finish that game?" Lori asked her. "Okay, but I'm not giving you any more cure cards. If you lose, you lose. I'll buy 4 phoenixes and kick your butt." Rather than eat and sit through the quiet chaos buzzing around the dining area, they decided to take their food back to Lori's room. After 6 games, both were so tired of playing that they just sat back and enjoyed lunch from the House of Lo Mein. Greasy noodles, shrimp and baby corn, water chestnuts, all mixed in a savory sauce. It was wonderful, but there was something missing. Their day was uneventful, dull, and Raina was starting to worry about what was happening on the rest of the ship. She pushed her food away, chopsticks sticking out. I think you should ask him. If there was trouble, he would be in this room with us, or somebody else would. I am not going to bother him, simply because you're bored. Lori set her container down on the coffee table. It won't matter anyway. We're almost to San Domenico. They'll get off then. It would be a shame, Raina said, to miss the rest of the trip because they're so afraid. I wish people would just have a good time. This can be stressful, Lori countered. They're locked up here with their lovers, fighting, cheating. I'd leave if I had to deal with that. Is that what you want? Lori took a breath. I don't know, she murmured, craving the distraction the game provided. I want to see what happens when you pit a fairy against a behemoth. No, you don't. You want to avoid him. Why? Self-conscious, she shoveled in a mouthful of noodles, and looked away to avoid Raina's stare. I'm sorry, but I don't get it. You believe him. You must. Why are you still resisting? Is it your past, the incident, or your experiences with the other men? She kept on chewing, stalling as long as she could, but Raina wasn't giving up. She swallowed and let the moment sit, trying to decide how best to explain things. It hasn't been very long. I haven't seen him in 15 years. I haven't had time to think or allow things to sit. He's pressing me. You're pressing me. This isn't the kind of decision you just run into. Tell me one thing about him that would keep you from being with him. Is there anything? With a sigh, Lori responded, I don't know. Raina's knowing smile had her furious. She kicked her out and went back to her noodles, so she could finish the evening in peace without having to worry about what her future held. Chapter 30. The cane stamping set off a series of clumsy feet, struggling to keep up with Margot's screaming, 1, 2, 3. She hunched over, hacking and wailing, while Josh came running up, holding a pack of cheap menthols. He lit her cigarette and stuck it in her mouth. She immediately recovered and took a long puff, like a fish thrown back in the ocean. Thank you, she murmured. Absolutely, he went back in line with Trish and Margot resumed her shrieking. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I hate the waltz, Raina said, careful to keep from stepping on Lori's toes. Let's make it look like we're having fun. I want people to think we're a couple. There's no point. Everyone knows. You're doing it wrong, Josh shrieked to their left. I told you, move your foot straight. You're really starting to piss me off. It's just a class. Just a class, he shouted, and the cane came to a halt. He dropped his arms around her, and every single face in the dance hall turned towards him. I think you're overreacting, Trish said. I'm trying to apply myself, and you're acting like this is a joke. It is a joke, she shouted. You're not training to get into Juilliard. You're on a couple's cruise, and you're screaming at your wife, over a waltz. Really, oh ho, we are done here. Good. If you can't handle the heat. He looked to Margot who yelled, Get out of. She was coughing so hard that the cigarette flew out of her mouth and he had to run over to retrieve it. Thank you, she gasped, once she'd taken a drag. You're very welcome. Would you? Margot gave him a confused, almost angry look. What? Oh, sure. He bowed, she bowed, and they began their dance together, while she belted out the meter. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Raina lowered her voice, so they couldn't hear. There's something wrong with that guy. You think, Lori wrinkled her nose, you think he's into her? Raina finished her question. It almost looks like it, doesn't it? Ew, she squealed quietly. I can't. No. Look, Lori spun her just enough to see his hand on Margot's blob of a hip. Oh, wow. Lori nodded. The whole class spent their time watching the couple, whispering and laughing, loud enough that they would have heard, had they not been so focused on one another. Margot had stopped screaming at that point, and they were just holding one another. It made no sense to continue, now that they had lost track of everything else around them. Lori was just about to suggest that they leave when somebody cleared their throat from behind, and she realized that George was trying to get her attention. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, she said aloud, spinning herself so she wasn't facing him. Ahem. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, oh, come on. Raina had wrenched herself away with an irritated look. Excuse me, George called out. Go talk to him, she hissed. Will you tell him to let me be? Lori called out. I just wanted to apologize for the interruption. He ignored her and went to speak with Margot, who pulled herself away. They went into the corner, where he told her something in a hushed voice. He cried out, now. He nodded his head in confirmation and said something else before taking his leave, ignoring Lori altogether. Everyone, Margot came to the head of the room. This is extremely important. I want you to use all of the training I've given you. No mistakes. Why? Lori asked. Margot looked at her like she was a dog that had just made a mess on the carpet. I was just getting to that. She stamped her cigarette out on the floor and Josh ran over to give her another. Thank you. She let the smoke blow out of her mouth while she talked. Captain Parker is going to be making a special. This is bullshit, Lori interjected, before walking past a fuming Raina. Cade was waiting in the hall, having expected her response, but she ignored him too. She wanted space, time, the ability to make her own choice. He wasn't going to give her that. In her room, there was a rose on the coffee table. A letter was attached to it, asking her to talk to him. He was starting to worry. The voyage wouldn't last much longer, and he didn't want her to slip away. She just wanted to be alone with her thoughts, pull herself away from the nonsense and all of the drama, so she could get back to herself, her center, if she had such a thing. That part of herself was incomplete. It hadn't been nurtured and loved the way it needed. She was drifting. It should have been her choice, where she made her home, where that center ended up. This pressure wasn't acceptable. She understood why he was doing it, how much he lost when she left, and the way he lost it, that lack of closure. It bothered him. It made him desperate. This was his life struggle, but he was trying to decide her destiny. When she got back in bed and turned on the TV, she decided that she was going to have that space, no matter what he did. He wasn't going to burst in her room and fill it with gifts. He knew that that would be an intrusion, and that it would just alienate her further. So long as she stayed put, he couldn't get to her. She still felt his presence, even under the covers that night, when she covered her head and closed her eyes, wishing she could leave the world. He was in the air, the carpet, the walls, this was his kingdom, Cade's domain. Her tablet was sitting on the nightstand, casting a soft glow across the room. She brought it into her blanket fort and stared at the screen, trying to decide what to say. This was more than overwhelming. She was hurting him. She didn't like knowing that he was in pain. It made her feel like she was doing something wrong. And she was also hurting. She'd been stabbed in the back, the gut, the face, every part of her psyche was bruised and battered. Anxiety had taken over. She was cornered by Cade, forced to experience this. That's why she was running. It wasn't the uncertainty, she realized. Sometimes, the scariest things in her life were the things she saw coming. She loved him. But in her mind, she couldn't separate love from pain, or the taste of the charcoal they gave her to throw up the pills she took to kill herself, bitter bile and acid, a sludgy foam of dissolved opiates, and blood on her thighs, her sheets, the panic, enough that she didn't want to move. Moving meant accepting that it had happened, reacting to it. She didn't believe it, not at first. She woke up in the motel and felt something wet around her legs. She thought her water had broken, so she felt down under the sheets and pulled her fingers out. In the dark, it looked like a black smear with a bead of light dancing on the surface. She would never forget. How could she? When she cried, she shook like somebody had jammed an electrical wire into her skull. That's what it felt like. Those two things, the betrayal and the grief, those weren't thoughts she could banish easily. They were deep, rooted in her life's struggle. Whether she was conscious of it or not, she was protecting herself by keeping a safe distance from the men in her life. She knew that he was safe, that she would never have to worry about being hurt or betrayed. She believed that, and she did care. It tore at her gut to think about how he was feeling. But the fear and doubt were like splinters, left too long beneath the skin. She was never going to be rid of them, worse yet, she felt a need to hold on to them. It was something that she'd conditioned herself to do. She never had a way of knowing whether or not the men in her life were loyal, and nothing that they did would ever fully convince her that they were monogamous. It was no easier with Cade. She wanted him more, but he was still the one that instilled that fear in her. He was the source of all of this. Her perception of him wouldn't just be influenced by that, it was centered around it. She couldn't explain that to him. What they experienced together was the closest thing to magic that ever existed. That was all he saw. It was such an innocent stance, just love, simple intimacy and affection. She admired his courage and fortitude. But she wanted her heart to survive intact. Love wouldn't let that happen. It was the force that destroyed individuality, the self, the core, the soul, body and mind, so that two could become one. That wasn't something that could be fought or avoided. It was something that she was going to have to confront. She couldn't tell herself to stop and listen, quiet down and let him in. The fear was so pervasive. Fear was safer than love. It couldn't betray her. It could keep her safe. It wouldn't comfort her, though. Fear wouldn't give her the support she lost when she left. It wouldn't heal the wounds the way Cade could. It was empty. She was empty. At some point, she was going to have to let go of her fear, but that thought only made it stronger. She put her tablet back and grabbed a pillow, something to hold, something soft. It was a poor replacement for what she really wanted, but it was safe. Chapter 31. A chime rang out, and Lori opened her eyes. She'd been laying with her arms outstretched, and she was trying to delay the moment as long as she could. She didn't want to wake up, she wanted to sink into the bed and forget everything. "You've been chosen," a cheery girl called out, followed immediately by the sound of ocean waves. Being given a place at the captain's table is the highest privilege a passenger could have. Lori's hand shot out to grab onto the tablet and turn the sound off. "Would you like to RSVP?" She jabbed the volume button, and the waves stopped, allowing her a moment of silence. An RSVP was out of the question. Saying no would hurt him and probably force her into a state of self-hatred. She'd think about what she was missing, what she was forcing him to go through, all the things that could be. But she couldn't say yes. That was an answer as well, one that she wasn't ready to talk about. She couldn't sleep either. She was still unsettled by her dreams, vague images of a man's silhouette standing outside the restaurant in the dark, and the feeling of having herself pulled towards him, always closer, but never truly there beside him. That's what he was feeling, one of the things at least. She was trying not to worry about the other emotions, the despair, the knowledge that he could, after 15 years, be forced to lose her, that he saw her, he held her, he made love to her, and she could walk away. She didn't want him to feel that. She thought of going to see him, but she did want time. She wanted to understand herself, and what it was that she was missing. What did she lose when she left? There was fulfillment here, true honest love. And she didn't have the courage to admit it, not even to herself. She had to have something to drown it out. The television wasn't enough, and she felt like she was going to implode. As soon as she texted Raina, she got a message from her asking why she refused Cade's breakfast invitation. Lori responded by saying that she wanted to have a quiet day. Raina did agree to come, but she made it clear that she thought Lori was making a mistake. It wasn't mistake, she told herself. It was time to think, but in truth, it was a way to hold on and try to fight what she was feeling and the fact that she really did want to give him the answer that he wanted. Raina came holding a white gift bag, stuffed with matching tissue paper and the Capital logo, a ship sailing on calm waters, painted in blue on the front. She thrust it into Lori's hand and walked inside. "What is that?" Lori shut the door behind her. She sat down on the couch and announced, "It's wonderful, is what it is." "Pull it out." "What is it?" "Will you stop?" "Just look inside." "Fine." She dug her hand in and her fingers broached a card. She rifled around, thinking that there would be something else, but there wasn't. When she pulled it out, the gold lettering caught the light, San Domenico Resort and Spa. She opened it, saw the invitation, and took a moment to admire his finesse. It would be amazing, laying out on the beach, spending hours together in their room. She wanted this, but the hairs on her arm were standing up, and the excitement scared her. "Well, say something." "It's not a winning lottery ticket." 2 suites in one of the world's most expensive resorts, an island paradise, and that's your reaction. "I guess it would be nice. I have been wanting to walk on land, and I love the beach." "See," Raina said, "it's not so bad." "No, it's sudden. I don't know if I'm ready, if I have anything." "Are you talking about clothes?" Lori nodded. "And other things, maybe some perfume, a few outfits." "Where's your tablet?" "What are your measurements?" "Harris's card is maxed out." "Does Tim's work?" Lori got her everything she needed and waited until she was distracted to announce that she was going to go get them both something to eat. Raina was halfway through a diatribe about bathing suit colors when she left. She couldn't confront her feelings while she was alone with Cade in a suite on a tropical desert island. That place was engineered to make people fall in love. Any little push would be enough to break her resolve. She wanted a fair playing field, where they could speak without any outside influence. George approached her when she walked into the atrium. He wrinkled his nose for a split second, and she could sense that he really didn't like her. He was worried about what she was going to do. His expression faded as soon as it had come, and he said, "He's not available, but I'll send him to you shortly." "Is there somewhere I can meet him?" "Use your key." She thanked him with a nod and went to find the elevator. She stood outside it, watching it fall while she tried to convince herself that she had the determination she'd need to reject Cade. They had been apart for a long time. It should have been easy for her to disconnect, but it wasn't. Could her lips even form the words? Could she watch his expression go from that of a man about to achieve his life's dream, to somebody whose life would be too painful to live? As time went on, and he got older, he would think more about what he was lacking, and the happiness she stole from him, the family, the love and fellowship, and he'd feel like he wasted the few years he'd been given. She'd feel the same way. She needed love, but if she could accept it, really allow it into her life and embrace it, it would have to be his love. His was the purest form of love she'd ever encountered. It saw everything. It knew everything, all the things that she'd keep hidden, the weird, human things, the things that brought her shame. He saw her, everything she was, and he just wanted to worship her, let her know that she was cherished and experience her fully. She'd see his innocent intentions for what they were, the power they held and how they could transform her life, and she'd still have to turn him down. How? What would she say? How would she dull herself to his reaction? None of those things mattered, though. He approached when she had taken her place at the edge of the deck, where he stood their first night, arms out, asking her to push him off. He had tears in his eyes then, and she could see them now, when he tugged her chin to the side, so she'd face him. She had to do it fast, without a single bit of sympathy, or she would never be able to leave. She jerked her head away and watching his upright posture melt. His head fell, and she imagined him, haggard and sullen, thinking back on an empty life. He was trying to save himself, not just their marriage, and he was terrified, something she'd never seen. "You're leaving." "Why?" "I can't expect you to understand." "Because there's nothing to understand," he bellowed. "You have no reason for doing this. You're wrong." "Lori," he pleaded, "whatever you think about me, whatever you're afraid of." "I'm not afraid." "Well, I do. I will give you the dignity of the truth, I do love you. I do want this. But I am still very much a product of our separation. It defined my life, and it changed me. I can't fight its influence. I don't want to associate you with betrayal and grief, not when I'm sharing my life with you. It wouldn't be fair. You deserve all of me. This is a choice that you're making," he said. "You don't have to let those things get in the way. You just don't want to make a commitment. And that's because of what I went through, and all of the feelings surrounding what happened between us. It's not logical. I know that, but that doesn't make it any less real. You could give it time," he said. "I don't have time to experiment with my life. I've been living off servers' wages. I need to discover myself, build my life, and then I can let somebody in." "You had a life, and you left it," he said, "and a man that loved you, who you abandoned. Then you came back and blamed me, attacked me, led me on." "I did not." "No, you did worse than that. You showed me that you wanted me as much as I wanted you, and then you rejected me for no reason." He shook his head gravely. "You're hesitant. That's not a reason, it's your biggest mistake." "It's my freaking mistake," Lori said. "I get a choice. Do you know what you're doing? What you did?" He had carved his own heart out, and now he was holding it out to her, telling her that she owned it, the fragile muscle that kept him alive, that she was responsible for its care. Turning him down would be worse than murder. He would live through the pain, and it would never end. She didn't deserve that kind of responsibility, and he knew that, but he gave it to her anyways, because he couldn't help it, he loved her. His devotion was limitless. She felt the same way. She swallowed, straightened herself out. "I'd like to be taken back to Seaport when we get to the island." He looked at her, nodded his head, and she could tell that he wasn't really looking at her, he was staring out over the edge of the deck behind her. The strongest, most loving person she had ever met was being torn apart, just destroyed, and she was doing it. She was tempted to jump off herself. She wanted to put her arms around him and tell him that she was sorry. She didn't mean it. He was the love of her life, but she'd made her choice, so she walked past him and left him to think. Chapter 32. Lori thought she wanted silence. She begged for it and struggled to get it. The panic and pressure, the interruptions, people knocking on her door, it was enough that she honestly considered moving into the bathroom. After she gave Kate her answer, she decided to do exactly that. She brought her blanket and pillow and lined the tub, so she could lay down comfortably. Then she chose something to watch and locked the door. Most of her time was spent trying to convince herself not to leave. For hours at a time, she'd tune out and try to forget that she was hurting Cade, or what he was doing at that moment. Was he able to perform his duty? How could he just go about his day, knowing that there was nothing to look forward to, and how could she let him? The choice had been made, and she was determined to stick to it, but it was hard. All of the voices she'd been trying to rid herself of, his gifts, George's urging, Raina's pestering, they were drowning out her concern and her need. When she was left alone with them, she was powerless, shivering and sobbing. There wasn't a second that she didn't regret her choice. She loved him, and she would love him for the rest of her life. There was no other. So why was she doing this? The grief was supposed to subside, 12 hours, at most, a hard night, stuck in a tub. Maybe she'd have to move, but she had one thing to comfort her, the knowledge that time heals all wounds. This flood of vicious biochemicals would die down, and things would go back to normal. Sleeping there was hard. She did have to move back to the bed, and she wouldn't have been able to withstand it if she didn't. She woke up feeling like she'd downed a bottle of vodka. Light and sound were unbearable, any stimuli, really, and there was nobody sleeping beside her. She tried to hold onto her pillow and cuddle with it. It was supposed to satisfy her need for touch, like nicotine gum for a smoker, but it was really just a tease. She felt empty, restless, and only Cade could change that. Time wasn't going to help. The bathroom was perfect. The tub was hard to get out of, and it hurt her back to walk after being in there for long periods of time. She used it as an extra barrier, something to discourage her from leaving. With the volume up, the lights off and the door locked, she should have had no trouble convincing herself to stay in that room. It was possible, and she was able to do it, but it took more strength than she thought she had. She was crying within minutes, blubbering, soon shrieking and pounding the floor. At some point, the tablet lit up by her side, but she was too upset to check it. She tired herself out and woke up, still stuck in her depression. She knew that she could only handle this for so long. After some thinking, she prepared a statement and chose something to wear, while pacing around and going through all of her concerns. It was late, 3 in the morning, she slept, but she was still too exhausted to go that evening. At least, after all of the inner turmoil, she was going to get a good night's rest. She did, she slept well, because she was certain of what she was doing. That certainty wavered when she saw the 2 green peaks on the horizon outside her porthole. In less than 24 hours, she would get off the ship and she'd go back to the real world. There would be no isolation, no bombardment. Cade wouldn't be there. She would be free, and then she would have a clear head to think. Things had moved fast. There was a lot of emotion involved. She couldn't be objective when she was feeling like this. Once she got some fresh air, and she was on dry land, she'd look back on what happened and laugh at herself for considering Cade's offer. She moved her fort back to the bed and kept an eye on those little green peaks. Whenever she thought about Cade, she'd look over and tell herself that she needed to be realistic. Her world didn't contain things like ships and loyal men. There was only a limited amount of funds in existence, never enough, and nobody found what they were looking for in life. That was the real world. This was a reckless fantasy, and she only believed in it because she was imbalanced. None of that was convincing, it was just noise, really. She kept it up, repeating those things in her head, until she couldn't stand it and she started to worry about him. When that happened, she stopped and looked out at the islands. They became her mantra, not the lies. This would be over soon, and when she got on dry land, it would end. She'd go back to the real world. She did need this to end. They needed to move faster. 24 hours wasn't soon enough. After the sun fell, and she was debating ordering dinner, there was a quick, courteous knock and a flood of relief washed through her. She didn't have to keep hiding. This was ridiculous. She fixed her hair and changed her stained shirt, shaking and whispering to herself that things would be okay. She didn't have to worry, he loved her, and he would never betray her. Ready to give up and run out, she flung the door open and George walked past, carrying a manila folder and sat down. "I don't have much time," he said, his voice low and terrifying. She closed the door, shocked by his tone, and realized, he hated her. He always did. He considered her a hostile, now that she'd chosen her side. If she showed off her weakness in front of him, he wouldn't use it to convince her to change her mind, he'd find a way to hurt her. "What is that?" she asked when she walked around to go sit with him. "I have 2 titles for you." He pushed them across the table and held out a pen. She went to take it, and he pulled it back. "You have no decency." She checked down to see what they were, a house in the foothills, and a brand new sports car. "I don't want them. I don't have time for games." "Excuse me. You're destroying an honorable man, and you fully intend to take his things. You just want to seem reluctant, because it looks better." "You don't know me," she said. "Anyone who knows me knows that I am not leaving this ship with anything other than my baggage, and I never intended to. Now, unless you have a plane ticket, please leave. He'd like to speak with you again, after this happens." "That is not too much to ask." "Yes," she said, "it is. It's a lot." "Now," she pointed a finger towards the door, "I don't want anything. Please leave. Your things will be held in storage." He gave her a sheet with the address and a key. "The property, including the car, will be retained for life, should you desire them at any time." "I don't want anything," she said, standing to show him out. He took the titles and stuck them in the folder, ignoring her as he flipped through until he found a thin strip of paper. "Here," he said, handing her the ticket. "Do me a personal favor, and never, ever contact him again." She managed to keep a stony expression until he left, and she stood, her back to the door, watching the ceiling blur from the tears building up. Did she say why she wouldn't answer? A voice came through, and she ran into her room, before she could hear it again. She immediately went to order some food, hoping that the distraction would at least keep her sane. The tablet was laying upside down next to the tub, and it was dead when she turned it over to check it. Once she had it plugged in, the screen came on with a message asking her to sign up for their newsletter. Below it, there was a contact form saying, "The magic doesn't have to end." She threw it into the tub, turned the water on and went to bed. She didn't remerge until she had just enough time to dart off the ship and get to the airport. Chapter 33. Lori owned nothing for interviews. Usually when she had to go to one, she barely had enough money to pay for the bus. She would throw together whatever she had and hope that it looked professional. That wasn't really a problem when she was applying at dives and burger places. They wanted her to look sexy, not classy. Intelligence was a hazard. Bad owners didn't want their waitresses realizing that they could get treated better elsewhere. They wanted them stupid enough that they could be forced into submission, and they didn't want to worry about petty complications like labor laws and minimum wage. The Lotus Garden was different. It was the highest-rated Asian restaurant in the city. They served fresh fish, right out of the water, and their pho was legendary. She once heard it compared to ambrosia, the nectar of the gods. She could barely get herself to go and apply. She didn't think they'd take somebody like her, who had worked 90 jobs and never once stayed longer than a year. Now she really had an interview, and the only thing she could put together was a gray tweed pantsuit from the 80s, paired with a yellow blouse. It looked authentically dated. It was ridiculous. She told herself that she wouldn't let anything stop her from getting to that bus stop at 1:30, the world could be ending, and she would be there on time. But she didn't see the point if she was dressed like that. Still, she needed to do this. Even if it was just an exercise in humiliation, it was an exercise. It was time to take a step forward, and she did that. She walked 6 blocks through the neighborhood to get to the bus stop, and she told herself the entire time to just take a step forward, take a step forward. She arrived breathless and sweaty, and almost immediately went to turn around. There were 2 kids, no older than 12, but they looked like convicts. When they saw her approach, they both turned to one another, mouths wide with excitement. "Dude," one shouted. "Dude, shut up," the other looked at her to check if she was listening. She nearly winced when she saw his shameless grin. She really shouldn't have been doing this. There was nothing to sit on, other than the bench they were leaning their bikes against and a shopping cart, kicked to its side in the gravel a few feet away. Rather than stand and allow every car that passed a glimpse of what she was wearing, Lori decided to take her jacket off and use it cover a space on the cart, so she could sit down. There was a moment where she thought the metal bars would snap under her weight, but they held. She liked the outfit better without the jacket, which she left at the bus stop. She spent most of the ride fixing her hair. She unbuttoned her shirt and rolled up her sleeves. She caught a glimpse of herself in the window when she got off. She wasn't a beauty queen, but at least she didn't look like a complete idiot. That meant that whether she got the job depended solely on what she did. That was a thought that Lori could be at peace with. She wasn't intimidated when she saw the building, a mock-up of an ancient Chinese home with rice paper walls and sliding doors. There was a garden in front with a koi pond and sculpted bonsai. Inside, the hostess was about to show a couple to their table. "Right this way." She gave Lori a congenial nod before leading them off. Lori took a seat on a bench near the podium and waited. There was a bar to her right, past that, 2 rows of booths and the patio entrance. It was difficult not to notice the sound of the kitchen door swinging back and forth, the scent of ginger, soy, and rice pouring out. She missed the creativity and the excitement that was possible in the kitchen. They let their chefs choose what they wanted to make, using every ingredient man could find. Lori couldn't possibly hope to get a job cooking. Even the dishwashers at the Lotus Garden were highly skilled. She had less than a year's worth of experience in the back of the house. They'd laugh if she tried to pass herself off as a real chef. "Table for one?" a sing-song voice squeaked. No, Lori stood to address the elderly woman that had emerged from behind the bar. "You want table?" she yelped. "No, I'm here for the..." "You no want table, you leave. This is a business." "I'm here for..." Lori trailed off when the women turned to pull the phone off the hook on the wall behind her. "I'll call the cops." She wasn't sure whether to run out or try to explain herself. The old lady was already reaching up on her tiptoes to dial the numbers. "Mom, what are you doing?" The hostess came rushing up and grabbed the phone out of her hand. "There's a misunderstanding." "She won't leave," the old woman shouted. "You're not a bum asking for money, are you?" the hostess asked. She doesn't want table. I ask her go, and she won't." Lori was interrupted by a vicious bout of what she assumed to be Cantonese, judging by the wide range in pitch, high to low, and the way they threw the words out like ping-pong balls, back and forth, faster and faster, letting their voices tremble and squeak. She turned to leave, and the young woman shouted out, "Don't let her push you out of here like that. I'll get you a table." "No, Lori faltered under the sharp eye of the elderly woman. "I'm here about the server position." "You want to be server?" We not hiring." "You had an ad online." "We want tea girl." "You want to be tea girl?" The old woman rose 2 eyebrows. "Mom," the hostess groaned. "You follow me," she commanded, and immediately darted behind the bar. Lori scurried through, past the bartenders, who were busy satiating a thirsty crowd of businessmen. The kitchen door opened, and Lori stepped back at the sight of what looked like skinned rabbits, waiting for the flies to colonize them, hung up in a row above an endless pile of plastic plates on the back wall. There were clumps of food, moldy and stinking, caked on every surface. Workers were shuffling past, carrying pristine plates through the hellish scene, and Lori was completely dumbfounded. The old woman didn't wait. She disappeared inside, leaving Lori to try to understand why there were two dirty futons leaning against the wall to her right. "You follow." A voice shouted out, and Lori stepped inside, doing her best to breathe in through her mouth. The famous faux pot was sitting on the stove to her left, and the outside was covered in layers of purple grime. She didn't think it had been cleaned since they put it on the fire, and that must have been decades ago. The old woman had disappeared through the office door, near the stove. Lori could hear her throwing things around, shouting in Cantonese as she did. "Get in here," she stuck her head out. Lori wasn't sure which she preferred, the kitchen, which wasn't even safe to stand in, or the office, where the woman was holding out a bunched-up bundle of embroidered white fabric. She was looking at Lori like she was trying to decide which spices her body would marinate well in. "Tea girl, wear this." Lori snatched the fabric away and unfolded it to see. It was a dress with a mandarin collar, and it would have been tasteful had it not been tween-sized. "You won't get tips looking like an old lady. You do your hair. Come back tonight when ready." "What's the pay?" she asked. "You work for cash." Under the table, the old woman pushed her out towards the bar and ordered her to come back later. Her daughter gave Lori a sympathetic smile when Lori passed her on the way out. A few hours later, she found herself standing in the garden, unsure of what to do next. There was something inside her that wanted to run, ignore the red notice on her apartment door, the electric, the gas, which had already gotten shut off, and just try to find something else, something that wasn't demeaning or cheap, but she had to roll with the punches in life. She told herself, like she always did, that she'd find something new. There was always somebody better hiring. She just had to convince them that she was the woman for the job. It wasn't easy. She would be on her feet, prancing around with half of her body showing all night. She'd be too tired to go out and do something meaningful the next day, but she had to. When she got home, and she saw that dress, the way she had to keep pulling it down to keep anything from showing, she almost turned around and climbed into bed. She didn't want this. She had ambition and strength. She was the kid in class who actually did the work, because she was going to become something. She wasn't going to let the petty crap that tied her peers down keep her behind. She knew what mattered. She still knew, so how did she end up dressed like a bad Chinese hooker, sitting at a bus stop at sundown? The interview outfit was ridiculous, but it was nothing like what she was wearing now. It was like she'd sprayed sugar water on her skin and laid down in the middle of a cloud of insects. On the way to the bus stop, men were watching out their windows and swerving in their lanes to get a look at the available piece of meat just waiting to be abducted and dragged back to their cave. Her phone was a welcome distraction. It allowed her to focus on mundane things, like the news and celebrity gossip, or the pictures that Raina kept sending, detailing her life as a small-town nurse, and all of the things she planned on doing when she moved in a few months. They would spend time talking to one another before Raina started her shift in the evening, so Lori already expected having to ignore her call, even though she told her about the interview last night. She was texting when Lori got on the bus, but Lori wasn't paying attention. She was trying to avoid the stares of the homeless men watching her when she moved past them to get a seat. People looked the entire ride there, and they didn't even bother trying to hide it. She was that woman, the one whose life was so pathetic that she was willing to do anything to make a dime, even if it meant going out with no clothes on. There was a whole host of connotations that came along with that perception. She was dirty, easy, and rough, the kind of woman that didn't care how she was treated, because they'd already accepted their place in life. Maybe that was why Lori hated her life so much. It felt that way, as the passengers streamed past her to get to their seats. They all saw her for what she was, but she didn't. She thought that she was special, that life had something more to offer her, when really, she just didn't know how bad off she was. Normal people had cars and houses at her age. They didn't have to worry about whether to buy bus fare or instant noodles. They had clothes that they could wear to a job interview, and they had relationships, real ones, not the shallow trysts she'd experienced over the years, real love. She needed love. When the bus stopped, and the driver called out her street, she wasn't sure she could get off. She knew what was waiting, how things would turn out, and she had already memorized every single step it took to get there. This job wouldn't even last a few months, if that. What was the point in putting herself through all of this if the result was going to be the same as it always had been? She'd slave away, putting herself in compromising positions for the promise of cash, and when things went sour, she'd be in the same situation, no money and less than $10 in bus fare. Getting off, the driver shouted, irritated that she was holding everything up. He wouldn't warn her again. If she didn't make a move to get off, he'd slam on the accelerator, and she'd end up getting thrown forward. He was about to slam the door shut when she rushed up and darted for the door. Make up your mind. She had already made up her mind when she saw the dress they were going to make her wear, but she didn't have a choice. She was being evicted, and she needed to make up enough money to find a place before they sent the constable to come throw her out. The crowd in front of the restaurant had multiplied, and it seemed like everyone was looking at her when she walked past them with her eyes low. Raina called again, and she took her phone out to tell her to stop. She was at work, and she was upset enough, having to walk around without pants. She didn't need to be bothered by somebody that made 3 times as much as she did. Dinner service at 6, a sing-song voice cut through the crowd, and the old woman from before came scampering through. You come at 6. 6. You understand. Of course. She grabbed Lori by the arm and started pulling her through into the lobby, towards the kitchen. Once inside, she announced, you will say nothing to them, nothing, just silence. These are very important guests. You know tea ritual. Lori shook her head. Just look pretty. Rather than take Lori back out into the lobby, she handed her a porcelain tea set and shoved her out the back door. Without any preparation, Lori did the only thing she could think of to do. She kept her eyes averted and slowly ambled over to where the guests were seated on the private patio. She was almost moved to tears, knowing what they were probably thinking. She wasn't close enough to see them, but she knew how she looked, a little too old to be so slutty, and that was exactly how she felt. It wasn't until she was close enough to see them that realized why they were both watching her so intently. Get her something to cover herself up with, Kate demanded, and George was on his feet, rushing towards the entrance. Lori stayed still, arms crossed watching him watch her at his place at the table. She was reduced to nothing, just her flesh and what little cloth she'd been allowed to wear, and she was standing in front of the love of her life, a billionaire, who she rejected. It was a sock to the face. She couldn't withstand the humiliation. You're embarrassed, he said, shocked, as he rose to his feet. She squared her jaw. How did you find me? You have a loyal friend, he said. A sob tore through the brittle wall of shame and pride that she relied on so much, it was almost impossible to stand without it. If he was there, she must have some value, some beauty, or he wouldn't be rushing to meet her and wrap his arms around her, kiss her cheeks, then her lips. She could believe that now, but it had been so difficult, wading through filth and hell just to survive. Nobody else believed that she was worth something, so why should she? Now she couldn't deny it, or his lips, his touch, his arms, a jacket covering her ridiculous dress. These were his gifts, and she was offering him one in return by accepting them. That's what she was meant to do. Epilogue. This is divine, and how do you pronounce it? She asked, helping herself to another strip. Lori met her eyes and enunciated as best as she could. Oaxaca, Oaxaca, she repeated back with a giggle. It's mostly used for quesadillas, sometimes tortas, you know, things where you want the cheese to melt. And this, Lori pointed to a bowl sitting next to it, is queso blanco, white cheese. It does melt, but it holds its form. There's a popular street food in Mexico City, where they dip this in masa and fry it. Oh, my God, so good. It has a softer taste, Jan said, taking a handful for itself. It's perfect for a topping. I don't know why they don't use it more on salads. I think that salads call for a contrast in flavor, Lori said. Something weak wouldn't add the kick you want to counteract the bland vegetables. But this could accent them, Jan said. I've been thinking about finding ways to bring out a food's natural flavor. It's so much more satisfying. Lori nodded along, watching the silhouette in the door grow behind her. When he got close, she raised a hand to interrupt. Try the fajitas, and we'll talk about what dishes we want to put on the menu after breakfast service. Sounds good, Jan said before leaving to pull a plate out of the cupboard. A taco did sound appetizing, but Lori was bewitched by the sight of Cade standing at the base of the steps, his features masked in the darkness. He waved to her, and she found herself going down to meet him. It was an instinct now. Whenever he was close, she came to his side. She didn't like being too far away from him. His gentle quiet calmed her. She reached the bottom of the steps, and he came closer. She could see beads of light reflecting off his forehead. How did it go? The usual, he said. The kids followed me around, trying to take my hat, while their parents worked themselves up over how safe the ship was. Thank you for that last round, he told her, while they made their way through the restaurant lobby. I had a feeling a little bit of alcohol would help bring things to a close. Meet the captain is never easy, especially on family cruises, he said, stopping at the elevator to retrieve his key. She came to his side, leaned against the wall and used hers. He was looking at the ground, watching her pose out of the corner of his eye. Do you like the uniform? She asked him when the doors opened. He smiled and took her by the shoulder to crash her up against the wall. The entire ship could have been standing below, watching them, and she wouldn't have cared. His kiss was love's touch. As his lips pressed against hers, it became the essence of passion. It had her heart beating, and her eyelashes fluttering as she took in a prolonged breath. She pressed her hands to his chest. The hairs on her neck were already rising at the thought. He was spreading kisses down past her neckline. She couldn't breathe. It happened so suddenly, and it was so simple. She wanted to tease him and watch him, but he was unbreakable. He was the dominant one, and that's what she liked. And she allowed that, as her gift to him. There was never a second that she even thought of holding back. He deserved the pure white dove of a marriage that she promised him when they were wed. She was going to give it to him and bask in every second of the act. When their bodies finally parted, she felt as crushed by a tsunami. He had obliterated all of her conscious thought, leaving her only with the sensation of perfect bliss, a true gift that only he could give her. She felt a hint of it when they were together in their blanket fort, talking. It was his purity and youthful innocence, and the ball of happiness that she felt there. This was a holy experience, thick and pervasive. It had her writhing and crying out without realizing it. When he was done, Cade let himself fall naturally to her side. It was the moments when she could see him fully, study his arms and chest, and really inspect him, that she enjoyed the most. She wanted to remind herself of what she had, the best man a woman could ever find. She wanted to cherish him, stroke him, kiss him, and let him do the same. He missed that, he told her, more than anything, and so did she. They promised to spend as much time as they could having those moments. The end.
This is an exclusive production of the Romance Fiction Club. We hope you had a good time listening. Please like and subscribe so that we can continue creating free content for you to enjoy. Check out our library for more exciting romance stories. Thank you and have a wonderful day. See you soon. Bye-bye.